Part 1, Chapters 1 and 2 of How I Filmed the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Filmed the War. When I was in France, I made arrangements with my friend Mr. Low Warren, at that time editor of the Kinematograph Weekly, to arrange the manuscript I sent him for publication in book form. The manuscript has in no way been altered in any material respect, and is in the form in which I originally wrote it. Geoffrey H. Malins. How I Filmed the War. A record of the extraordinary experiences of the man who filmed the great Somme battles, etc. By Lieutenant Geoffrey H. Malins, O.B.E. Edited by Low Warren. Herbert Jenkins Limited, York Street, St. James, London, S.W. 1, 1920. Part 1. How I Filmed the War. Chapter 1. A few words of introduction. Fate has not been unkind to me. I have had my chances, particularly during the last 2 or 3 years, and, well, I have done my best to make the most of what has come my way. That and nothing more. How I came to be entrusted with the important commission of acting as official War Office kinematographer is an interesting story, and the first few chapters of this book recount the sequence of events that led up to my being given the appointment. Let me begin by saying that I am not a writer. I am just a movie man, as they called me out there. My mind is stored full to overflowing with the impressions of all I have seen and heard. Recollections of adventures crowd upon me thick and fast. Thoughts flash through my mind and almost tumble over one another as I strive to record them. Yet at times, when I take pen in hand to write them down, they seem to elude me for the moment, and make the task more difficult than I had anticipated. In the following chapters I have merely aimed at setting down, in simple language, a record of my impressions, so far as I can recall them, of what I have seen of many and varied phases of the great drama which has now been played to a finish on the other side of the English Channel. Most of those recollections were penned at odd moments, soon after the events chronicled, when they were still fresh in mind, often within range of the guns. It was my good fortune for 2 years to be one of the official War Office kinematographers. I was privileged to move about on the Western Front with considerable freedom. My actions were largely untrammelled. I had my instructions to carry out, my superiors to satisfy, my work to do, and I endeavoured to do all that has been required of me to the best of my ability, never thinking of the cost or consequences to myself of an adventure, so long as I secured a pictorial record of the deeds of our heroic army in France. I have striven to make my pictures worthy of being preserved as a permanent memorial of the greatest drama in history. That is the keynote of this record. As an official kinematographer I have striven to be, and I have tried all the time to realize that I was, the eyes of the millions of my fellow countrymen at home. In my pictures I have endeavoured to catch something of the glamour as well as the awful horror of it all. I have caught a picture here, a picture there, a scene in this place, a scene in that, and all the time at the back of my mind has always been the thought, that will give them some idea of things as they are out here. My pictures have never been taken with the idea of merely making pictures, nor with the sole idea, as some people think, of merely providing a thrill. I regarded my task in a different light to that. To me has been entrusted the task of securing for the enlightenment and education of the people of today, and of future generations, such a picture as will stir their imaginations and thrill their hearts with pride. This by way of introduction. Now to proceed with my task, the telling of the adventures of a kinematograph cameraman in wartime. From my early days I was always interested in photography, and boyish experiments eventually led me along the path to my life's vocation. In time I took up the study of kinematography and joined the staff of the Clarendon Film Company, of London and Croydon, one of the pioneer firms in the industry. There I learned much, and made such progress that in time I was entrusted with the filming of great productions which cost thousands of pounds to make. From there I went to the Gaumont Company, and I was in the service of this great Anglo-French film organization when war broke out. During the early days of the autumn of 1914, I was busily occupied in filming various scenes in connection with the war in different parts of the country. One day when I was at the London office of the company, I was sent for by the chief. "We want a man to go out to Belgium to get some good stuff." Stuff, let me say, is the technical or slang term for film pictures. "How would you like to go?" "Go?" I asked. "I'm ready. When? Now?" "As soon as you like." "Right, I'm ready," I said, without a moment's hesitation, little thinking of the nature of the adventure upon which I was so eager to embark. And so it came about. Provided with the necessary cash and an aeroscope camera, I started off next day, and the following chapters record a few of my adventures in search of pictorial material for the screen. Chapter II. With the Belgians at Ramscappelle. Leaving London, I crossed to France. I arranged as far as possible to get through from Calais to Furnes, and with the greatest of good luck I managed it, arriving at my destination at 11 o'clock at night. As usual, it was raining hard. Starting out next day for the front line, I reached the district where a battalion was resting. I was allowed in their quarters. Addressing one of the men, I asked if he could speak English. "Non, monsieur," and making a sign to me to remain, he hurried off. Back came the fellow with an officer. "What do you want, monsieur?" said he in fine English. "You speak English well," I replied. "Yes, monsieur, I was in England for 4 years previous to the war." So I explained my position. "I want to accompany you to the trenches to take some kinema films." After exchanging a few words, he took me to his superior officer, who extended every courtesy to me. I explained to him what I was desirous of doing. "But it is extraordinary, monsieur, that you should take such risks for pictures. You may in all probability get shot." "Possibly, sir," I replied, "but to obtain genuine scenes one must be absolutely in the front line." "Ah, you English," he said. "You are extraordinaire." Suddenly taking me by the arm, he led me to an outhouse. At the door we met his captain. Introducing me, he began to explain my wishes. By the looks and the smiles I knew things were going well for me. Calling the interpreter, the captain said, "If you accompany my men to the trenches you may get killed. You must take all risks. I cannot be held responsible, remember." And with a smile he turned and entered the house. Hardly realizing my good fortune, I nearly hugged my new friend, the lieutenant. "Monsieur," I said, saluting, "I am un Belge soldat pro tem." Laughingly he told me to get my kit ready, and from a soldier who could speak English I borrowed a water bottle and 2 blankets. Going round to the back of the farm, I came upon the rest of the men being served out with coffee from a copper. Awaiting my turn, I had my water bottle filled, then the bread rations were served out, with tinned herrings. Obtaining my allowance, I stowed it away in my knapsack, rolled up my blanket and fixed it on my back, and was ready. Then the "fall in" was sounded. What a happy-go-lucky lot! No one would have thought these men were going into battle, and that many of them would probably not return. This unfortunately turned out to be only too true. In my interest in the scene and anxiety to film it, I was forgetting to put my own house in order. What if I don't come back, I suddenly thought. Begging some paper, I wrote a letter addressed to my firm, telling them where I had gone, and where to call at Furnes for my films in the event of my being shot. Addressing it, I left it in charge of an officer, to be posted if I did not return, and requested that if anything happened to me, my stuff should be left at my café in Furnes. Shaking me by the hand, he said he sincerely hoped it would not be necessary. Laughingly, I bade him adieu. Falling in with the other men, we started off, with the cheers and good wishes of those left behind ringing in our ears. It was still raining, and as we crossed the fields of mud I began to feel the weight of my equipment pressing on my shoulders, which, with my camera and spare films, made my progress very slow. Many a time during that march the men offered to help me, but knowing that they had quite enough to do in carrying their own load, I stubbornly refused. On we went, the roar of the guns getting nearer, over field after field, fully 18 inches deep in mud, and keeping as close to hedges as possible to escape detection from hostile aeroplanes. Near a bridge we were stopped by an officer. "What's the matter?" I asked of my interpreter. Not knowing, he went to inquire. An order was shouted. The whole regiment rushed for cover to a hedge which ran by the roadside. I naturally followed. My friend told me that the Germans had sent up an observation balloon, so we dare not advance until nightfall, or they would be sure to see us and begin shelling our column before we arrived at the trenches. In the rain we sat huddled close together. Notwithstanding the uncomfortable conditions, I was very thankful for the rest. Night came and we got the word to start again. Progress was becoming more difficult than ever, and I only kept myself from many a time falling headlong by clinging on to my nearest companion. He did likewise. Ye gods, what a night and what a sight! Raining hard, a strong wind blowing, and the thick black inky darkness every now and then illuminated by the flash of the guns. Death was certainly in evidence to-night. One felt it. The creative genius of the weirdest imaginative artist could not have painted a scene of death so truthfully. The odour arising from decaying bodies in the ground was at times almost overwhelming. We had been conversing generally during the march, but now word was passed that we were not to speak under any circumstances, not until we were in the trenches. A whispered order came that every man must hold on to the comrade in front of him and bear to the left. Reaching the trench allotted to us, we went along it in single file, up to our knees in water. Sometimes a plank had been thrown along it, or bricks, but generally there was nothing but mud to plough through. "Halt!" came the command to the section I was with. "This is our shelter, monsieur," said a voice. Gropingly I followed the speaker on hands and knees. The shelter was about 12 feet long, 3 feet 6 inches high, the same in width, and made of old boards. On the top, outside, was about 9 inches of earth, to render it as far as possible shrapnel proof. On the floor were some boards, placed on bricks and covered with sodden straw. There was just enough room for 4 of us. Rolling ourselves in our blankets, we lay down, and by the light of an electric torch we ravenously ate our bread and herrings. I enjoyed that simple meal as much as the finest dinner I have ever had placed before me. Whilst eating, a messenger came and warned us to be prepared for an attack. Heavy rifle fire was taking place, both on the right and left of our position. Well, thought I, this is a good start. They might have waited for daylight. I could then film their proceedings. At any rate, if the attack came, I hoped it would last through the next day. Switching off the light, we lay down and awaited events, but not for long. The order came to man the trench. Out we tumbled and took up our positions. Suddenly, out of the blackness, in the direction of the German positions, came the rattle of rifle fire, and the bullets began to whistle overhead. Keeping as low as possible, we replied, firing in quick succession at the flashes of the enemy rifles. This continued throughout the night. Towards morning a fog settled down, which blocked our view of each other, and there was a lull in the fighting. At midday the attack started again. Taking my apparatus, I filmed a section of Belgians in action. Several times bullets whistled unpleasantly near my head. Passing along the trench, I filmed a mitrailleuse battery in action, which was literally mowing down the Germans as fast as they appeared. Then I filmed another section of men while the bullets were flying all around them. Several could not resist looking round and laughing at the camera. Whilst thus engaged, several shells fell within 30 feet of me. 2 failed to explode. Another exploded and sent a lump of mud full in my face. With great spluttering, and I must admit a little swearing, I quickly cleaned it off. Then I filmed a large shell hole filled with water, caused by the explosion of a German "Jack Johnson." The diameter was 28 feet across, and roughly 6 feet deep in the centre. At the other end of the line I filmed a company damming the canal to turn it into the German trenches. Then I cautiously made my way back, and filmed a section being served with hot coffee while under fire. Coming upon some men warming themselves round a bucket stove, I joined the circle for a little warmth. How comforting it was in that veritable morass! Even as we chatted we were subjected to a heavy shrapnel attack, and the way we all scuttled to the trench huts was a sight for the gods. It was one mad scramble of laughing soldiers. Plunk, plunk, plunk came the shells, not 20 to 25 feet from where we were sitting by the fire. 6 shells fell in our position. 1 failed to explode. I had a bet with a Belgian officer that it was 30 feet from us. He bet me it was 40 feet. Not to be done, I roughly measured off a yardstick and left the shelter of the trench to measure the distance. It turned out to be 28 feet. Just as I had finished, I heard 3 more shells come shrieking towards me. I simply dived for the trench, and luckily reached it just in time. Towards evening our artillery shelled a farmhouse about 3/4 of a mile distant, where the Germans had 3 guns hidden, and through the glasses I watched the shells drop into the building and literally blow it to pieces. Unfortunately, it was too far off to film it satisfactorily. That night was practically a repetition of the previous one. The trench was attacked the greater part of the time, and bullets continually spattered against the small iron plate. Next morning I decided to try and film the mitrailleuse outpost on a little spot of land in the floods, only connected by a narrow strip of grassland just high enough to be out of reach of the water. Still keeping low, under cover of the trenches, I made my way in that direction. Several officers tried to persuade me not to go, but knowing it would make an excellent scene, I decided to risk it. On the side of the bank nearest our front line the ground sloped at a more abrupt angle, the distance from the trench to the outpost being about 60 yards. Rushing over the top of the parapet, I got to the edge of the grass road and crouched down. The water up to my knees, I made my way carefully along. Twice I stumbled over dead bodies. At last I reached the outpost safely, but during the last few yards I must have raised myself a little too high, for the next minute several bullets splashed into the water where I had been. The outpost was very surprised when I made my appearance, and expressed astonishment that I had not been shot. "A miss is as good as a mile," I laughingly replied, and then I told them I had come to film them at work. This I proceeded to do, and got an excellent scene of the mitrailleuse in action, and the other section loading up. The frightful slaughter done by these guns is indescribable. Nothing can possibly live under the concentrated fire of these weapons, as the Germans found to their cost that day. After getting my scenes I thanked the officer, and was about to make my way back, but he forbade me to risk it, telling me to wait until night and return under cover of the darkness. To this I agreed, and that night left the outpost with the others when the relief party came up. Shortly after, news was received that we were to be relieved from duty in the trenches for the next 48 hours. The relief column was on its way to take our places. I was delighted, for I had been wet through during the days and nights I had been there, but was fully satisfied that I had got some real live films. Hastily packing up my equipment, I stood waiting the signal to move off. At last the relief came up. Holding each other's hands, we carefully made our way in Indian file along the trench, on to the road, and into Ramscapelle. What a terrible sight it was! The skeletons of houses stood grim and gaunt, and the sound of the wind rushing through the ruins was like the moaning of the spirits of the dead inhabitants crying aloud for vengeance. The sounds increased in volume as we neared this scene of awful desolation, and the groans became a crescendo of shrieks, which, combined with the crash of shell fire, made one's blood run cold. Leaving the ruins behind, we gained the main road, and on arriving at the bridge where we had stopped on our journey out, I parted with the company, thinking to make my way to a café by a short cut over some fields. I wished to heaven afterwards that I had not done so. I cut across a ditch, feeling my way as much as possible with a stick, but I had not gone far before I knew I had lost my way. The rain was driving pitilessly in my face, but I stumbled on in the inky darkness, often above my knees in thick clay mud. Several times I thought I should never reach the road. It was far worse than being under fire. I must have staggered along for about 2 miles when I perceived a light ahead. Never was sight more welcome. Remember, I had about 50 to 60 pounds weight on my back, and having had little or no sleep for 5 nights, my physical strength was at a low ebb. It seemed hours before I reached that house, and when at last I got there I collapsed on the floor. I struggled up again in a few minutes and asked the bewildered occupants to give me hot coffee, and after resting for an hour I made again for Furnes, reaching it in the early hours of the morning. Going to my café, I went to bed and slept for 18 hours. The following day I packed up and returned to London. A day or two afterwards I was sitting comfortably in a cushioned chair in the private theatre at our London office, watching these selfsame scenes being projected upon the screen. Ah, thought I, How little does the great public for whom they are intended know of the difficulties and dangers, the trials and tribulations the kinematograph cameraman experiences in order to obtain these pictures. End of Part 1, Chapters 1 and 2. Part 1, Chapters 3 and 4 of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, With the Goumier at Lambertseide. Once more I went to film, and while sipping my coffee at the café, I heard a remark made about the Goumier, the Arab horsemen employed by the French as scouts. Quickly realizing the possibilities in a film of such a body of men, I made inquiries of the speakers as to their whereabouts. "Ah, monsieur, they are on the sand dunes near Nieuport. They are veritable fiends, monsieur, with the Bosches, who run away from them like cats. They are terrible fighters." After such a glowing account, I thought the sooner I interviewed these fighters the better. Starting out next morning, I made a bee-line for the coast. I soon began to hear the sharp crackle of rifle fire, and artillery on my right opened fire on the German position, and then the heavy boom, boom of the guns from the sea. Looking in that direction, I discerned several of our battleships opening fire, the shells giving a fearful shriek as they passed overhead. The Germans were certainly in for it that day. Keeping along the bottom of the dunes, I observed a Goumier encampment in the distance. At that moment there came a rasping voice on my right. "Halt!" This certainly was a morning of surprises. "Ah," I said with a laugh, "you startled me." "I am sorry, monsieur," he said. "The password, if you please." "It is not necessary," I replied. "I wish to speak to your officer. I will go by myself to the officer in charge." "It's not necessary for you to leave your post. Direct me to headquarters and tell me your captain's name." "Captain , monsieur. He is billeted in that house which is half destroyed by shell fire. Be careful, monsieur, and keep low, or you will draw the fire on you." He saluted and turned back to his post. Making straight for the ruined house in question, I observed a sentry on guard at the door. This, I perceived, led to a cellar. I asked to see the captain. The man saluted and entered the house, appearing in a few minutes with his chief. I saluted and bade him "good morning," extending my hand, which he grasped in a hearty handshake. I straightway explained my business and asked him for his co operation in securing some interesting films of the Goumier in action. He replied that he would be glad to assist me as far as possible. "You will greatly help me, sir," I said, "if you can roughly give me their location." "That I cannot do," he replied, "but follow my directions and take your chance. I will, however, accompany you a short distance." We started out, keeping as much to the seashore as possible. "Keep low," the captain said. "The place is thick with Bosche snipers." I certainly needed no second warning, for I had experienced those gentry before. "Our Goumiers are doing splendid work here on the dunes. It is, of course, like home to them among the sand heaps." Our conversation was suddenly cut short by the shriek of a shell coming in our direction. Simultaneously we fell flat on the sand, and only just in time, for on the other side of the dune the shell fell and exploded, shaking the ground like a miniature earthquake and throwing clouds of sand in our direction. "They have started on our encampment again," the captain said, "but our huts are quite impervious to their shells. The sand is finer than armour plate." Several more shells came hurtling overhead, but fell some distance behind us. Looking over the top of the dune, I expected to see an enormous hole caused by the explosion, but judge my surprise on seeing hardly any difference. The sides of the cavity had apparently fallen in again. A short distance further on the captain said he would leave me. "You can start now," and he pointed in the distance to a moving object in the sand, crawling along on its stomach for all the world like a snake. "I will go," he said, "and if you see the chief of the Goumiers, tell him I sent you." With a handshake we parted. I again turned to look at the Goumier scout. His movements fascinated me. Keeping low under the top of the dune, I made for a small hill, from which I decided to film him. Reaching there, I did so. I then saw, going in opposite directions, two more scouts, each proceeding to crawl slowly in the same fashion as the first. This film certainly will be unique, I thought. Who could imagine that within half an hour's ride of this whirling sand, with full-blooded Arabs moving about upon it, the soldiers of Belgium are fighting in 2 feet of mud and water, and have been doing so for months past? No one would think so to look at it. A rattle of musketry on my right served as a hint that there were other scenes to be secured. Making my way in the direction of the sound, I came upon a body of Goumiers engaged in sniping at the Germans. I filmed them, and was just moving away when the interpreter of the company stopped and questioned me. I told him of my previous conversation with the captain, which satisfied him. "Well," he said, "you are just in time to catch a troop going off on a scouting expedition." And he led the way to a large dune looking down on the sea, and there, just moving off, was the troop. What a magnificent picture they made, sitting on their horses. They seemed to be part of them. Veritable black statues they looked, and their movements were like a finely tensioned spring. Hastily filming the troop, I hurried across and succeeded in obtaining some scenes of another detachment proceeding further on the flank, and as they wound in and out up the sandhills, I managed to get into a splendid point of vantage and filmed them coming towards me. Their wild, savage huzzas as they passed were thrilling in the extreme. Looking round, I perceived a curious-looking group a short distance away, going through what appeared to be some devotional ceremony. Hastening down the hill, I crossed to the group, which turned out to be under the command of the chief of the Goumiers himself, who was going through a short ceremony with some scouts, previous to their meeting the Germans. It was quite impressive. Forming the 4 men up in line, the chief gave each of them instructions, waving signs and symbols over their heads and bodies, then with a chant sent them on their journey. The actual obeisance was too sacred in itself to film. I was told by the interpreter afterwards that he was glad I did not do so, as they would have been very wrath. A few words about the customs of the Goumiers may not be out of place. These men are the aristocracy of the Algerian Arabs, men of independent means in their own land. At the outbreak of the war they patriotically combined under their chief, and offered themselves to the French government, which gladly accepted their services for work on the sand dunes of Flanders. The troop bore the whole cost of their outfit and transport. They brought their own native transport system with them. The men obey none but their chief, at whose bidding they would, I believe, even go through hell itself. All arguments, quarrels, and discussions in the troop are brought before the chief, whose word and judgment is law. On the dunes of northern Flanders they had their own encampment, conducted in their own native style. They looked after their horses with as much care as a fond mother does her child. The harness and trappings were magnificently decorated with beautiful designs in mother of pearl and gold, and the men, when astride their horses and garbed in their long flowing white burnooses, looked the very personification of dignity. The chief never handles a rifle. It would be beneath his position to do so. He is the head, and lives up to it in every respect possible. I filmed him by the side of his horse. It was the first time he had been photographed. Returning to the point where the scouts were leaving, I decided to follow close behind them on the chance of getting some good scenes. Strapping my camera on my back and pushing a tuft of grass under the strap to disguise it as much as possible if viewed from the front, I crawled after them. One may think that crawling on the sand is easy. Well, all I can say to those who think so is, try it. I soon found it was not so easy as it looked, especially under conditions where the raising of one's body 2 or 3 inches above the top of the dune might be possibly asking for a bullet through it and drawing a concentrated fire in one's direction. I had crawled in this fashion for about 150 yards when I heard a shell come shrieking in my direction. With a plunk it fell and exploded about 40 feet away, choking me with sand and half blinding me for about 5 minutes. The acrid fumes, too, which came from it seemed to tighten my throat, making respiration very difficult for some 10 minutes afterwards. Cautiously looking round, I tried to locate the other scouts, but nowhere could they be seen. I crawled for another 30 yards or so, but still no sign of them. Deciding that if I continued by myself I had everything to lose and nothing to gain, I concluded that discretion was the better part of valour. Possibly the buzzing sensation in my throat and the smarting of my eyes helped me in coming to that decision, so I retraced my steps, or rather crawl. Getting back to the encampment, I bathed my eyes in water, which quickly soothed them. In a short time news came in that the scouts were returning. Hurrying to the spot indicated, I was just in time to film them on their arrival. The exultant look on their faces told me that they had done good work. I then filmed a general view of the encampment and several other interesting scenes, and was just on the point of departing when the Chief asked me to partake of some food with him. Being very hungry, I accepted the invitation, and afterwards, over a cup of coffee and cigarettes, I obtained through an interpreter some very interesting information. The night being now well advanced, I bade the Chief adieu, and striking out across the dunes, I made for Furnes. The effect of the star shells sent up by the Germans was very wonderful. They shed a vivid blue light all round, throwing everything up with startling clearness. After about a mile I was suddenly brought up by the glitter of a sentry's bayonet. "Password, monsieur." Flashing a lamp in my face, the man evidently recognized me, for he had seen me with his officer that day, and the next moment he apologized for stopping me. "Pardon, monsieur," he said. "Passe, monsieur Anglais, pardon." After accepting his apologies, I moved off in the direction of Furnes, where, after reviewing the events of the previous days, I came to the conclusion that I had every reason to be thankful that I had once more returned from an interesting and fruitful adventure with a whole skin. Chapter IV. The Battle of the Sand Dunes. I arrived at Ost Dunkerque, the place I decided to use as a base for this journey, chiefly because it was on the main route to Nieuport Bain. Having on my previous visit proceeded on foot and returned successfully, I decided that I should go by car. To get what I required meant that I should have to pass right through the French lines. Finding out a chauffeur who had previously helped me, I explained my plans to him. "Well, monsieur," he said, "I will try and help you, but for me it is not possible to get you through. I am stationed here indefinitely, but I have a friend who drives an armoured car. I will ask him to do it." We then parted. I was to meet him with his friend that night. I packed my things as close as possible, tying 2 extra spools of film in a package round my waist under my coat, put on my knapsack, and drew my balaclava helmet well down over my chin. Anxiously I awaited my friends. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Were they unable to come for me? Was there some hitch in the arrangement? These thoughts flashed through my mind, when suddenly I heard a voice call behind me, "Monsieur! Monsieur!" Turning, I saw my chauffeur friend beckoning to me. Hurrying forward, I asked if all was well. "Oui, monsieur, I will meet you by the railway cutting." This was the beginning of an adventure which I shall always remember. I had been up at the bridge some 2 minutes when the armoured car glided up. "Up, monsieur," came a voice, and up I got. Placing my camera by the side of the mitrailleuse, I sat by my chauffeur, and we started off for the French lines. Dashing along roads covered with shell holes, I marvelled again and again at the man's wonderful driving. Heaps of times we escaped a smash up by a hair's breadth. On we went over the dunes. The night was continuously lighted up by flashes from the big guns, both French and German. We were pulled up with a jerk which sent me flying over the left wheel, doing a somersault, and finally landing head first into a lovely soft sandbank. Spluttering and staggering to my feet, I looked round for the cause of my sudden exit from the car, and there in the glare of the headlight were 2 French officers. Both were laughing heartily and appreciating the joke. As I had not hurt myself, I joined in. After our hilarity had subsided, they apologized, and hoped I had not hurt myself. Seeing that I was an Englishman, they asked me where I was going. I replied, "To Nieuport Bain." They asked me if my chauffeur might take a message to the captain of the Chasseurs. "Yes, yes," I replied, "with pleasure." Thinking that by staying every second might be dangerous, I asked the officers to give the message, and we would proceed. They did so, and again apologizing for their abrupt appearance, they bade us good night. I hurriedly bade the driver start off, and away we went. He evidently had not got over his nervousness, for after going about 3/4 of a mile, we ran into a large partially filled shell hole, burying the front wheels above the axle. To save myself from a second dive, I clutched hold of the mitrailleuse. This was a position indeed. Scooping away as much sand as possible from the front wheels, we put on full power and tried to back the car out of it, but as the rear wheels were unable to grip in the sand, it would not budge. While there, the Germans must have seen our light, for suddenly a star shell shot up from their position, illuminating the ground for a great distance. I swiftly pinched the tube of our headlight, so putting it out, then dropped full length on the sand. I observed my companion had done the same. We lay there for about 10 minutes, not knowing what to expect, but luckily nothing happened. It was obvious that we could not move the car without assistance, so, shouldering my apparatus, we started to walk the remaining distance. Twice we were held up by sentries, but by giving the password we got through. Enquiring for the headquarters of Captain , we were directed to a ruined house which had been destroyed by German shell fire. "Mon capitaine is in the cellar, monsieur." Thinking that it would be a better introduction if I personally delivered the message to the captain, I asked my chauffeur to let me do so. Asking the sentry at the door to take me to his captain, we passed down some dozen steps and into a comfortably furnished cellar. Sitting round a little table were 7 officers. I asked for Captain . "He is not here, monsieur," said one. "Is it urgent?" "I do not know," I replied. I was trying to form another reply in French, when an officer asked me in English if he could be of any service. I told him that an officer had given me a message to deliver on my journey here, but owing to an accident to the car I had had to walk. Taking the letter, he said he would send a messenger to the captain with it. "You must be hungry, monsieur. Will you share a snack with us?" Gladly accepting their hospitality, I sat down with them. "Are you from London?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "Do you know it?" "Yes, yes," he replied. "I was for 3 years there. But are you militaire?" he inquired. "Well, hardly that," I confess. "I am here to take kinema records of the war. I have come in this direction to film an action on the sand dunes. Will you help me?" "I will do what I can for you," he replied. "We expect to make a sortie to morrow morning. It will be very risky for you." "I will take my chance," I replied, "with you." Whilst our conversation proceeded, I noticed a scuffling on the cellar steps, then into the room came 4 soldiers with a man in peasant's clothes. He turned out to be a spy caught signalling in the dunes. They brought him in to have a cup of coffee before taking him out to be shot. He was asked if he would take sugar. His reply was "No." Presently there was a shot outside, and there was one spy the less. The captain returned and, after explanations, made me understand that he would accept no responsibility for my safety. Those conditions I did not mind a scrap. Rolling myself in a blanket, I tumbled in. What would the morrow bring forth, I wondered. I was up next morning at 4 o'clock. Everywhere there was a state of suppressed excitement. Outside the men were preparing, but there was not the least sign of confusion anywhere. To look at them one would not imagine these men were going out to fight, knowing that some of them at least would not return again. But it is war, and sentiment has no place in their thoughts. The order came to line up. Hours before, the scouts had gone out to prepare the ground. They had not returned yet. Personally, I hoped they would not turn up till the day was a little more advanced. 8 o'clock. Still not sufficient light for filming. A lieutenant came to me and said if I would go carefully along the sand dunes in the direction he suggested, possibly it would be better. He would say no more. I did so, and I had only gone about half a kilometre when, chancing to turn back, I spied coming over the dunes on my right 2 scouts, running for all they were worth. Quietly getting my camera into position, I started exposing, being certain this was the opening of the attack. I was not mistaken, for within a few minutes the advance guard came hurrying up in the distance. The attack was about to begin. Suddenly the French guns opened fire. They were concealed some distance in the rear. Shells then went at it thick and fast, shrieking one after the other overhead. The advance guard opened out, clambered up the dunes and disappeared over the top, I filming them. I waited until the supporting column came up and filmed them also. I followed them up and over the dunes. Deploying along the top, they spread out about 6 metres apart, with the object of deceiving the Germans as to their numbers, until the supporting column reached them. The battle of musketry then rang out. Cautiously advancing with a company, I filmed them take the offensive and make for a large dune 40 yards ahead. Successfully reaching it, they lay down and fired in rapid succession. Crawling up, I managed to take a fine scene of the attack, showing the explosion of 2 French shells over the ruins of the town. The Germans evidently found our range, for several shells came whistling unpleasantly near me. What followed was a succession of scenes showing the covering columns advancing and others moving round on the flank. The Germans lost very heavily in this engagement, and great progress was made by the gallant French. While filming a section of the flanking party, I had the nearest acquaintance with a shell that I shall ever wish for. I don't think it would have been the good fortune of many to have such an experience and come scatheless out of it. I was kneeling filming the scene when I heard a shell hurtling in my direction. Knowing that if I moved I might as likely run into it as not, I remained where I was, still operating my camera, when an explosion occurred just behind me, which sounded as if the earth itself had cracked. The concussion threw me with terrific force head over heels into the sand. The explosion seemed to cause a vacuum in the air for some distance around, for try as I would I could not get my breath. I lay gasping and struggling like a drowning man for what seemed an interminable length of time, although it could only have been a few seconds. At last I pulled round. My first thought was for my camera. I saw it a short distance away, half buried in the sand. Picking it up, I was greatly relieved to find it uninjured, but choked with sand round the lens, which I quickly cleared. The impression on my body caused by the concussion of the exploding shell seemed as if the whole of one side of me had been struck with something soft, yet with such terrible force that I felt it all over at the same moment. That is the best way I can describe it, and I assure you I don't wish for a second interview. Noticing some blood on my hand, I found a small wound on the knuckle. Whether or no it was caused by a small splinter from the shell, I cannot say. In all probability it was, for I do not think striking the soft sand would have caused it. Turning back, I made for the sea road, and filmed the reserves coming up to strengthen the positions already won. Hurrying across in the direction of another column, I filmed them steadily advancing, while their comrades kept the Germans employed from the top of a large dune. The main body then came up and lined the top for a considerable distance, and at the word of command the whole body arose as one man. For the fraction of a second they were strikingly silhouetted against the skyline, then with a cheer they charged down the other side. Darkness was now closing in, making it impossible for me to film any further developments, so I proceeded back to the cellar with an officer and some men. After resting a while, I decided to go back to Furnes that night with my films and get home with them as quickly as possible. Meeting a small transport car going in the desired direction, after some stores, I begged a ride, and getting up beside the driver, we started off. Owing to the enormous shell holes, it was impossible to proceed along the road without a light. What a magnificent sight it was! Magnesium star shells were continually being sent up by the Germans. They hung in the air alight for about 30 seconds, illuminating the ground like day. When they disappeared, the guns flashed out. Then the French replied. After that, more star shells. Then the guns spoke again, and so it continued. We were suddenly stopped by an officer warning us to put out our lamp immediately, and proceed cautiously for about 300 yards. While doing so, a shell came screaming by. We knew then that the Germans had seen our light. We immediately rushed to a shell-proof shelter in the sand. I had barely reached it when a shell exploded close by the car, half destroying the body of it. That was the only one that came anywhere near. Running to see what damage was done, I was pleased to see by the aid of a covered light that the chassis was practically uninjured. So, starting up, we once more proceeded on our journey. We had several narrow squeaks in negotiating corners and miniature sandbanks, and once we bumped into a mule that had strayed on to the road, but whether it will do so again I don't know, for after the bump it disappeared in a whirl of sand, making a noise like a myriad of fiends let loose. But the remainder of the journey was uneventful, and after a long night's rest I left for Calais. End of Part 1, Chapters 3 and 4. Part 1, Chapters 5 and 6 of How I Filmed the War by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Under Heavy Shell Fire. Time after time I crossed over to France and so into Belgium, and obtained a series of pictures that delighted my employers and pleased the picture theatre public. But I wanted something more than snapshots of topical events. Unfortunately, I had been unable to make previous arrangements for a car to take me into Belgium. The railroad was barred to me, and walking quite out of the question. A motor car was the only method of travelling. After 2 days of careful inquiries, I at last found a man to take me. He was in the transport department, taking meat to the trenches. I was to meet him that evening on the outskirts of Calais. And I met him that night at an appointed rendezvous and started on our journey. Eventually we entered Furnes. Making my way into a side street, I told my chauffeur to call at a certain address whenever he passed through the town, and if I should require his services further, I would leave a letter to that effect. I was awakened next morning by being vigorously shaken by my Belgian friend, Jules. "Quick, monsieur, the Germans are bombarding us," he cried. Jumping out of bed, I rushed to the window. The next second I heard the shriek of shells coming nearer. With a crash and a fearful explosion they burst practically simultaneously on the houses opposite, completely demolishing them, but luckily killing no one. Hastily dressing, I grabbed my camera and went out into the square and waited, hoping to film, if possible, the explosion of the shells as they fell on the buildings. 2 more shells came shrieking over. The few people about were quickly making for the cover of their cellars. Getting my camera into position, ready to swing in any direction, I waited. With deafening explosions the shells exploded in a small street behind me. The Germans were evidently trying to smash up the old Flemish town hall, which was in the corner of the market place, so I decided to fix my focus in its direction. But though I waited for over an hour, nothing else happened. The Germans had ceased firing, for that morning at least. Not till I had gone to my café did I realise the danger I had exposed myself to, but somehow I had seemed so confident that I should not get hit that to film the explosions entirely absorbed all my thoughts. Next morning I decided to tour the front line, if possible from Dixmude to Nieuport, making Ramscappelle a centre. I hoped to drop in with an isolated action or a few outpost duels, for up to the present things were going exceedingly slow from my point of view. Arranging for a dispatch rider to take me along to Ramscappelle, away I went. The roads were in a frightful condition after months of rain, and shell holes were dotted all over the surface. It is marvellous these men do not more frequently meet death by accident, for what with the back wheel sliding and skidding like an unbroken mule, and dodging round shell holes as if we were playing musical chairs, and hanging round the driver's waist like a limpet to keep our balance, it was anything but a comfortable experience. In the end, one back wheel slipped into a shell hole and pitched me into a lovely pool of water and mud. Then, after remounting, we were edged off the road into the mud again by a heavy transport lorry, and enjoyed a second mud bath. After that I came to the conclusion that I would rather film a close view of a bayonet charge than do another such journey. By now I was the most abject looking specimen of humanity imaginable. My camera in its case was securely fastened on my shoulders as a knapsack, and so, with the exception of a slight derangement which I soon readjusted, no damage was done. But the motor cycle suffered considerably, and leaving it alongside the road to await a breakdown lorry to repair it, or a shell to finish it, I proceeded on foot to Ramscappelle. Within 100 yards of the ruined town, from the shelter of a wrecked barn came the voice of a Belgian soldier, peremptorily ordering me to take cover. Without asking questions I did so by sprawling full length in a deep wheel rut, but as I had previously had a mud bath, a little more or less did not matter. I wriggled myself towards the cover of the barn, when a sharp volley of rifle fire broke out on my left. Gaining shelter, I asked the soldier the reason of the fusillade. "Uhlan outpost, monsieur," replied the man laconically. Keeping under cover, I crawled towards the back of the barn, and, ensconced behind some bales of straw on a small bridge, I filmed this Belgian outpost driving off the Uhlans, and peeping through one of the rifle slots, I could see them showing a clean pair of heels, but not without losing one of their number. He was brought into our lines later, and I was lucky enough to secure the pennon from his lance as a souvenir. I made my way by various means into the town. The place was absolutely devoid of life. It was highly dangerous to move about in the open. To be seen by the German airmen was the signal for being shelled for about 3 hours. Whilst filming some of the ruins I was startled by a sharp word of command. Turning round, I saw a Belgian soldier with his rifle pointing at me. He ordered me to advance. I produced my permit, and giving the password, I quite satisfied him. Bidding me come inside, he indicated a seat and asked me to have some soup. And didn't it smell appetising! A broken door served as a table, various oddments as chairs, and the soup copper stood in the centre of the table. This proved one of the most enjoyable meals of the campaign. The soldier told me they had to be very careful to guard against spies. They had caught one only that morning. "But he will spy no more, monsieur," he said, with a significant look. I rose and said I must leave them, as I wanted to take advantage of the daylight. I asked my friend if he could give me any information as to the whereabouts of anything interesting to film, as I wanted to take back scenes to show the people of England the ravages caused in Belgium by the Huns, and the brave Belgians in action. He was full of regrets that he was not able to accompany me, but being on duty he dare not move. With a hearty shake of the hand and best wishes, we parted, and, keeping under cover of the ruined buildings as much as possible, I made my way through Ramscappelle. Hardened as I was by now to sights of devastation, I could not help a lump rising in my throat when I came upon children's toys, babies' cots and such like things, peeping out from among the ruins caused by the German guns. These scenes caused me to wander on in deep thought, quite oblivious to my immediate surroundings. This momentary lapse nearly proved disastrous. By some means I had passed the sentries and wandered practically on top of a Belgian concealed heavy gun battery. I was quickly brought to my senses by being dragged into a gun trench, absolutely invisible both from the front and above. Compelled to go on hands and knees into the dug out, I was confronted by a rather irate Belgian officer, who demanded why I was there walking about and not taking cover. Did I know that I had drawn the enemy's fire, which was very nearly an unpardonable offence? Quickly realising the seriousness of my position, I thought the best thing to do was to tell him my mission, and so I explained to the officer that I had unconsciously wandered there. "There, monsieur," he said, "that is what you have done." And at that moment I heard 2 shells explode 15 yards behind us. "We dare not reply, monsieur," he said, "because this is a secret battery. Mon Dieu!" he exclaimed, "I hope they cease firing, or they may destroy our defences." Fortunately, the Germans, seeing no further sign of life, evidently thought it was a case of an isolated soldier, and so ceased their fire. Imagine my thankfulness. I inquired if there was anyone there who could speak English. A messenger was sent out, and returned with a Belgian, who before the war broke out was a teacher of languages in England. With his aid I gave the chief officer full explanation, and pledged my word of honour that neither names, districts, nor details of positions should ever be mentioned. Wishing to film some scenes of big guns in action, I inquired whether he was going to fire. He was expecting orders any minute, so, making myself as comfortable as possible in the dug out, I waited. But nothing happened, and that night, and the one following, I slept there. Early next morning, about 3 a.m., I was awakened by the noise of a terrific cannonading. Together with the officer I crawled out on to the top of our embankment and viewed the scene. The Germans had started a night attack. The Belgian guns had caught them in the act and were shelling them for all they were worth. As soon as it was daylight I strapped my camera on my back and, lying flat in the mud, I edged away in the direction of the battery. Before leaving, the officer gave me a final warning about drawing the Germans' fire. Alternately crawling and working my way on hands and knees, and taking advantage of any little bit of cover, I drew nearer to the guns. While I was lying here there crashed out a regular inferno of rifle fire from the German trenches. The bullets sang overhead like a flight of hornets. This certainly was a warm corner. If I had filmed this scene, all that would have been shown was a dreary waste of mud heaps caused by the explosion of the shells, and the graves of fallen soldiers dotted all over the place. As far as the eye could see, the country was absolutely devoid of any living thing. Thousands of people in England, comfortably seated in the picture theatre, would have passed this scene by as quite uninteresting except for its memories. but if the sounds I heard and the flying bullets that whizzed by me could have been photographed, they might take a different view of it. Death was everywhere. The air was thick with it. To have lifted my head would have meant the billet for a bullet, so there I had to lie soaked through to the skin, and before I had been there 20 minutes I was literally lying in water. The German fusillade seemed interminable. Suddenly, with a roar, the Belgian guns spoke. About 50 shells were fired, and gradually the rifle fire ceased. With a sigh of relief I drew myself out of the hole which my body had made, and on my elbows and knees, like a baby crawling, I covered the intervening ground to the battery. Getting up and bending nearly double, I ran under cover of the barricades. The men were astounded to see me run in. I went in the direction of a group of officers, who looked at me in amazement. Saluting me, one of them came forward and asked who I wanted. Explaining my business, I told him I had permission from headquarters to film any scenes of interest. The officer then introduced me to his friends, who asked me how in the world I had crossed the district without getting hit. I described my movements, and they all agreed I was exceedingly lucky. Once more the guns started, so getting my camera ready I commenced filming them in action, one scene after another. I changed from the firing of one gun to the full battery in action. The men were working like mad. All the time they were bailing water out of the gun trenches with buckets. In some cases, after the gun had fired, it sank back about 18 inches in the mud and had to be dug out and set again. These poor devils had been doing this for nearly 4 months. Every man of them was a hero. While taking these scenes, my compressed air cylinders ran out. Looking round for somewhere solid on which to put my machine and foot pump, I found some bricks and made a little foundation. Then I started to pump up. At every 6 strokes of the pump, it was necessary to pack under it more bricks, and still more, for the ground was a veritable morass. In the ordinary way my camera takes 10 minutes to refill. On this occasion it took me 45 minutes, and all the time guns were thundering out. Making my way in a semicircle, under cover of the communication trenches to the most advanced outpost, I filmed a party of Belgian snipers hard at work, cheerfully sniping off any German unwise enough to show the smallest portion of his head. Several times, while I was watching, I noticed one of the men mark upon his rifle with the stub of a pencil. I asked why he did it. "That, monsieur," he replied, "is a mark for every Bosche I shoot. See," he said, holding the butt end for me to look at, and I noticed 28 crosses marked upon it. Snatching it up to his shoulder, he fired again, and joyfully he added another cross. By this time it was getting dark, and quite impossible to take any more scenes, so I returned to the battery, where the officer kindly invited me to stay the night. Getting some dry straw from a waterproof bag, we spread it out on the boards of the trench hut, rolled our blankets round our shoulders, and lighted our cigarettes. Then they asked me about England. They told me that as long as Belgium existed they would never forget what England had done for her people. While talking, our candle went out, and as we had no other we sat in the darkness, huddled together to keep warm. Heavy rain again came on, penetrating through the earth roof and soaking into my blanket. I must have dozed off, for after a little while I awoke with a start, and, looking towards the entrance, I noticed a blue-white glare of light. As my companions were getting out, I followed them, in time to see the Germans sending up star shells, to guard against any attack on our part. The following day I filmed several scenes connected with the Belgian artillery and outposts. I waited during the remainder of the day to catch, if possible, some scenes of German shells exploding, but again I was doomed to disappointment, for, with the exception of a few at a distance, I was never able to get the close ones in my field of view. Having exhausted my stock of film, I decided to return to my base, but on bidding adieu to the Commandant, he begged me to return under cover of darkness. That night I set out for Furnes, and after walking about an hour I was lucky enough to get a lift in an ambulance wagon, which set me down in the market place. Entering the café by a side door, my Belgian friend seemed to me to be astounded at my appearance. He immediately rushed up to me, shook my hands and pummelled my back. His friends did the same. After I had got over my astonishment, I ventured to ask the reason for this jubilation. "We thought you were dead," he cried. "We heard you had been shot by the Germans, and as you had not turned up for the last 5 days, we came to the conclusion that it was true. "But, monsieur, we cannot tell you how pleased we are to see you again alive and well." Seeing the condition I was in, they heated water for a bath and assisted me in every way possible. When I was once more comfortable, I asked my friend over a cup of coffee to tell me the exact report, as it highly amused me. "Well, monsieur," he said, "your motorcyclist came rushing in the other evening, saying that Monsieur Malins, the Englishman, had been shot while crossing ground between the two batteries. He told us that you had been seen attempting the crossing, that you suddenly threw up your arms and pitched forward dead. And, monsieur, we were preparing to send your bag to London with a letter explaining the sad news. The Colonel was going to write the letter." "Well," I replied with a laugh, "I am worth a good many dead men yet. I remember crossing the ground you mention, but anyway, the eye witness who saw my death was certainly seeing things." Chapter VI. Among the Snows of the Vosges. The man who wants to film a fight, unlike the man who wants to describe it, must be really on the spot. A comfortable corner in the Hôtel des Quoi at Boulogne is no use to the camera man. "Is it possible to film actual events with the French troops in the Vosges and Alsace?" I was asked when I got back after my last adventure. "If the public wants those films," I replied, "the public must have them." And without any previous knowledge of the district or its natural difficulties, apart from the normal military troubles to which by that time I was hardened, I set out for Paris, determined to plan my route according to what I learned there. And for the rest, I knew it would be luck that would determine the result, because other camera men had attempted to cover the same district, men who knew everything there was to be known in the way of getting on the spot, and all had been turned back with trifling success. For various reasons, among them the claims of picturesqueness, Saint-Dié struck me as the best field, and to get there it is necessary to make a detour into Switzerland. From Geneva, where I arranged for transport of my films in case of urgent need, much as an Arctic explorer would leave supplies of food behind him on his way to the Pole, I arranged in certain places that if I was not heard from at certain dates and certain times, enquiries were to be made diplomatically for me. From Basle I went to the Swiss frontier and had a splendid view of the Alsace country, which was in German possession. German and Swiss guards stood on either side of the boundary, and they made such a picturesque scene that I filmed them, which was nearly disastrous. A gendarme pounced on me at once, took me to General Headquarters and then back to Perontreuil, where I was escorted through the streets by an armed guard. At the military barracks I was thoroughly examined by the Chief of the Staff, who drew my attention to a military notice prohibiting any photographing of Swiss soldiery. He decided that my offence was so rank that it must go before another tribunal, and off I was marched to Delemont, where a sort of court-martial was held on me. My film, of course, was confiscated. That was the least I could expect, but they also extracted a promise in writing that I would not take any more photographs in Switzerland, and they gave me a few hours to leave the country by way of Berne. That didn't suit me at all. Berne was too far away from my intended destination, and, after a hurried study of the map, I decided to chance it and go to Biel. I did. So did the man told off to watch me, and when I left the train at Biel he arrested me. I am afraid I sang "Rule Britannia" very loudly to those good gentlemen before whom he took me, claiming the right of a British citizen to do as he liked, within reason, in a neutral country. In the result they told me to get out of the country any way I liked, if only I would get out, and, as my opinion was much the same, we parted good friends. I had lost a week and many feet of good film, which showed me that the difficulties I should have to face in my chosen field of operations were by far the greatest I had up to then encountered in any of my trips to the firing line. I pushed on through Besançon on the way to Belfort. Now, Belfort, being a fortified town, was an obviously impossible place for me to get into, because I shouldn't get out again in a hurry. So I took a slow train, descended at a small station on the outskirts, prepared to make my way across country to Remiremont. This I achieved very slowly and with many difficulties, by means of peasants' carts and an occasional ride on horseback. This brought me into the firing zone and the region of snow. My danger was increased and my mode of progress more difficult, because for the first time in my life I had to take to skis. So many people have told the story of their first attempts with these that I will content myself with saying that, after many tumbles, I became roughly accustomed to them, and that when sledge transport was not available I was able to make my way on ski. I don't suppose anyone else has ever learned to ski under such queer conditions, with the roar of the big guns rumbling round all the time, with my whole expedition trembling every moment in the balance. The end of my journey to St. Dié was the most dramatic part of the whole business. Tired out, I saw a café on the outskirts of the village which I thought would serve me as a reconnoitring post, so I went in and ordered some coffee. I had not been there 5 minutes when some officers walked in, and drew themselves up sharply when they saw a stranger there, in a mud-stained costume that might have been a British Army uniform. I decided to take the bold course. I rose, saluted them, and in my Anglo French wished them good evening. They returned my greeting and sat down, conversing in an undertone, with an occasional side-flung glance at me. I saw that my attack would have to be pushed home, especially as I caught the word espion, or my fevered imagination made me think I did. I rose and crossed to their table, all smiles, and in my best French heartily agreed with them that one has to be very careful in war time about spies. In fact, I added, I had no doubt they took me for one. This counter-attack, and possibly the very noticeable Britishness of my accent, rather confused them. Happily one of them spoke a little English, and, with that and my little French, satisfactory explanations were made. I affected no secrecy about my object, and asked them frankly if it would be possible for pictures of their regiment to be taken. One of them promised to speak to the commandant about it. I begged them not to trouble about it, however, as really all I wanted was a hint as to when and where an engagement was probable, and then I would manage to be there. They shrugged their shoulders in a most grimly expressive way. "If you do that, it will be at your own risk," they said. I gladly accepted the risk, and they then told me of one or two vantage points in the district from which I might manage to see something of the operations, taking my chance, of course, of anything happening near enough to be photographed, as they could not, and quite rightly would not, say anything as to the plans for the future. It was not quite midday. I had at least 4 hours of daylight, and I determined not to lose them. It was obvious that my stay in St. Dié would be very brief at the best. I hired a sledge and persuaded the driver to take me part of the way, at least, to the nearest point which the officers had mentioned. But neither he nor his horse liked the way the shells were coming around, and at last even his avarice refused to be stimulated further at the expense of his courage. So I strapped on my skis, thankful for my earlier experience with them, and sped towards a wood which French soldiers were clearing of German snipers. I managed to get one or two good incidents there, though occasional uncertainty about my skis spoiled other fine scenes, and in my haste to move from one spot to another I once went head over heels into a snowdrift many feet deep. The ludicrous spectacle that I must have cut only occurred to me afterwards, and the utterly inappropriate nature of such an incident within sight of men who were battling in life and death grip was a reflection for calmer moments. I do not mind confessing that my sole thought during the whole of that afternoon was my camera and my films. The lust of battle was in me too. I had overcome great difficulties to obtain not merely kinema pictures, but actual vivid records of the Great War, scenes that posterity might look upon as true representations of the struggle their forefathers waged. Military experts may argue as to whether this move or that was really made in a battle. The tales of soldiers returned from the wars become, in passing from mouth to mouth, fables of the most wondrous deeds of prowess, but the kinema film never alters. It does not argue, it depicts. The terrific cannonade that was proceeding told me that beyond the crest of the hill an infantry attack was preparing. It was for me a question of finding both a vantage point and good cover, for shells had already whizzed screaming overhead and exploded not many yards behind me. There were the remains of a wall ahead, and I discarded my skis in order to crawl flat on my stomach to one of the larger remaining fragments, and when I got behind it I found a most convenient hole which would allow me to work my camera without being exposed myself. In the distance a few scouts, black against the snow, crawled crouching up the hill. The attack was beginning. The snow-covered hillside became suddenly black with moving figures sweeping in irregular formation up towards the crest. Big gun and rifle fire mingled like strophe and antistrophe of an anthem of death. There was a certain massiveness about the noise that was awful. Yet there was none of the traditional air of battle about the engagement. There was no hand-to-hand fighting, for the opponents were several hundred yards apart. It was just now and then, when one saw a little distant figure pitch forward and lie still on the snow, that one realized there was real fighting going on, and that it was not manoeuvres. The gallant French troops swept on up the hill, and I think I was the only man in all that district who noted the black trail of spent human life they left behind them. I raised myself ever so little to glance over the top of my scrap of sheltering wall, and away across the valley, on the crest of the other hill, I could see specks, which were the Germans. They appeared to be massing ready for a charge, but the scene was too far away for the camera to record it with any distinctness. I therefore swept round again to the French lines, to meet the splendid sight of the French reserves dashing up over the hill behind me to the support. Every man seemed animated by the one idea, to take the hill. There was a swing, an air of irresistibility about them that was magnificent. But even in the midst of enthusiasm, my trained sense told me that my position must have been visible to some of them, and that it was time for me to move. I edged my way along the broken stumps of wall to the shelter of a wood, and there, with bullets from snipers occasionally sending twigs, leaves, and even branches pattering down around me, with shells bursting all round, I continued to film the general attack until the spool in the camera ran out. To have changed spools there would have been the height of folly, so I plunged down a side path, where in the shelter of a dell with thick undergrowth I loaded up my camera again, and, utterly careless of direction, made a dash for the edge of the wood again, emerging just in time to catch the passage of a French regiment advancing along the edge of the road to cut off the retreat of the little party of Germans who had been endeavouring to hold it as an advanced sniping post. Snipers seemed to be in every tree. Bullets whistled down like acorns in the autumn breeze, but the French suddenly formed a semicircle and pushed right into the wood, driving the enemy from their perches in the trees, or shooting them as they scrambled down. Through the wood I plunged, utterly ignoring every danger, both from friend or foe, in the thrill of that wonderful drive. Luck, however, was with me. Neither the French nor the Germans seemed to see me, and we all suddenly came out of the wood at the far side. And I then managed to get a splendid picture of the end of the pursuit, when the French, wild with excitement at their success in clearing the district of the enemy, plunged madly down the hill in chase of the last remnants of the sniping band. A few seconds later I darted back into the cover of the trees. My mission was accomplished. I had secured pictures of actual events in the Vosges, but that was the least part of my work. I had to get the film to London. The excitement of the pursuit had taken me far from my starting point, and with the reaction that set in when I was alone in the wood, with all its memories and its ghastly memorials of the carnage, I found it required all my strength of nerve to push me on. I had to plough through open spaces, 2 feet and more deep in snow, through undergrowth, not knowing at what moment I might stumble across some unseen thing. Above all, I had but the barest recollection of my direction. It seemed many hours before I regained my stump of wall, and found my skis lying just where I had cast them off. It was a race against time, too, for dusk was falling, and I knew that it would be impossible to get out of Saint-Dié by any conveyance after dark. I had the luck to find a man with a sledge who was returning to a distant village some way behind the war zone, and he agreed, for a substantial consideration, to take me. We drove for many hours through the night, and it was very late when at last, in a peasant's cottage, I flung myself fully dressed on a sofa, for there was no spare bed, and slept like a log for several hours. It was by many odd conveyances that I made my way to Besançon, and thence to Dijon. I had managed to clean myself up and looked less like an escaped convict than I had done, but I was very wary all the way to Paris, where I communicated with headquarters and received orders to rush the films across to London as fast as ever I could. Having overcome the perils of the land, I had to face those of the sea, for the German submarines were just beginning their campaign against merchant shipping, and cross-channel steamers were an almost certain mark. So the boat service was suspended for a day or two, and there was I stranded in Dieppe with my precious films, as utterly shut off from London as the German army. I was held up there for 3 days, during which time I secured pictures of the steamer Dinorah, which limped into port after being torpedoed, of a sailing vessel which had struck a mine, and some interesting scenes on board French torpedo boat destroyers as they returned from patrolling the Channel. I spent most of my time hanging around the docks, ready to rush on board any steamer that touched at an English port. At last I heard of one that would start at midnight. My films were all packed in tins, sealed with rubber solution to make them absolutely watertight, and the tins were strung together, so that in the event of the ship going down I could have slipped them round my waist. If they went to the bottom I should go too, but if I was saved I was determined not to reach London without them. As it happened, my adventures were at an end. We saw nothing of any underwater pirates, and my trip to the fighting line ended in a prosaic taxicab through London streets that seemed to know nothing of war. End of Part 1. Chapters 5 and 6. Part 2, Chapters 1 and 2 of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 1, How I Came to Make Official War Pictures. During the early days of the war I worked more or less as a freelance cameraman, both in Belgium and in France, and it was not till the autumn of 1915 that I was appointed an official kinematographer by the War Office, and was dispatched to the front to take films under the direction of Kinematograph Trade Topical Committee. When offered the appointment, I did not take long to decide upon its acceptance. I was ready and anxious to go, and as I had had considerable experience of the work, both in Belgium and in the Vosges, I knew pretty well what was expected of me. Numerous interviews with the authorities and members of the committee followed, and for a few days I was kept in a fever of expectation. Eventually arrangements were completed, and the announcement was then made that Mr. Tang, of Jury's Imperial Pictures, and myself had been appointed official War Office kinematographers. I was in the seventh heaven of delight, and looked forward to an early departure for the front in my official capacity. This came soon enough, and on the eve of our going, Tang and I were entertained to dinner by the members of the Topical Committee, and during the postprandial talk many interesting and complimentary things were said. We left Charing Cross on an early morning in November, and several members of the committee were there to see us off and wish us Godspeed. We reached the other side safely, after a rather choppy crossing, and soon I was on my way to the front, and the front line trenches, if possible. Passing through Bailleul, Armentières and Ploegsteert, I was able to film some hidden batteries in action. As the whole road was in full view of the German lines, we had to go very carefully. Several shells dropped close by me when running across the open ground. I managed at last to get into a house, and from a top window, or rather what was once a window, filmed the guns in action. While doing so, an artillery officer came and told me not to move too much, as the Germans had been trying to find this battery for some considerable time, and if they saw any movement they would undoubtedly start to shell heavily. Not wishing to draw a cloud of shells on me, needless to say, I was very careful. Eventually I obtained the desired view, and making my way through the communication trenches to the front of the guns, I obtained excellent pictures of rapid firing. I had to keep very low the whole of the time. About 40 yards on my right a small working party of our men had been seen, and they were immediately strafed. During the next few days it rained the whole of the time, and there was little opportunity for photography, but I obtained some excellent scenes, showing the conditions under which our men were living and fighting, and their indomitable cheerfulness. About this time I arranged to go to the Canadian front trenches, in their section facing Messines. Arriving at the headquarters at Bailleul, I met Lieutenant Colonel , and we decided to go straight to the front line. Leaving in a heavy rain, we splashed our way through one continuous stream of mud and water. mile after mile of it. In places the water covered the entire road, until at times one hardly knew which was the road and which was the ditch alongside. Several times our car got ditched. Shell holes dotted our path everywhere. Apart from the rotten conditions, the journey proved most interesting. Vehicles of all kinds, from motor buses to wheelbarrows, were rushing backwards and forwards, taking up supplies and returning empty. Occasionally we passed ambulance cars with some poor fellows inside suffering from frostbite, or trench foot as it is generally called out here. Though their feet were swathed in bandages and they were obviously in great pain, they bore up like true Britons. Line after line of men passed us. Those coming from the trenches were covered in mud from head to foot, but they were all smiling, and they swung along with a word and a jest as if they were marching down Piccadilly. Those going in to take their places, were they gloomy? Not a bit of it. If anything, they were more cheerful, and quipped their mud-covered comrades on their appearance. We drew up at a ruined farmhouse, which the Colonel told me used to be their headquarters, until the position was given away by spies. Then the Germans started shelling it until there was hardly a brick standing. Luckily none of the staff were killed. Leaving the farm, we made our way on foot to Ploegsteert Wood. A terrible amount of strafing was going on here. Shells were exploding all round, and our guns were replying with interest. As we made our way cautiously up to the side of the wood, with mud halfway up to our knees, we scrambled, or rather waddled, round the base of the much contested hill, which the Germans tried their hardest to keep, but which, thanks to the Canadians, we wrested from them. Under cover of canvas screens, which in many places were blown away by shell fire, and bending low to save our heads from the snipers' bullets, we gained the communication trenches. Again wading knee-deep in mud and water, we eventually reached the firing trench. The German front line was only 65 yards away, and the town of Messines could be seen in the distance. Staying in this section of trench, I filmed several scenes of the men at work repairing and rebuilding the sides which the night previous had been destroyed by shell fire and the heavy rains. Then followed scenes of relief parties coming in, and working parties hard at it, trying to drain their dugouts. This latter seemed to me an almost superhuman task, but through it all the men smiled. Bending low, I raced across an open space, and with a jump landed in an advanced sniper's post in a ruined farmhouse. I filmed him, carefully and coolly picking off the Germans foolish enough to show their heads. Then I set my camera up behind what I thought quite a safe screen, to film a general view of our front line, but I had hardly started exposing when, with murderous little shrieks, 2 bullets whizzed close by my head, quite as near as I shall ever want them. Dropping as low as possible, I reached up, and still turning the handle, finished the scene. Then followed several pictures of scouts and snipers making their way across the ground, taking advantage of any slight cover they could get, in order to take up suitable positions for their work. By this time the light was getting rather bad, and as it was still raining hard, I made my way back. During the return journey, an officer who accompanied me showed himself unknowingly above the parapet, and zip came a bullet which ripped one of the stars off his coat. "Jove," said he, with the greatest of sang-froid, "that's a near thing, but it's spoilt my shoulder strap." And with a laugh we went on our way. Again we had to cross the open ground to the covered way. Accordingly we spread out about 50 yards apart and proceeded. Careful as we were, the Germans spotted us, and from thence onwards to the top of the hill, shrapnel shells burst all round us and overhead. Several pieces fell almost at my feet, but by a miracle I escaped unscathed. For some minutes I had to lie crouching in a ditch, sitting in water. It was a veritable inferno of fire. I cautiously worked my way along. Where the rest of the party had gone I did not know. I hugged my camera to my chest and staggered blindly on. In about half an hour I gained the cover of some bushes, and for the first time had a chance to look about me. The firing had momentarily ceased, and from various ditches I saw the heads of the other officers pop out. The sight was too funny for words. With a hearty laugh they jumped up and hurried away. My chauffeur, who incidentally used to carry my tripod, was the most sorry spectacle, for he was absolutely covered from head to foot with clay, and my tripod was quite unrecognisable. Hurrying over the top of the hill, we gained our cars and rapidly beat a retreat for headquarters. The following day I went to film the ruins of Richebourg Saint Vaast. What an awful spectacle! A repetition of the horrors of Ypres on a smaller scale. Nothing left, only the bare skeletons of the houses and the church. With great difficulty I managed to climb to the top of the ruined tower and filmed the town from that point. I was told by an observation officer to keep low, as the Germans had the church still under fire. Naturally I did so, not wishing for a shell that might bring the tower down and myself with it. Remarkable to relate, the figure of Christ upon the cross was untouched in the midst of this terrible scene of devastation. Subsequently the tower was completely destroyed by German shells. Hearing that the Canadian guns were going to bombard Petite Douve, a large farmstead which the Germans had fortified with machine guns and snipers, I started off from headquarters in the company of a lieutenant colonel and a captain. A few passing remarks on the conditions of the road as we went along to Hill 63 will be interesting. No matter where one looked there was mud and water. In several places the roads were flooded to a depth of 6 inches, and our cars several times sank above the front axle in hidden shell holes. The whole district was pitted with them. Entire sections of artillery were stuck in the mud on the roadside, and all the efforts of the men failed to move them. All around us hidden guns, 4.5 and 9.2, were hurtling their messengers of death with a monotonous regularity. Passing a signpost marked Hyde Park Corner, which looked incongruous in such a place, we entered Ploegsteert Wood. But what a change! It was as if one had suddenly left France and dropped unceremoniously into the western woods of America in the times of the old pioneers. By the woodside, as far as one could see, stretched a series of log huts. To the right the same scene unfolded itself. Our cars came to a stop. Then I had a chance to study the settings more closely. What a picture! Amidst all the glamour of war, these huts, surrounded by tall poplars, which stood grim, gaunt and leafless, in many places branchless owing to the enemy's shells, which tore their way through them, presented the most picturesque scene I had come across for many a long day. Upon the boards fixed over the doorposts were written the names of familiar London places. As the time of the bombardment was drawing near, I could not stay at the moment to film anything, but decided to do so at an early opportunity. Sharing my apparatus with 2 men, we started climbing through 18 inches of slimy mud towards the top of Hill 63. The effort was almost back-breaking. At last we got through and paused under cover of the ruins of an old château to gain breath. To negotiate the top needed care, as it was in full view of the German front. I went first with the captain, and both of us kept practically doubled up, and moved on all fours. The men behind us waited until we had covered about 100 yards, then they followed. We decided to make for a point in the distance which was at one time a grand old château. Now it was nothing more than a heap of rubble. We waited for the remainder of the party to come up before proceeding, the idea being that in case either of us was hit by shrapnel or picked off by a sniper, no time would be lost in rendering assistance. Resting a while, we again proceeded in the same order as before. We were held up by a sentry and warned to take the communication trenches down the hill, as German snipers had been picking off men in the working parties the whole of the morning, and shrapnel was continually bursting overhead. We entered the trench, and as usual sank up to our knees in mud. How in the world we got through it, I don't know. Every time I lifted my foot it seemed as though the mud would suck my knee boot off. After going along in this way for about 300 yards, and occasionally ducking my head to avoid being hit by bursting shells, we came to a ruined barn. The cellars had been converted, with the aid of a good supply of sandbags, into a miniature fort. A sloping tunnel led to the interior, and the captain going in front, we entered. There, by the light of a candle, and standing in a good 6 inches of water, was a captain shaving himself. This officer, the previous week, had led his party of bombers into the German trenches, killed over 30 and captured 12, and only suffered 1 casualty. For this action he was awarded the D.S.O. I was introduced, and sitting on the edge of a bench, we chatted until the others came up. A few minutes later the Colonel entered. We then started off in single file down the other side of Hill 63. I had to take advantage of any bit of cover that offered itself during the descent. At one point we had to cross an open space between a ruined farm and a barn. The Germans had several snipers who concentrated on this point, and there was considerable risk in getting across. Bending low, however, I started, and when half way over I heard the whistle of a bullet overhead. I dropped flat and crawled the remainder of the distance, reaching cover in safety. At that moment our big guns started shelling the German trenches, and knowing that the diversion would momentarily occupy the snipers' attention, the others raced safely across in a body. The remainder of the journey was made in comparative safety, the only danger being from exploding shrapnel overhead. But one does not trouble very much about that after a time. Reaching the front trenches, I made my way along to a point from which I could best view the Petite Douve. Obtaining a waterproof sheet, we carefully raised it very, very slowly above the parapet with the aid of a couple of bayonets. Without a doubt, I thought, the Germans would be sure to notice something different on that section after a few seconds. And so it proved. 2 rifle shots rang out from the enemy trench, and right through the sheet they went. Our object in putting up this temporary screen was to hide the erection of my tripod and camera, and then at the moment the bombardment began it was to be taken away, and I would risk the rest. Just when the bullets came through I was bending to fasten the tripod legs. A few seconds earlier, and one or the other of them would have surely found my head. Getting some sandbags, we carefully pushed them onto the parapet in order to break the contact as much as possible, and we put one in front of the camera in a direct line to cover the movement of my hand while exposing. I was now ready. Raising my head above the parapet for a final look, I noticed I was fully exposed to the right German trenches, and was just on the point of asking Captain if there was any possibility of getting sniped from that direction, when, with a zip, a bullet passed directly between our heads. Having obtained such a practical and prompt answer to my enquiry, though not exactly the kind I had expected, I had some more sandbags placed, one on top of the other, to shelter my head as much as possible. All I had to do now was to focus, and to do that I lifted the bottom edge of the screen gently. In a few seconds it was done, and, dropping the screen, I waited for the first shot. I was warned by an observing officer that I had still 5 minutes to spare. They were not bombarding until 2:15. German shells were continually dropping all round. The part of the hill down which we came was getting quite a lively time of it. The enemy seemed to be searching every spot. On the right a Canadian sniper was at work, taking careful aim. Turning to me he said, "Well, sir, I bet that chap won't want any more headache pills." The remark caused a good deal of laughter. Boom, boom, boom. In rapid succession came 2 shells from our guns. Everyone was alert. I sprang to my camera. 2 men were standing by me, ready to take down the screen. Boom came another shell, and at a sign the men dropped the screen. I was exposed to the full view of the German lines, from my shoulders upwards. I started exposing. The shells came in rapid succession, dropping right in the middle of the Petite Douve. As they fell, clouds of bricks and other débris were thrown in the air. The din was terrific. Nothing in the world could possibly have lived there. After about 30 shells had been dropped, there was a slight pause for about half a minute, during which I continued turning the handle. The Germans were too occupied in getting under cover to notice the fine target my head offered, for not a single shot was fired at me. Once more our guns rang out, and in as many seconds, at least so it seemed to me, another 30 shells dropped into the buildings and tore them from wall to wall. Word was then passed to me that this was the finishing salvo. With the same suddenness as it had begun, the firing ceased. Dropping quickly, and dragging the camera after me, I stood safely once more in the bottom of the trench, and to tell the truth I was glad it was over. To put one's head above the parapet of a trench with the Germans only 75 yards away, and to take a kinematograph picture of a bombardment, is not one of the wisest or safest things to do. Chapter 2. Christmas Day at the Front. On December 23rd I met an officer, a captain, at Charing Cross Station. We were leaving by the 8:50 train, and we were not the only ones to leave Christmas behind, for hundreds of men were returning to the front. Heartbreaking scenes were taking place, and many of the brave women folk were stifling their sobs in order to give their men a pleasant send off, possibly for the last time. Amidst hurried goodbyes and fond kisses from mothers, sisters, sweethearts and wives, and with shouts of "good luck" from hundreds of throats, the train started off. Handkerchiefs were waved from many windows, cheerful heads were thrust out, and not until the train had cleared the platform and the hurrahs had faded away in the distance did we take our seats. Then with set faces, grim with determination, we resigned ourselves to the fate that awaited us on the battlefields of France. Reaching Boulogne, after a rather choppy voyage, our car conveyed us to G.H.Q., which we reached late in the evening. The following morning I was told to leave for La Gorgue, to film scenes connected with the Guards Division. Late that afternoon the captain and I set out for our destination, reaching there about 8 o'clock. I was billeted in a private house and immediately inquired for some food, but it was impossible to obtain any there. Going out I walked through the town in the hope of finding a place to get something, but none could be found. Feeling very tired, I began to retrace my steps with the intention of going to bed. On my way back I had reason to change my mind. Quite an interesting scene unfolded itself. The boom of the guns rang out sharp and clear. The moon was shining brightly, and at intervals there flashed across the sky the not far distant glare of star shells. In the houses lining both sides of the road there was music, from the humble mouth organ to the piano, and lusty British voices were singing old English tunes with the enthusiasm of boyhood. On the pavement clusters of our Tommies were proceeding towards their billets, singing heartily at the top of their voices. Some batches were singing carols, others the latest favourites, such as "Keep the Home Fires Burning." No matter where one went, the same conditions and the same sounds prevailed. Just happy-go-lucky throngs, filled with the songs and laughter born of the spirit of Christmas. And yet, as I reached my room, despite the scenes of joyousness and hilarity rampant, I could still hear the crash of the guns. This was my second Christmas at the front, although not in the same district. Last year I was with the brave Belgian Army. This year was certainly very different in all respects, except the weather, and that was as poisonous as ever. A miserable, misty, drifting rain, which would soak through to the skin in a few minutes any one not provided with a good rainproof. Donning my Burberry, I proceeded towards a small chapel, or rather to a building which is now used as one. It was originally a workshop. On three sides it was entirely surrounded by the floods. The front door was just clear, but I had to paddle through mud half way up to my knees to get there. I intended to obtain a film of the Guards Division attending the Christmas service. Fixing up my camera, I awaited their arrival. After a short time they came along, headed by their band. What a fine body of men! Swinging along with firm stride they came past. Thinking I had got sufficient, I packed my camera, when to my astonishment I saw the Prince of Wales with Lord Cavan coming up at the rear. Rushing back to my old position, I endeavoured to fix up again to film them coming in, but I was too late. Anyway, I thought, I will get him coming out. Fixing up my machine at a new and advantageous point of view, I waited. The service began. I could hear the strains of the old, old carols and Christmas hymns. Surely one could not have heard them under stranger conditions, for as the sound of that beautiful carol, "Peace on earth, good will to men," swelled from the throats of several hundreds of our troops, the heavy guns thundered out round after round with increasing intensity. Strange that at such a moment so terrific a bombardment should have taken place. It seems as if some strange telepathic influence was at work, commanding all the guns in the vicinity to open fire with redoubled fury. And high in the air our steel birds were hovering over the enemy lines, directing the fire, and flecked all round them like flakes of snow was the smoke from the shrapnel shells fired on them by the Germans. "Peace on earth, good will to men," came the strains of music from the little church. Crash went the guns again and again, throwing their shrieking mass of metal far overhead. I fell into a deep reverie, and my thoughts naturally strayed to those at home. Returning to my room, I donned my thick woolen coat, as I intended to rush off to G.H.Q. to see Tong, who had got a bad attack of dysentery, and try and cheer him up. Getting into my car, I told the chauffeur to drive like the wind. I had 50 kilometres to go. Away we rushed through the night, and as we went through villages where our Tommies were billeted, the strains of the old home songs, Irish, Scotch and English, were wafted to my ears. Except for the incessant shelling, the flash of guns and the distant glare from the star shells, it was almost impossible to believe we were in the terrible throes of war. I arrived at G.H.Q. about 8:30 p.m. Poor Tong was very queer and feeling dejected. Not being able to speak French, he could not let the people of the hotel know what he wanted. I soon made him as comfortable as possible, and sat beside his bed chatting about this, the strangest Christmas Day I had ever experienced. After remaining with him for about an hour and a half, I again started for the front line, where I arrived about 1 a.m., dog tired, and at once turned in. So ended my second Christmas Day at the front, and, as I dozed off to sleep, I found myself wondering whether the next Christmas would find me still in France. Should I be listening to carols and guns at the front, or would the message of the bells peal from a church in an adjacent street at home, and announce the coming of another Christmas to me and mine? End of Part 2, Chapters 1 and 2. Part 2, Chapters 3, 4 and 5 of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, I Get into a Warm Corner. Boxing Day, but nothing out of the ordinary happened. I filmed the Royal Welsh Fusiliers en route for the trenches. As usual, the weather was impossible, and the troops came up in motor buses. At the sound of a whistle they formed up in line and stopped, and the men scrambled out and stood to attention by the roadside. They were going to the front line. They gave me a parting cheer, and a smile that they knew would be seen by the people in England, perchance by their own parents. I went along the famous La Bassée road, the most fiercely contested stretch in that part of the country. It was literally lined with shell-destroyed houses, large and small, châteaux and hovels. All had been levelled to the ground by the Huns. I filmed various scenes of the Coldstreams, the Irish and the Grenadier Guards. At the furthermost point of the road, to which cars are allowed, shells started to fall rather heavily, so, not wishing to argue the point with them, I took cover. When the strafing ceased, I filmed other interesting scenes, and then returned to my headquarters. The next day was very interesting and rather exciting. I was to go to the front trenches and get some scenes of the men at work under actual conditions. Proceeding by the road, I reached the Croix Rouge crossing, which was heavily strafed the previous day. Hiding the car under cover of a partly demolished house, and strapping the camera on my back, my orderly carrying the tripod, I started out to walk the remaining distance. I had not gone far when a sentry advised me not to proceed further on the road, but to take the trench lining it, as the thoroughfare from this point was in full view of the German artillery observers. Not wishing to be shelled unnecessarily, I did as he suggested. "And don't forget to keep your head down, sir," was his last remark. So, bending nearly double, I proceeded. As a further precaution, I kept my man behind me at a distance of about 20 yards. Several times high explosives and shrapnel came unpleasantly near. Presently I came upon a wooden tramway running at right angles to the road. My instructions were to proceed along it until I came to Signpost Lane. Why it was so dubbed I was unable to discover, but one thing I was certainly not kept in ignorance of for long, and that was that it was perpetually under heavy shell fire by the Germans. They were evidently under the impression that it was the route taken by our relief parties going to the trenches at appointed times during the day, and so they fairly raked it with shell fire. Unfortunately, I happened to arrive on one of these occasions, and I knew it. Shells dropped all round us. Hardly a square yard of ground seemed untouched. Under such conditions it was no good standing. I looked round for cover, but there was none. The best thing to do under the circumstances was to go straight on, trust to Providence, and make for the communication trenches with all speed. I doubled like a hare over the intervening ground, and I was glad when I reached the trenches, for once there, unless a shell bursts directly overhead or falls on top of you, the chances of getting hit are very small. I was now in the sniping zone, and could continually hear the crack of a Hun rifle and the resulting thud of a bullet striking the mud or the sandbags, first one side then the other. The communication trenches seemed interminable, and as we neared the front line the mud got deeper and parts of the trench were quite waterlogged. Plod, plod, plod. Section after section, traverse after traverse. Suddenly I came upon a party of sappers mending the parapet top with newly filled sandbags. At that particular section a shell had dropped fairly near and destroyed it, and any one walking past that gap stood a very good chance of having the top of his head taken off. These men were filling up the breach. "Keep your head well down, sir," shouted one as I came along. "They," meaning the Germans, "have got this place marked." Down went my head and I passed the gap safely. We were now well up in the firing trench. Fixing the camera and the rest of the apparatus, I began taking scenes of actual life and conditions in the trenches, that mysterious land about which millions have read but have never had the opportunity of seeing. No mere verbal description would suffice to describe them. Every minute the murderous crack of rifles and the whir of machine guns rang out. Death hovered all round. In front the German rifles, above the bursting shrapnel, each shell scattering its 400 odd leaden bullets far and wide, killing or wounding any unfortunate man who happened to be in the way. The trenches looked as if a giant cataclysm of nature had taken place. The whole earth had been upheaved, and in each of the mud hills men had burrowed innumerable paths 7 feet deep. It was hard to distinguish men from mud. The former were literally caked from head to foot with a ladder. I filmed the men at work. There were several snipers calmly smoking their cigarettes and taking careful aim at the enemy. Crack, 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 simultaneously. "Sure, sir," remarked one burly Irish Guardsman, "and he'll never bob his head up any more. It's him I've been after this several hours." And as coolly as if he had been at a rifle range at home, the man discharged the empty cartridge case and stood with his rifle motionless as a rock, his eyes like those of an eagle. All this time it was raining hard. I worked my way along the never ending traverses. Coming upon a mount of sandbags, I inquired of an officer present the nature and cause of its formation. He bade me follow him. At one corner a narrow downward path came into view. Trudging after him, I entered this strange shelter. Inside it was quite dark, but in a few seconds, when my eyes had got used to the conditions, I observed a hole in the centre of the floor about 5 feet square. Peering over the edge, I saw that the shaft was about 25 feet deep, and that there was a light at the bottom. It then dawned upon me what it really was. It was a mine shaft. At the bottom men worked at their deadly occupation, burrowing at right angles under our own trenches, under No Man's Land, and under the German lines. They laid their mines, and at the appointed time exploded them, thus causing a great amount of damage to the enemy's parapets and trenches, and killing large numbers of the occupants. Retracing my steps, I fixed the camera up, and filmed the men entering the mines, and others bringing up the excavated earth and sandbags and placing them on the outside of the barricade. Then I paused to film the men at work upon a trench road. Thinking I could obtain a better view from a point in the distance, I started off for it, bent nearly double, when a warning shout from an officer bade me be careful. I reached the point. Although about 50 yards behind the firing trench, I was under the impression that I was still sheltered by the parapet. Evidently I had raised my head too high while fixing up the tripod, for with a murderous whistle 2 bullets zipped by overhead. I must be more careful if I wanted to get away with a whole skin. So, bending low, I filmed the scene and then returned. While proceeding along the line, I filmed the regimental padre of the Irish Guards wading through the mud and exchanging a cheery word with every man he passed. What a figure he was! Tall and upright, with a long dark beard, and a voice that seemed kind and cheery enough to influence even the dead. He inspired confidence wherever he went. He stayed a while to talk to several men who were sitting in their dugouts pumping the water out before they could enter. His words seemed to make the men work with redoubled vigour. Then he passed on. Along this section at the back of the dugouts were innumerable white crosses leaning at all angles in the mud. They were the last resting place of our dead heroes. On each cross a comrade had written a short inscription, and some of these, though simple and at times badly spelt, revealed a pathos and a feeling that almost brought tears to the eyes. For all its slime and mud, it was the most beautiful cemetery I have ever seen. On some of the graves were a few wildflowers. No wreaths, no marble headstones, no elaborate ornamentation, but in their place a battered cap, a rusty rifle or a mud-covered haversack, the treasured belongings of the dead. I had barely finished filming the scene when with a shriek several shells came hurtling overhead from the German guns and burst about 100 yards behind our firing line. Quickly adjusting the camera, I covered the section with my lens. In a few seconds more shells came over, and turning the handle I filmed them as they burst, throwing up enormous quantities of earth. The Huns were evidently firing at something. What that something was I soon found out. An enemy observer had seen a small working party crossing an open space. The guns immediately opened fire. Whether they inflicted any casualties I do not know, but a few minutes later the same party of men passed me as though nothing had happened. The rain was still falling and the mist getting heavy, so I decided to make my way back to headquarters. Packing up and bidding adieu to the officers, I started on the return journey through the communication trenches. One officer told me to go back the same way, via Signpost Lane. "You will manage to get through before their evening strafing," he called out. After wearily trudging through nearly a mile of trenches, I came out at Signpost Lane, and I am never likely to forget it. We had left the shelter of the trench and were hurrying, nearly doubled, across a field when a German observer spotted us. The next minute whizz-bangs started falling around us like rain. No matter which way I turned, the tarnation thing seemed to follow and burst with a deafening crash. At last I reached the crossing and was making my way down the trench lining the road when a shell dropped and exploded not 30 feet ahead. But on I went, for a miss is as good as a mile. About 100 yards further on was the battered shell of a farmhouse. When almost up to it a couple of shells dropped fairly in the middle of it and showered the bricks all round. A fairly warm spot. I had just reached the corner of the building when I heard the shriek of a shell coming nearer. I guessed it was pretty close, and without a moment's hesitation dropped in the mud and water of a small ditch, and not a moment too soon, for with a dull thud the shell struck and burst hardly 7 feet from me. Had I not fallen down, these lines would never have been written. Picking myself up, I hurried on. Still the shells continued to drop, but fortunately at a greater distance. When I reached Croix Rouge I was literally encased in mud. Our progress along the road had been anxiously watched by the sentries and by my chauffeur. "Well, sir," said the latter, with a sigh of relief, "I certainly thought they had you that time." Chapter 4. The Battlefield of Neuve Chapelle. It occurred to me that an interesting film might be made out of scenes of the battlefield of Neuve Chapelle. The very thought of it conjured up a reeking, whirling mass of humanity, fighting with all the most devilish, death-dealing weapons that had ever been conceived by the mind of man. I decided to do a picture of the scene, and took with me an orderly who had never been under fire before. We proceeded along the La Bassée road, and at the Croix Rouge proceeded on foot towards Neuve Chapelle. As usual, Bosche shelling was so consistent in its intensity that we thought it advisable to spread out a bit, in case a shell burst near us. My guide was Major , who commanded one of the regiments holding the ground on the other side of Neuve Chapelle. Eventually I reached the assembly trenches, where our men concentrated for the great attack. In shape they were just ordinary trenches, branches off a main gallery, but they were in an awful state of decay, and literally torn to shreds by shell fire. What tales these old sandbags might tell, if only they could speak. Tales of our brave boys and our Indian troops that would live for ever in the history of mankind. Standing upon one of the parapets, I looked round, and marvelled that it was possible in so small a section of ground so many men were hidden there. Quickly formulating my programme, I decided to begin at the assembly trenches and follow in imagination the path of the troops during the battle, ending up in the ruins of Neuve Chapelle village itself, which I could see in the distance. "Be careful," came the warning voice of a major. "The whole of the ground here is in view of the Bosche artillery observers. If they see anyone moving about, they'll start strafing like anything, and I assure you they do it very conscientiously." I therefore kept as low as possible. Fixing up the camera, I started to film the scenes from the assembly trenches to the old first line trench, and then into the stretch of ground known as No Man's Land. Finishing this particular picture, we went along to the old German trenches, and during the whole time we bent nearly double to keep under the line of the old parapets. In the old German trenches the frightful effect of modern shell fire was only too apparent. The whole line, as far as one could see, was absolutely smashed to atoms. Only the bases of the parapets were left, and in the bottom of the trenches was an accumulation of water and filth. It was a disgusting sight. The whole place was littered with old German equipment, and whilst wading and splashing along through the water, I saw such things, and such stenches assailed my nostrils as I shall not easily forget. Dotted all over the place, half in and half out of the mud and water, were dead bodies. But why recount the horrors of the scene? Imagine the sights and the smell. How I got through that section of trench, heaven only knows. It was simply ghastly. To escape from the scene, I hurried to the end of the trench and again crossed No Man's Land. The sight here was not so bad as in the trenches. To obtain a good view of the spot, I got up very gingerly on top of the parapet, fixed the machine and filmed the scene. But this enterprise nearly put an end to my adventure, and also to the other members of the party. I had finished taking and had got my camera down on the stand in the bottom of the trench, and was on the point of unscrewing it, when 2 shells came hurtling overhead and exploded about 40 feet away. The Major ran up to me and shouted that I had been seen, and told me to take cover at once. He and the others, suiting the action to the word, dived below the parapets. Snatching the camera off its stand, I followed, and paddled as close as possible to the mud. The shells began falling in quick succession. Nearer and nearer they came. Some just cleared the parapet top, some burst in front, some immediately behind. "They've got our line. Let's shift along further," someone said. From one point of the trench to the other we dodged. The shells seemed to follow us wherever we went. Crash! One struck the crumbling parapet on the very spot where, a few seconds before, I had been sheltering. In the rush for cover I had lost the handle of the camera, and as it was the only one I had there, I began to work my way back to find it. "Don't be a fool," called the Major. "If you show yourself they'll have you, as sure as eggs are eggs." But my anxiety to obtain pictures of the bursting shells was too much for me. I set to make a handle of wood. Looking round, I spotted an old tree trunk behind which I could take cover. Doubling towards it, I crouched down, and finding a piece of wood and an old nail, I fashioned a handle of a sort. At this moment a funny incident occurred. I had momentarily forgotten the existence of the other members of the party. I was hoping against hope that they had escaped injury. What had happened to them? Where were they? It almost seemed as if my thoughts were communicated by telepathy to one of them, for just above the parapet in front of me rose the head of Captain Blank. "I say, Malins," he said, "did you find your handle?" The words were barely out of his mouth when a shell shot by. Captain Blank's head went down like a jack-in-the-box. The sight was too funny for words. If he hadn't ducked, the shell would have taken his head off, for it struck the ground and exploded, as we found out afterwards, only 10 feet away. For 3/4 of an hour this strafing continued, then giving Bosche 10 minutes to settle down, we came out of our holes and corners. What sights we were! Collecting my apparatus, I again crossed No Man's Land, and carefully made my way into the village of Neuve Chapelle itself. To describe it would only be to repeat what I said of the devastated city of Ypres. There was nothing whole standing. The place was smashed and ground down out of all recognition, and yet from its solitary high position upon the cross the figure of Christ looked down upon the scene. It was absolutely untouched. It stood there, this sacred emblem of our faith, grim and gaunt against the sky, a lonely sentinel. The scene was a sermon in itself, and mere words fail to describe the deep impression it made upon me. Chapter V. Filming the Prince of Wales. To-day has certainly been most interesting and not without excitement. I was to film the bombardment of a concrete German blockhouse from the Guards' trenches at . Previous to starting out from , news came through from headquarters that the Prince of Wales was going to inspect some guns with Lord Cavan. The staff officer who told me this knew the trouble I had previously experienced in trying to obtain good films of the Prince, and warned me to be very careful. I inquired the time of his arrival at the gun pits. So far as I could ascertain, it was to be at 11:30 a.m. I therefore decided to be there half an hour earlier, and make a hide-up for myself and camera. I was determined to succeed this time. Proceeding by way of , which place has suffered considerable bombardment, the church and surrounding buildings having been utterly destroyed, I stayed a while to film the interior and exterior of the church, and so add another to the iniquitous record of the Boches for destroying everything held sacred. A short distance outside the town I came upon the gun positions, and crossing a field, or rather shall I say a mud pond, for the mud very nearly reached my knees, I selected a point of vantage at one side of a hedge which ran at right angles to the gun pits. There was only one path fit to traverse, and getting hold of an officer, I asked him if we could so arrange it that the Prince started from the further end of the path and came towards camera. He said he would try. Fixing up the camera, I got in front of the hedge facing the path, and completely hid all signs of the machine with bracken and branches of trees. Pushing the lens well through the hedge, I ripped open an old sandbag, cut a hole in it and hung it on the hedge, with my lens pointing through. By such means it was quite impossible for any one in front to see either myself or the camera, and having completed my preparations, I settled down to patiently await the arrival of the Prince. In about half an hour he came along with Lord Cavan, a general, and other officers of the staff. True to his promise, Captain got the Prince to follow the path I had indicated. When he arrived at the further end of the row of guns, I started filming. He came direct towards the camera, but when within 15 feet of it, the noise of handle turning attracted his attention. He stood fully 15 seconds gazing in my direction, evidently wondering what it was on the other side of the hedge. Then he passed out of range. I hurried across the field with my aeroscope, an automatic camera, and stood at the end of the path waiting for him to pass. In a few moments he came along, and I started filming. The smiles of the staff officers were pleasing to behold. One of them remarked to the Prince that it was quite impossible to escape this time. As he passed inside the farmhouse I heard him remark, "That was the man I tried to dodge on Christmas Day. How did he know I was coming here? Who told him?" The inquiry was followed by some good-natured laughter, and feeling satisfied with my work, I hurried away. I had now to proceed to the front line trenches, taking the car as far as possible along the road. I had hidden it under cover of some ruined buildings, and taking the camera and bidding my chauffeur bring the tripod, I started out. A captain conducted me. We quickly got to the communication trenches. As usual, a good deal of strafing was going on, and the German snipers were very busy. When we reached the first line firing trenches, I peered over the parapet through a periscope, but found I was too far south of the blockhouse. So I proceeded higher up, and about 800 yards further on came a traverse, which I had chosen, and the loophole through which I was going to film the scene. The distance to the German blockhouse from where I was standing was about 150 yards. The thickness of the parapet, I should say, was roughly 4 feet, and through the parapet was a conical, square-shaped wooden cylinder. In front, under cover of darkness the night previous, I had had 2 sandbags placed, so that when everything was ready and my camera fixed, a slight push from the back with a stick would shift them clear of the opening. Fixing up the camera, I very carefully pinned an empty sandbag over the back of the aperture, with the object of keeping any daylight from streaming through. I placed a long stick ready to push the sandbags down. I intended doing that after the first shell had fallen. This particular loophole had been severely sniped all the morning, the Germans evidently thinking it was a new Maxim gun emplacement. Time was drawing near. I thought I would try with the stick whether the sandbags would fall easily. Evidently I gave them too vigorous a push, for the next moment they came toppling down. Knowing such a movement as that was certain to attract the German snipers' attention, I quickly ducked my head down and hoped our 9.2's would soon open fire. I did not relish the idea of having a bullet through my camera. Sure enough, the Germans had seen the movement, for bullets began battering into sandbags around the loophole. At that moment the CO withdrew the whole of the men from that section of the trench, and I was left alone. But the prospect of getting a fine film drove all other thoughts from my mind. A few minutes later the first shell came hurtling over and exploded within 10 yards of the blockhouse. I started filming. Shell after shell I recorded as it exploded, first on one side, then on the other, until at last the 8th shell fell directly on top of the blockhouse, and with a tremendous explosion the whole fabric disappeared in a cloud of smoke and flame. Débris of every description rattled in the trench all round me, and continued to fall for some moments, but luckily I was not hit. Being unable to resist the temptation of looking over the parapet, I jumped up and gazed at the remains of the building, which now consisted of nothing more than a twisted, churned up mass of concrete and iron rails. Our artillery had done its work, and done it well. End of Part 2, Chapters 3, 4 and 5. Part 2, Chapters 6 and 7 of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. My first visit to Ypres and Arras. To Ypres. This was the order for the day. The news gave me a thrill of excitement. The thunder of the big guns grew louder as we approached the front line, until they seemed to merge into one continuous roar. Stopping on the road, I asked if the Germans were "strafing" to-day. "Yes," said one of our military police. "They were shelling us pretty heavily this morning. You will have to be very careful moving about inside. Bosche machines are always up in the air, taking bearings for the guns." Arriving at the outskirts of the ruined town, we were pulled up by a sentry, who, finding our papers in order, allowed us to proceed. At that moment a furious fusillade of gunfire attracted our attention, and 3 shrill blasts of a whistle rang out. Then we heard a cry, "Every one under cover!" Stopping the car, I immediately jumped out and stood under cover of a broken down wall, and looking up could see the cause of this activity. High in the air, about 8,000 to 10,000 feet, was a Bosche aeroplane, and while I was watching it, shrapnel shells from our anti-aircraft guns were exploding round it like rain. A great number were fired at it. The whole sky was flecked with white and black patches of smoke, but not one hit was recorded. The machine seemed to sail through that inferno as if nothing were happening, and at last it disappeared in the haze over its own lines. Only then were we allowed to proceed. I had made a rough programme of what to film, and had decided to start from the Grande Place. In a few words I may say that I filmed the Place from the remains of the Cloth Hall, the Cathedral, and various districts of the town, but to try and describe the awful condition of what was once the most beautiful town in Belgium would be to attempt the impossible. No pen and no imagination could do justice to it. The wildest dreams of Dante could not conjure up such terrible, such awful scenes. The immensity of the outrage gripped me perhaps more completely when I stood upon the heap of rubble that was once the most beautiful piece of architecture of its kind in all the world. The Cloth Hall and the Cathedral looked exactly as if some mighty scythe had swept across the ground, levelling everything in its path. The monster 15-inch German shells had dismembered and torn open the buildings brick by brick. Confusion and devastation reigned everywhere, no matter in what direction you looked. It was as if the very heavens and the earth had crashed together, crushing everything between them out of all semblance to what it had been. The ground was literally pockmarked with enemy shell holes. The stench of decaying bodies followed me everywhere. At times the horror of it all seemed to freeze the understanding, and it was difficult to realize that one was part and parcel of this world of ours. Literally, horror was piled upon horror. And this was the 20th century of which men boasted. This was civilization. Built by men's hands, the result of centuries of work. Now look at them, those beautiful architectural monuments, destroyed in a few months by the vilest spawn that ever contaminated the earth. A breed that should and would be blotted out of existence as effectively as they had blotted out the town of Ypres. Beneath one large building lay buried a number of our gallant soldiers who were sheltering there wounded. The position was given away by spies, with the result that the Germans poured a concentrated fire of shells upon the helpless fellows, and the shelling was so terrific that the whole building collapsed and buried every living soul beneath the débris. As I stood upon the heap, tears came into my eyes, and the spirits of the brave lads seemed to call out for vengeance. And even as I stood and pondered, the big guns rang out, the very concussion shaking bricks and dust upon me as I stood there. While filming the scene, German shells came hurtling and shrieking overhead, exploding just behind me, and scattering the débris of the ruins high above and whizzing in my direction. To obtain a good viewpoint, I clambered upon a mount of bricks nearly 50 feet high, all that was left of the cathedral tower. From that eminence I could look right down into the interior, and I succeeded in taking an excellent film of it. While doing so, 2 German shells exploded a short distance away. Whether it was the concussion or pieces of shell that struck it, I do not know, probably the latter, but large pieces of stone and granite fell at my feet, and one piece hit my shoulder. So I quickly made my way to more healthy quarters, and even as I left, the shells overhead began to shriek with redoubled fury, as if the very legions of hell were moaning, aghast at the terrible crime which the fiendish Huns had perpetrated. Arras, although not by any means as badly damaged as Ypres, is one of the most historical and beautiful places systematically destroyed by the Germans. The cathedral, the wonderful museum, the Hôtel de Ville, once the pride of this broken city, are now no more. Arras provides yet another blasting monument of the unspeakable methods of warfare as practised by the descendants of Attila the Hun. The city was as silent as the tomb when I visited it. It was dead in every sense of the word, a place only fit for the inhabitants of the nether world. Only when the German shells came screaming overhead with unearthly noise in an empty street was the silence broken in this city of the dead. I visited the ruined cathedral and filmed various scenes of the interior and exterior, having to climb over huge mounds of fallen masonry to obtain my best viewpoints. In places, all that was left standing was the bare walls. The huge columns with their beautiful sculptures, no longer able to support the roof, still stood like grim sentinels watching over their sacred charge. And yet, despite the unholy bombardment to which the building had been subjected, 3 things remained unharmed and untouched in the midst of this scene of awful desolation. The 3 crucifixes, with the figures of Christ still upon them, gazed down upon this scene of horror. And high upon the topmost joint of the south wall stood the cross, the symbol of Christianity, unharmed. The united endeavours of the powers of evil could not dislodge that sacred emblem from its topmost pinnacle. I left the cathedral and walked along the grass-covered streets, pock-marked by innumerable shell holes, and every now and then I had to dive into some cellar for shelter from falling shells. At the Hôtel de Ville the same sight presented itself. The bombardment had reduced its walls to little more than a tottering shell, which fell to pieces at the merest touch. Chapter VII. The Battle of Saint-Éloi. A bombardment was to take place. A rather vague statement and a common enough occurrence, but not so this one. I had a dim idea, not without foundation as it turned out, that there was more in this particular bombardment than appeared on the surface. Why this thought crossed my mind I do not know, but there it was, and I also felt that it would somehow turn out seriously for me before I had finished. I was to go to a certain spot to see a general, and obtained permission to choose a good viewpoint for my machine. My knowledge of the topography of this particular part of the line was none too good. Reaching the place, I met the General, who said in a jocular way when I had explained my mission, "Have you come to me to-day by chance, or have you heard something?" This remark, "Had I heard something?" confirmed my opinion that something was going to happen. Without more ado, the General told me the bombardment would take place on the morrow, somewhere about 5:30 a.m. "In that case," I said, "it will be quite impossible to obtain any photographs. Anyway," I added, "if you will permit me, sir, I will sleep in the front line trenches to-night, and so be ready for anything that may happen. I could choose a good spot for my machine this afternoon." "Well," he replied, "it's a hot corner," and going to the section maps he told me our front line was only 45 yards away from the Bosche. "You will, of course, take the risk, but honestly speaking, I don't expect to see you back again." This was anything but cheerful, but being used to tight corners I did not mind the risk, so long as I got some good films. The General then gave me a letter of introduction to another General, who, he said, would give me all the assistance he could. Armed with this document, I started out in company of a staff officer, who was to guide me to the Brigade headquarters. Arriving there it was the most advanced point to which cars were allowed to go I obtained 2 orderlies, gave one my aeroscope, the other the tripod, and strapping another upon my back, we started off on a 2-mile walk over a small hill, through communication trenches, to the section. At a point which boasted the name of Cooker Farm, which consisted of a few dug outs well below ground level, and about 5 by 6 feet high inside by 7 feet square, I interviewed 2 officers, who 'phoned to the front line telling them of my arrival. They wished me all good luck on my venture, and gave me an extra relay of men to get me to the front. A considerable amount of shelling was going on overhead, but none fortunately came in my immediate neighbourhood. The nearest was about 50 yards away. From our front line trenches the Bosche lines were only 45 yards away, therefore dangers were to be anticipated from German snipers. A great many of our men had actually been shot through the loophole of plates. I immediately reported myself to the officer in charge, who was resting in a dug out built in the parapet. He was pleased to see me, and promised me every assistance. I told him I wished to choose a point of vantage from which I could film the attack. Placing my apparatus in the comparative safety of the dug out, I accompanied him outside. Rifle fire was continuous. Shells from our 60-pounders and 4.2's were thundering past overhead, and on either side Minnies (German bombs) were falling and exploding with terrific force, smashing our parapets and dug outs as if they had been the thinnest of matchwood. Fortunately for us, these interesting novelties could be seen coming. Men are always on the look out for Minnies, and when one has been fired from the Bosche it rises to a height of about 500 feet, and then, with a sudden curve, descends. At that point it is almost possible to calculate the exact whereabouts of its fall. Every one watches it. The space is quickly cleared, and it falls and explodes harmlessly. Sometimes the explosion throws the earth up to a height of nearly 150 feet. While I was deciding upon the exact point of the parapet upon which I would place the camera, a sudden cry of "Minnie" was heard. Looking up, I saw it was almost overhead, and with a quick rush and a dive I disappeared into a dug out. I had barely got my head into it before Minnie fell and blew the mud in all directions, covering my back plentifully, but fortunately doing no other damage. Eventually I decided upon the position, and looking through my periscope saw the German trenches stretching away on the right for a distance of half a mile, as the ground dipped into a miniature valley. From this point I could get an excellent film, and if the Germans returned our fire I could revolve the camera and obtain the resulting explosions in our lines. The farmhouse where I spent the night was about 900 yards behind the firing track. All that now remained of a once prosperous group of farm buildings were the battered walls, but with the aid of a plentiful supply of sandbags and corrugated iron the cellars were made comparatively comfortable. By the time I reached there it was quite dark, but by carefully feeling my way with the aid of a stick, I stumbled down the 5 steps into the cellar and received a warm welcome from Captain , who introduced me to his brother officers. They all seemed astounded at my mission, never imagining that a moving picture man would come into the front battle line to take pictures. The place was about 10 feet square. The roof was a lean-to, and was supported in the centre by 3 tree trunks. 4 wooden frames, upon which was stretched some wire netting, served as bedsteads. In a corner stood a bucket fire, the fumes and smoke going up an improvised chimney of petrol tins. In the centre was a rough table. One corner of it was kept up by a couple of boxes. Other boxes served as chairs. Rough as it was like heaven compared with other places at which I have stayed. By the light of 2 candles placed in biscuit tins we sat round and chatted upon kinematograph and other topics until 11:30 p.m. The colonel of another regiment then came in to arrange about the positions of the relieving battalions which were coming in on the following day. He also arranged for his sniping expert and men to accompany the patrolling parties, which were going out at midnight in No Man's Land to mend mines and spot German loopholes. A message came through by 'phone from Brigade Headquarters that the time of attack was 5:45 a.m. I could have jumped for joy. If only the sky was clear, there would be enough light for my work. The news was received in quite a matter-of-fact way by the others present, and after sending out carrying parties for extra ammunition for bomb guns, they all turned in to snatch a few hours' sleep, with the exception of the officer on duty. At 12 o'clock I turned in. Rolling myself in a blanket and using my trench coat and boots as a pillow, I lay and listened to the continual crack of rifle fire and the thud of bullets striking and burying themselves in the sandbags of our shelter. Now and then I dozed, and presently I fell asleep. I suddenly awakened with a start. What caused it I know not. Everything seemed unnaturally quiet. With the exception of an isolated sniper, the greatest war in history might have been thousands of miles away. I lit a cigarette and was slowly puffing it time 4:15 a.m. when a tremendous muffled roar rent the air. The earth seemed to quake. I expected the roof of our shelter to collapse every minute. The shock brought my other companions tumbling out. Something was happening. The rumble had barely subsided when it seemed as if all the guns in France had opened rapid battery fire at the same moment. Shells poured over our heads towards the German positions in hundreds. The shrieking and ear-splitting explosives were terrific, from the sharp bark of the 4.2 to the heavy rumble and rush of the 9-inch How. The Germans, surprised in their sleep, seemed absolutely demoralised. They were blazing away in all directions, firing in the most wild and extraordinary manner, anywhere and everywhere. Shells were crashing and smashing their way into the remains of the outbuildings, and they were literally exploding all round. Captain instructed his officers to see what had happened to the ammunition party. They disappeared in the hell of shell fire as though it were quite an everyday incident. I opened the door, climbed the steps, and stood outside. The sight which met my eyes was magnificent in its grandeur. The heavens were split by shafts of lurid fire. Masses of metal shot in all directions, leaving a trail of sparks behind them. Bits of shell shrieked past my head and buried themselves in the walls and sandbags. One large missile fell in an open space about 40 feet on my left, and exploded with a deafening, ear-splitting crash. At the same moment another exploded directly in front of me. Instinctively I ducked my head. The blinding flash and frightful noise for the moment stunned me, and I could taste the exploding gas surrounding me. I stumbled down the steps into the cellar, and it was some minutes before I could see clearly again. My companions were standing there, calmly awaiting events. The frightful din continued. It was nothing but high explosive shrapnel, ordinary shrapnel, trench bombs, and bullets from German machine guns. One incessant hail of metal. Who on earth could live in it? What worried me most was that there was not sufficient light to film the scene, but thank heaven it was gradually getting lighter. It was now 5 a.m. The shelling continued with increasing intensity. I got my apparatus together, and with 2 men decided to make my way to the position in the front line. Shouldering my camera, I led the way, followed by the men at a distance of 20 yards. Several times on the journey shrapnel balls and splinters buried themselves in the mud close by. When I reached the firing trench, all our men were standing to arms, with grim faces, awaiting their orders. I fixed up the tripod so that the top of it came level with our parapet, and fastened the camera upon it. It topped the parapet of our firing trench, the Germans only 45 yards away, and to break the alignment I placed sandbags on either side of it. In this position I stood on my camera case and started to film the Battle of St. Eloi. Our shells were dropping in all directions, smashing the German parapets to pulp and blowing their dugouts sky high. The explosions looked gorgeous against the ever increasing light in the sky. Looking through my view finder, I revolved first on one section, then on the other, from a close view of 6-inch shells and Minnies bursting to the more distant view of our 9.2. Then, looking right down the line, I filmed the clouds of smoke drifting from the heavy woolly bears, or high shrapnel, then back again. Shells, 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 bursting masses of molten metal, every explosion momentarily shaking the earth. The Germans suddenly started throwing Minnies over, so revolving my camera, I filmed them bursting over our men. The casualties were very slight. For fully an hour I stood there filming this wonderful scene, and throughout all the inferno neither I nor my machine was touched. A fragment of shrapnel touched my tripod, taking a small piece out of the leg. That was all. Shortly after 7 o'clock the attack subsided, and as my film had all been used up, I packed and returned to my shelter. What a scoop this was! It was the first film that had actually been taken of a British attack. What a record! The thing itself had passed. It had gone, yet I had recorded it in my little 7 by 6 inch box, and when this terrible, devastating war was over, and men had returned once again to their homes, business men to their offices, ploughmen to their ploughs, they would be able to congregate in a room and view all over again the fearful shells bursting, killing and maiming on that winter's morning of March 27th, 1916. End of Part 2, Chapters 6 and 7. Part 2, Chapter 8 of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. A Night Attack and a Narrow Escape. The weather was very fine when I left G.H.Q., but on reaching to interview Colonel in reference to the mining section, rain fell heavily. I arrived soon after midday and went to the Intelligence Department to report. The CO telephoned to the C. of M. for an appointment. It was made for 9 o'clock that night. Having plenty of time at my disposal, I returned to and passed a few hours with some friends. In the evening I returned for my appointment at the hour named. The Colonel was exceedingly interested in my project and was willing to do anything to help me. He gave me a letter of introduction to the Corps Commander of the Army, Brigadier General , also one to Captain , CO of the mining section. I was to proceed to General first and obtain the permission. At 8 o'clock the following morning I rushed off to the Company H.Q. I met the General leaving his château. Having read my letter of introduction, he promptly gave his consent. I was to report to Major at H.Q. saying it was quite all right. Thanking the General, I hastened to H.Q., and showing his letter and delivering his message, I was given a note to Captain , asking him to give me every assistance. Before leaving, the Major wished me success, and asked me whether I was prepared to wait until a "blow" came off. "Yes, sir," I replied, "for 5 or 6 days in the trenches, if necessary." The Colonel had made arrangements with several companies that they were to report immediately to Company when they were going to "blow," in order to give me time to go immediately to the spot and film it. Leaving the Company's H.Q., I proceeded to and duly presented the Captain's letter. "You have the Corps' permission," said the Colonel. "It will now be necessary to obtain the Divisional CO. permit." This I eventually obtained. Now if by any chance a "blow" took place opposite either of the other companies, it would be necessary to obtain their permission, as they were in another division. Therefore, calling upon a major of that division, I secured the final permit. Next morning I left for the front line trenches. Reaching , which was smashed out of all recognition, we drew up under cover of some ruined walls. Shells were falling and bursting among the ruins, but these diversions were of such ordinary everyday occurrence that hardly any notice was taken of them. If they missed, well, they were gone. If they hit, well, it was war. The miners, gathering near the bird cage, a spot which derives its name from a peculiar iron cage erection at the corner of the road, formed up and proceeded for about 300 yards to the beginning of Quarry Alley, the ammunition trench leading to their particular part of the front line. They filed in one by one. I filmed them meanwhile. The journey of 1,300 yards to the front line was quite an ordinary walk. It was interesting to note the different tones of the heavy and light shells as they flew overhead, from the dull rush of a 9.2 to the shriek of the 18-pounder. I reached a company dug out. It was certainly one of the best I have ever seen. Going down 3 steps, then turning sharply at right angles, I disappeared through a 4-foot opening, down more steps to a depth of 10 feet, then straight for 3 paces. At the end was the main gallery, about 25 feet long, 5 feet in width, and about 5 feet 6 inches high. Half of it was used for the telephone operator and sleeping accommodation for the orderlies, the other half was used as officers' quarters. Several officers were busy discussing plans when I arrived. The conversation might sound strange and callous to an ordinary listener. "Well, what's the news? How's brother Bosche?" "Bosche reported quite near," was the reply. "Our shaft is practically finished and ready for charging. This morning you could distinctly hear Bosche speaking. His gallery was getting nearer to ours. I told the sergeant to work only when Bosche was doing so." "When are you going to blow ?" "I'm not sure of the date, but Dinky is going to poop in a few days. He's got 2 tons under Bosche. It will be a fine show, right under his trenches. Ought to snip 100 or so." "Well," said another, "I was down in C shaft and could hear Bosche working very hard, as if he had got all the world to himself." At that moment a tunnelling sergeant came in and reported that the Bosche was much nearer. The listener could distinctly hear talking through the 'phone. An officer immediately got up and went out with the sergeant, one of the speakers meanwhile suggesting that brother Bosche was certainly going to visit realms of higher Kultur than he had hitherto known. Then came a close scrutinising of maps, showing shafts in the making, and mines ready for blowing, of sharp orders to the tunnelling sergeants and fatigue parties to bring charges from the magazine. The whole thing was fascinating in the extreme. A new branch of His Majesty's service, and one of the most dangerous. To be on duty in a listening post 30 feet underground, in a narrow tunnel, scarcely daring to breathe, listening to German miners making a countermine, and gradually picking their way nearer and nearer, until at last you can hear their conversation, would try the nerves of the strongest of men. I went out and made my way towards the well known quarries. Noting several interesting scenes of our Scottish battalions at work, I filmed them. A most pathetic touch was added to the scene, for a neat little graveyard occupied the right hand corner, and about 100 small crosses were there. I was not allowed to remain very long. The Bosche sent over several aerial torpedoes, which exploded with terrific force and split up the ground as if a 12-inch He shell had been at work. Naturally every one rushed to obtain as much cover as possible. I crossed to the other side of the quarry and entered a small tunnel, which led into a winding maze of narrow communication trenches. "Be careful, sir," called a sentry. "Bosche is only 30 yards away, and they are plugging this corner pretty thoroughly. They're fairly whizzing through the sandbags as if they weren't there, sir. They caught my captain this morning clean through the head. I was a talking to him, sir, at the time. The finest gentleman that ever lived, and the swine killed him. I'll get 6 of them for him, sir." The look in his eyes and the tone of his voice told me he was in earnest. I passed on, keeping as low as possible. The crater when I reached it proved to be one of an enormous size. It must have been quite 150 feet across. The place had been converted into a miniature fort. I noticed how spongy the ground was. When walking it seemed as if one was treading upon rubber. I casually inquired of an officer the cause of it. "Dead bodies," said he. "The ground here is literally choked with them. We dare not touch it with a spade, the condition is awful. There are thousands of them for yards down, and when a shell tears away any section of our parapets, the sight is too ghastly for words." At that moment a man yelled out, "Cover," and looking up I saw several Bosche rifle grenades falling. Shouting to my orderly to take cover with the camera, he disappeared into what I thought was a dug out, but which I afterwards discovered was an incline shaft to a mine. He made a running dive and slid down about 4 yards before he pulled himself up. Luckily he went first, the camera butting up against him. He told us afterwards he thought he was really going to the lower regions. I dived under a sandbag emplacement, when the grenades went off with a splitting crash, and after allowing a few seconds for the pieces to drop, looked out. A tragic sight met my gaze. The officer with whom I had been speaking a few moments before had, unfortunately, been too late in taking cover. One of the grenades had struck him on the head and killed him on the spot. Within a few moments some Red Cross men reverently covered the body with a mackintosh sheet and bore it away. One more cross would be added to the little graveyard in the quarry. Shortly after I met an officer of the mining section. He was just going down into the gallery to listen to Bosche working a countermine. Did I care to accompany him? "Don't speak above a whisper," he said. He disappeared through a hole about 3 feet square. I followed, clinging to the muddy sides like a limpet, half sliding, half crawling, in the impenetrable darkness. We went on seemingly for a great distance; in reality it was only about 15 yards. Then we came to a level gallery, and in the distance, by the aid of a glow lamp, I could see my companion crouching down, with a warning finger upon his lips to assure silence. The other side of him was a man of the tunnelling section, who had been at his post listening. The silence was uncanny after the din outside. In a few moments I heard a queer, muffled tap, 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 coming through the earth on the left. I crept closer to my companion, and with my mouth close to his ear, enquired whether that was the Bosche working. "Yes," he said, "but listen with this," giving me an instrument very similar to a doctor's stethoscope. I put it to my ear and rested the other end upon a ledge of mud. The effect was like some one speaking through a telephone. I could distinctly hear the impact of the pickaxe wielded by the Bosche upon the clay and chalk, and the falling of the débris. I turned to him with a smile. "Brother Bosche will shortly have a rise in life?" "Yes," said he. "I think we shall blow first. It's going to be a race, though." Final orders were given to the man in charge, then we crawled up again into the din of the crashing shells. I was more at home in these conditions. Down below the silence was too uncanny for me. When I reached our dug out once more, a message was waiting for me to return to H.Q., as important things were in prospect the following morning. The message was urgent. Mines were to be blown at an early hour. I therefore decided that the best thing to do was to go into the trenches and stay the night, and so be prepared for anything that might happen. Little did I dream what the next 48 hours were going to bring. It's a good thing sometimes we don't know what the future has in store for us. The stoutest heart might fail under the conditions created by the abnormal atmosphere of a modern battlefield. I prepared to depart at 8 p.m., and bidding adieu to my friends, I started off in the car. The guns were crashing out continuously. Several times I pulled the car up to shelter under some ruins. Then for a few minutes there was a lull, and, directing my chauffeur to go ahead at top speed, we reached our destination safely. I had barely entered this scene of desolation when Bosche shells came hurtling overhead and fell with a deafening explosion a short distance away. Here I had my first taste of gas from the German "weeping shells." The air was suddenly saturated with an extraordinarily sweet smell. For the first few moments I quite enjoyed it. Then my eyes began to water freely, and pain badly. Realising at once that I was being gassed, I bade the driver rush through the village, and as far beyond as possible. His eyes, poor fellow, were in the same state. The car rolled and pitched its way through, smashing into shell holes, bounding over fallen masonry, scraping by within a hair's breadth of a recently smashed lorry. On and on, like a drunken thing. Still the air was thick with the foul gas. My eyes were burning. At last it was quite impossible to keep them open. But I had to get through, and so with a final effort looked ahead, and to my great relief found we were beyond the village and the air smelt cleaner. I told the driver to pull up, and with a final roll the car landed its front wheels into a ditch. For 2 hours afterwards I was to all intents and purposes blind. My eyes were burning, aching and weeping. The pain at last subsided, and collecting the apparatus we trudged off along the communication trench to the front line. Threading our way through seemed much more difficult than previously. The sides of the trenches had been blown in by shells a few minutes before, and this necessitated climbing over innumerable mounds of rubble. But working parties were quickly on the scene clearing a way through. At last I reached the dug out previously referred to, and believe me, I was very thankful. The officer there seemed rather surprised to see me. "Hullo," he said, "what news? Anything doing?" "Yes," I replied. "H.Q. says they are blowing in the early morning, so I decided to come along to night and fix up a good position for the camera, not desiring to attract the too earnest attentions of a Bosche sniper." "Whose mine are they blowing?" said he. "I suppose I shall hear any moment." Just then a message came through on the 'phone. He picked up the receiver and listened intently. An earnest conversation was taking place. I could gather from the remarks that H.Q. was speaking. In a few minutes he replaced the receiver, and turning to me said, "D shaft is going to blow. Time 7:15 a.m." Soon after I turned in. Rolling myself in a blanket, I lay down on a trestle bed in the corner, and in doing so disturbed a couple of rats almost as large as rabbits, which had taken up their temporary quarters there. Apparently there were plenty of them, for several times I felt the brutes drop on my blanket from holes and crannies in the chalk. Needless to say, I could not sleep a wink, tired out as I was, and as I lay there, 20 feet underground, I could hear the rumble and roar of the shells crashing their way through our parapets, tearing, killing and maiming our brave lads, who throughout all these horrors held this section of our line like a wall of steel. I had been lying there for about half an hour. Then I got up and climbed out of the incline into the open trench. I worked my way towards the firing trench. Bullets from Bosche machine guns and snipers were flattening themselves against the parapet. Several times I had to squeeze myself close to the muddy sides to allow stretcher bearers to pass with their grim burdens, some for the corner of the quarry, some for good old Blighty. I stayed for a while alongside a sentry. "Any news?" I asked. "No, sir," said he, "but I feel as if something is going to happen." "Come," said I with a laugh, "this is not the time for dreaming." "No, sir, I'm not dreaming, but I feel something that I can't explain." "Well, cheer up," I said. "Good night." "Good night, sir." And as I wended my way along I could hear him softly whistling to himself the refrain of an old song. At last I came upon the section opposite which our mine was going up in the morning, and cautiously looking over the parapet, I surveyed the ground in front. There were several sandbags that required shifting. If they remained, it would be necessary to place the camera higher above the top than was safe or wise. Carefully pulling myself up, I lay along the top of the parapet and pushed them aside. Several star shells were fired whilst I was so engaged, and I dare not stir. I scarcely dared breathe, for fear the slightest movement would draw a stream of bullets in my direction. Undoubtedly this was the only place from which to film the mine successfully. So, marking the spot, I slid down into the trench again and retraced my steps to the dug out. I found the officer I had previously seen enjoying a lovely steaming tin of tea, and it wasn't many minutes before I was keeping him company. We sat chatting and smoking for a considerable time. "Is everything ready?" I asked. "Yes," he said. "There is over 3,000 pounds of it there," mentioning an explosive.
Brother Boche will enjoy it."
"Let me see your map," I said, "and I'll point out the spot where I'm working. It's about 80 yards away from the Bosche. If we work out the exact degree by the map of the blow, I can obtain the right direction by prismatic compass, and a few minutes before time lift the camera up and cover the spot direct. It'll save exposing myself unnecessarily above the parapet to obtain the right point of view." The point of view was accordingly settled. It was 124 degrees from the spot chosen for the blow. We had been so busy over our maps that we had not noticed how quiet everything had become. Hardly a gun sounded; the silence was uncanny. Save for the scurrying of the rats and the drip, drip, drip of water, the silence was like that of the grave. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Bosche is up to no good when he drops silence so soon," he said. The words of the sentry recurred to me. "I've a feeling, sir, that I cannot describe." I was beginning to feel the same. At length my companion broke the silence. "As Bosche seems to be going easy, and our artillery has shut up shop, let's lie down." And with that he threw himself on the bed. I sat on the box which served as a table, smoking. Half an hour went by. Things were livening up a bit. We began to hum a tune or two from the latest review. Suddenly we were brought to our feet by a crashing sound that was absolutely indescribable in its intensity. I rushed up the incline into the trench. What a sight! The whole of our front for the distance of a mile was one frightful inferno of fire. The concentration of artillery fire was terrific. Scores of star shells shot into the air at the same moment, lighting the ground up like day, showing up the smoking, blazing mass more vividly than ever. Hundreds of shells, large and small, were bursting over our trenches simultaneously. Our guns were replying on the German front with redoubled fury. The air was alive with whirling masses of metal. The noise was indescribable. The explosion seemed to petrify one. I made my way as near the front line as possible. A number of Scots rushed by me with a load of hand grenades. The trenches were packed with men rushing up to the fight. I asked an officer who raced by, breathlessly, if Bosche was getting through. "Yes," he yelled, "they are trying to get through in part of my section. They have smashed our communication trenches so much that I have got to take my men round on the right flank. It's hell there." It was impossible to get through. The place was choked with men, many of them badly wounded; some of them, I'm afraid, destined as tenants of the little cemetery near by. The awful nightmare continued. Men were coming and going. Reserves were being rushed forward. More bombs were being sent up. The Bosche artillery quietened down a bit, but only, as I found out immediately afterwards, to allow their bombers to attack. I could see the flash of hundreds of bombs, each one possibly tearing the life out of some of our brave boys. Nothing in the world could have withstood such a concentrated artillery fire as the Germans put upon that 500 yards of ground. It was torn and torn again, riven to shreds. It was like the vomiting of a volcano, a mass of earth soddened with the blood of the heroes who had tried to hold it. The Germans came on, bombing their way across to what was left of our trench. They dug themselves in. Then, with a whirl and a crash, our guns spoke again. Our boys, who had been waiting like dogs on a leash, sprang to the attack. Briton met Bosche. The battle swayed first this way, then that. Our men drove the Germans out twice during the night, and held on to a section commanding the flank of the original position. Towards 4 o'clock the fighting ceased. Daylight was breaking. The wounded were still being passed to the rear. I stopped and spoke to an officer. "How have you got on?" I asked. "We occupy the left flank trench and command the position. But what a fight! It was worse than Loos." Then suddenly, "What are you doing here?" "I am taking kinema pictures," I said. The look of amazement on his face was eloquent of his thoughts. "Doing what?" he asked. "I am taking kinema pictures," I repeated. "Well, I'm damned," were his exact words. "I never thought you fellows existed. I've always thought war pictures were fakes. But well, now I know different," and giving me a hearty shake of the hand, he went on his way. Time was now drawing near for my work to begin. Taking the camera to the selected point in the front line, which, luckily, was just on the left of the fighting area, I took my bearings by the aid of a compass. Fixing up a tripod in such close quarters was very difficult. I stretched an empty sandbag on a piece of wire, cut a hole in it, and hung it on the front of the camera in such a position that the lens projected through the hole. The sandbag stretched far enough on either side to shelter my hands, especially the right one, which operated the machine. I was now ready. I had to risk the attentions of the snipers. It was unavoidable. Little by little I raised the camera. It was now high enough up, and ramming some sand against the tripod legs, I waited. Had the Bosche seen it? 3 more minutes, then the mine. 1 minute went by. No shots. Another minute went by. A bullet flew over my head. Immediately afterwards another buried itself in the parapet, then another. Surely they would hit it. Heavens, how that last minute dragged! To be absolutely sure of getting the mine from the very beginning, I decided to start exposing a minute before time. It had to be done. Reaching up, I started to expose. Another and another bullet flew by. Then the thing happened which I had been dreading. The Bosche opened a machine gun on me. At that moment there was a violent convulsion of the ground, and with a tremendous explosion the mine went up. It seemed as if the whole earth in front of us had been lifted bodily hundreds of feet in the air. Showers of bombs exploded, showing that it had been well under the German position. Then with a mighty roar the earth and débris fell back upon itself, forming a crater about 150 feet across. Would our men rush the crater and occupy it? On that chance I kept turning the handle. The smoke subsided. Nothing else happened. The show was over. No, not quite, for as I hurriedly took down the camera I evidently put my head up a little too high. There was a crack and a shriek near my head, and my service cap was whisked off. The whole thing happened like a flash of lightning. I dropped into the bottom of the trench and picked up my cap. There, through the soft part of it, just above the peak, were 2 holes where a bullet had passed through. 1 inch nearer and it would have been through my head. Can you realise what my thoughts were at that precise moment? End of Part 2, Chapter 8. Part 2, Chapters 9 and 10 of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. 14,000 feet above the German lines. I feel confident I can manage it, and that the result will be both instructive and unique, and provided the weather is clear and I get as small a dose of Bosche as possible, there is no reason why it shouldn't be successful. Of course, I am quite aware of the atmospheric difficulties. The fact that it is so thick and misty is entirely due to the heavy body of moisture in the ground, but if I start off early in the morning, I may just escape it. This conversation took place in the office of a certain British aerodrome in France, between the flight commander and myself. We had been going into the pros and cons of an aerial expedition over the German lines. I was anxious to film the whole line from an aeroplane. "Well," said he, "what about the height? I think I had better call in the captain." And pressing a bell, an orderly quickly appeared and was sent off to inform the captain that his presence was required. "I say," said the flight commander, "this is Malins, the War Office kinematographer." He then explained my mission and requirements. "Now," he said, after all preliminaries had been discussed, "the question is about the height. What is a tolerably safe height over Bosche?" "About 8,000 feet, I should say, though of course if we go well over his lines it will be necessary to rise higher. There are too many Archibalds about to dodge any lower." "Well," I replied, "I'll start taking my scenes when we arrive at the coastline. We can then follow it along and turn off inland towards Ypres. I should very much like to film that place from above, then follow down the lines, passing over Saint Eloi, Ploegsteert, Armentières, Neuve Chapelle, Richebourg, Festubert, Givenchy, Loos, Hohenzollern Redoubt, and on to Arras. I am of course entirely in your hands. I do not want to jeopardize the trip, nor wish you to run any unnecessary risks, you understand, but I should like to get as low as possible, and so obtain more detail. It will be the first kinematograph film ever taken of the Western Front." "Well," said the flight commander, rising, You have full permission. You can have the use of a BE-2C machine, with Captain Blank. Do what you like, but take care. Don't be rash. Good luck to you. I shall be as anxious as you to see the result." In the captain's company I left the office, and together we went round to make arrangements regarding the means of fixing my camera. The machine was the usual type of passenger carrying aero, numbered BE-2C, a very stable and reliable machine, but, according to the captain, not very fast. Speed in this case was not an absolute necessity, unless a Fokker favoured us with his attentions. I went aboard to find the best means of fixing and operating my camera. I decided to use my debris, not the aeroscope. The latter had jammed a day or two previous, and I had not had an opportunity of repairing it. The observer's seat was in the front, and just above, on the main struts, was a cross tube of metal. On each end was an upright socket for the purpose of dropping into it a Lewis gun. The pilot also had the same in front of him. I suggested that a metal fixing which would fit the socket and a tilting arrangement, so that it would be possible to raise or lower the camera to any angle, would suit admirably, and on the other side, in case of attack, a Lewis gun could be fitted. "It's well to be prepared for emergencies," said the captain. "It's quite possible we shall be attacked." "Well," I said, "I will have a good shot at him if he does turn up, and who knows, I may be able to get a picture of the Hun machine falling. By Jove, what a thrill it would provide." Instructions were given to the excellent mechanics employed in the R.F.C., and within an hour or so the metal tilting top was made and fixed on the plane. "You will have to wrap up well," said the captain. "It's jolly cold up there. It looks rather misty, and that will make it all the worse. Now then, all aboard." Up I scrambled, or rather wriggled, between a network of wire stays, and taking my seat the camera was handed to me. I fastened it on one side of the gun mounting and fixed a Lewis gun on the other, making sure I had spare boxes of film ready and spare drums of ammunition. I then fastened the broad web belt round my waist and fixed on my goggles. I was ready for the ascent. My companion was in his seat, and the machine was wheeled into position for starting. The mechanics were turning the propeller round to suck the gas into the many cylinders, to facilitate easier starting. "All ready," shouted the captain. "Right away, contact, let her go," and with a jerk the motor started. The whirl of the huge blades developed into a deafening roar. The machine vibrated horribly. I clung to my camera, holding it tight to the socket. I knew that once in the air the shake would be reduced to a minimum. Faster and faster whirled the propeller as the captain opened the throttle. How sweet and perfect was the hum of the giant motor, not the slightest sound of a misfire. Being an ardent motorist, I could tell that the engine was in perfect tune. The captain leaned over and shouted to me through the roar to fasten the telephone receiver against my ear under my leather cap. "That," said he, pointing to a mouthpiece attached to a small rubber tube, "is the transmitter. If you want to give me any instructions, shout into that. I shall hear you. All fit?" he asked. I nodded my head. He took his seat and opened the throttle. The engine leapt into new life. The roar was deafening. The whirring blades flung the air back into my face, cutting it as if with a whip. He dropped his arm. The men drew away the chocks from the wheels, and amid shouts of "Good luck" from the officers present, the machine sprang forward like a greyhound, bounding over the grass, until at last it rose like a gigantic bird into the air. The earth gradually drew away. Higher and higher we rose, and began to circle round and round to gain height. "We will get up to 3,000 feet before we strike towards the coast," he shouted through the telephone. The vibration now we were in the air was barely perceptible. At any rate, it was not sufficient to affect the taking of my scenes. In case any moisture collected on my lens, I had brought a soft silk pad to wipe it with occasionally. Higher, still higher we rose. "What's the height now?" I asked. "Very nearly 3,000 feet," he said. "We are now going towards the coast. That's Dunkirk over there." I peered ahead. The port with its shipping was clearly discernible. Over the sea hung a dense mist, looking for all the world like a snowfield. Here and there, in clear patches, the sun gleamed upon the water, throwing back its dazzling reflections. As soon as we reached the coastline, I shouted, "Proceed well along this side so that I can obtain an oblique view. It looks much better than directly above the object. What's our speed?" "60 miles," he said. "I shall keep it up until we reach the German lines." He turned sharp to the right. We are now following the coastline towards Ostend. How beautiful the sand dunes looked from above. The heavy billows of sea mist gave it a somewhat mystic appearance. How cold it was. I huddled down close into my seat, my head only above the fuselage. Keeping my eye upon the wonderful panorama unfolding itself out beneath me, I glanced at my camera and tested the socket. Yes, it was quite firm. "We are nearing the lines now," my companion shouted. "Can you see them on your right? That's the Belgium area. Our section, as you know, begins just before Ypres. Will this height suit you? Shall I follow the trenches directly overhead, or a little to one side?" "Keep this side. I'll begin taking now." Kneeling up in my seat, I directed my camera downwards and started filming our lines and the German position stretching away in the distance. We were nearing Ypres, that shell-battered city of Flanders. White balls of smoke here and there were bursting among the ruins, showing that the Huns were still shelling it. What a frightful state the earth was in. For miles and miles around it had the appearance of a sieve, with hundreds of thousands of shell holes, and like a beautiful green ribbon winding away as far as the eye could see, was that wonderful yet terrible strip of ground between the lines, known as No Man's Land. We were now running into a bank of white fleecy clouds which enveloped us in its folds, blotting the whole earth from view. I held my handkerchief over the lens of the camera to keep the moisture from settling upon it. After a time several breaks appeared in the clouds beneath, and the earth looked wonderful. It seemed miles, many miles away. Rivers looked like silver streaks, and houses mere specks upon the landscape. Here and there a puff of white smoke told of a bursting shell. But for that occasional, somewhat unpleasant reminder, I might have been thousands of miles away from the greatest war in history. Who could imagine anything more wonderful, more fantastic? I had dreamed of such things, I had read of them. I even remembered having read, years ago, some of the wonderful stories in Grimm's fairy tales. To my childish mind they seemed very wonderful indeed. There were fairies, goblins, mysterious figures, castles which floated in the air, wonderful lands which shifted in a night at the touch of a magic wand or the sound of a magic word. Things which fired my youthful imagination and set me longing to share in their adventures. But never in my wildest dreams did I think I should live to do the same thing, to go where I listed, to fly like a bird high above the clouds. It was like an adventure in fairyland to take this weird and wonderful creation of men, called an aeroplane, through the home of the skylark. Boom! Boom! I was suddenly brought back to, no, not to earth, but to things more material. Looking down, I could discern several balls of smoke which I immediately recognized as shrapnel shells, or Archibalds, that had been fired at us by the Germans. They were well below. I looked round at the captain. He was smiling through his goggles, and humorously jerked his thumb in the direction of the bursting Archies. "Too high, eh?" I shouted. But I had forgotten that in the fearful hum of the rushing air and whirling motors my voice would not carry. It was literally cut off as it left my lips. I picked up the phone and shouted through it. "Yes, they are pretty safe where they are," he said dryly. Then a few more burst underneath us. By this time we were well out of the cloud bank. The atmosphere was much clearer. I knelt up again on my seat and began to expose, and continued turning the handle while we passed over St. Eloi and Hill 60. On certain sections I could see that a considerable strafe was going on. Fritz seemed to be having a very trying time. Near Messines my film suddenly ran out. I had to reload. This was anything but an easy operation. I unscrewed my camera from the gun socket, and in doing so had a near escape from doing a head dive to earth. Like an idiot I had unfastened my waist strap, and in reaching over the fuselage my camera nearly overbalanced, the aeroplane contributing to this result by making a sudden dive in order to avoid an Archibald. For a second or two I had clear visions of flying through space on wings other than those of an aeroplane, but fortunately I had the steel crossbar to cling to, and this saved me. Getting back to my seat, I asked the pilot to circle round the spot for a few minutes. While changing my spool, I settled down in the bottom of the car and reloaded my camera, 8,000 feet above the earth. This operation occupied about 10 minutes, and when I had finished I gingerly raised myself on the seat and refixed the camera in its socket. "Right away," I shouted. "Is it possible to go any lower?" "It's very risky," he said, "but if you like I will try. Hold tight, it's a dive." I held tight. The nose of the machine tilted forward until it seemed as if it was absolutely standing on end. The earth rushed up to meet us. For the moment it seemed as if the aeroplane was out of control, but with a graceful glide which brought us level, we continued our journey at a height of 3,000 feet. "Get what you want quickly," he shouted. "We can't stay here long." I began to expose again. By now we were over line after line of trenches. At times we were well over the Bosche lines. I continued to film the scenes. First came Ploegsteert, Fromelles and Aubert Ridge. Then we crossed to Neuve Chapelle, Festubert, La Bassée and Loos. Town after town, village after village were passed over, all of them in ruins. From above the trenches, like a splash of white chalk dropped into the middle of a patch of brown earth. The long, winding trenches cut out of the chalk twisted and wound along valley and dale like a serpent. Looking down upon it all, it seemed so very insignificant. Man, what was he? His works looked so small that it seemed one could, with a sweep of the foot, crush him out of existence. How small he was, yet how great; how powerful, yet how weak. We were now over La Bassée. "We shall have to rise," shouted my captain. "Look up there." I looked up, and thousands of feet above us was a small speck. "Bosche plane," said he. "Hold tight." And I did. Chapter 10. Filming the earth from the clouds. "Is that gun ready?" asked my companion, twisting round in his seat. I nodded. "Righto! I'm going to get up higher. We are absolutely lost down here." I fixed on a drum of cartridges, and with a butt in my hand was ready for any emergency. Higher and higher we rose. The mist was becoming more and more dense. Photographing was impossible. The cold seemed to chill one's bones. I could tell by the increasing vibration we were going all out in order to get above the enemy machine, which seemed to be drawing closer and closer. I looked at the pilot. He had his eyes fixed upon the Bosche. "What are we now?" 8,000, he said. "That chap must be at least 13,000 up. Do you notice whether he is coming nearer?" I told him it seemed to me as if he was doing so. Up and up we went. Colder and colder it grew. My face was frozen. To breathe I had to turn my head sideways to avoid the direct rush of air from the whirling propeller. I could just discern the ground through the mist. I looked around for the Bosche. He seemed further away. I shouted to the pilot. He looked round. "I'm going to chase it," he said, and away he went. But the faster we moved, the faster went the other machine. At last we discovered the reason. In fact, I believe we both discovered it at precisely the same moment. The plane was one of our own. I looked at the captain. He smiled at me, and I'm positive he felt disappointed at the discovery. "What's the height?" I enquired. "About 13,000 feet," he said. "Shall we go higher? We may get above the mist." "Try a little more," I replied. "But I don't think it will be possible to film any more scenes to day. The fog is much too heavy." The whole machine was wet with moisture. It seemed as if we should never rise above it. I had never before known it so thick. My companion asked if we should return. With reluctance I agreed. Then, turning round to face to the sun, we rushed away. The mist did not seem to change. Mile after mile we encountered the same impenetrable blanket of clammy moisture. I was huddling as tight as possible to the bottom of the seat, taking advantage of the least bit of cover from the biting, rushing swirl of icy cold air. Mile after mile. It seemed hours up there in the solitude. I watched the regular dancing up and down of the valves on top of the engine. I was thinking of a tune that would fit to the regular beat of the tappets. I shouted through the phone. No answer. He must be too cold to speak, I thought. For myself, I did not know whether I had jaws or not. The lashing, biting wind did not affect my face now. I could feel nothing. Once I tried to pinch my cheek. It was lifeless. It might have been clay. My jaw was practically set stiff. I could only just articulate. I tried again to attract my companion's attention. Still no answer. I was wondering whether anything had happened to him, when something did happen which very nearly petrified me. I felt a clutch on my shoulder. Quickly turning my head, I was horrified to see him standing on his seat and leaning over my shoulder. "Get off the telephone tube, you idiot! You are sitting on it," he shouted. "We can't speak to one another." "Telephone be damned!" I managed to shout. "Get back to your seat. Don't play monkey tricks up here." If you can imagine yourself 14,000 feet above the earth, sitting in an aeroplane, and the pilot letting go all his controls as he stands on his feet shouting in your ear, you will be able to realise, but only to a very slight extent, what my feelings were at this precise moment. He returned to his seat. He was smiling. I fumbled about underneath and found the tube. Putting it to my mouth, I asked him what he meant by it. "That's all right, my dear chap," he said. "There's no need to get alarmed. The old bus will go along merrily on its own." "I'll believe all you say. In fact, I'll believe anything you like to tell me, but I'd much rather you sit in your seat and control the machine," I replied. He chuckled, apparently enjoying the joke to the full. But during the remainder of the journey I made sure I was not sitting on the speaking tube. The mist was gradually clearing now. The sun shone gloriously. The clouds a long way beneath us looked more substantial. Through the gaps in their fleecy whiteness the earth appeared. It seemed a long time since I had seen it. We were again coming to the edge of a cloud bank. The atmosphere beyond was exceedingly clear. "We are nearly home," said my companion. "Are you going to take any more scenes?" "Yes," I said. "I suppose you'll spiral down?" "Right ho! I'll take a film showing the earth revolving. It'll look very quaint on the screen." "Here goes then. We are going to dive down to about 6,000 feet, so hold on tight to your strap." The engines almost stopped. Suddenly we seemed to be falling earthwards. Down, 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 we were diving as nearly perpendicular as it is possible to be. Sharp pains shot through my head. It was getting worse. The pain was horrible. The right side of my face and head seemed as if 100 pin points were being driven into it. I clutched my face in agony. Then I realised the cause. Coming down from such a height, at so terrific a speed, the different pressure of the atmosphere affected the blood pressure on the head. Suddenly the downward rush was stopped. The plane was brought to an even keel. "I'm going to spiral now," said the pilot. "Ready?" "Right away," I said, and knelt again in my seat. The plane suddenly seemed to swerve. Then it slanted at a most terrifying angle and began to descend rapidly towards the earth in a spiral form. I filmed the scene on the journey. To say the earth looked extraordinary would be putting it very mildly. The ground below seemed to rush up and mix with the clouds. First the earth seemed to be over one's head, then the clouds. I am sure the most ardent futurist artist would find it utterly impossible to do justice to such a scene. Round and round we went, now one side, now the other. How I held to my camera handle, goodness only knows. Half the time, I am sure, I turned it mechanically. Suddenly we came to an even keel. The earth seemed within jumping distance. The nose dipped again, the propeller whirled. Within a few seconds we were bounding along on the grassy space of the aerodrome, and finally, coming to rest, we were surrounded by the mechanics, who quickly brought the machine to a standstill. "By the way," I said to the pilot, as we went off to tea, "how long were we up there altogether?" "2 hours," he replied. 2 hours? Great Scott! It seemed days. End of Part 2, Chapters 9 and 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Preparing for the Big Push. The time for which England has been preparing during these past 2 awful years is here. We are now on the threshold of tremendous happenings. The great offensive is about to begin. What will be the result? We see the wonderful organisation of our vast armies. and we know the firm and resolute methods of our General Staff, as I have seen and known them during the war, would leave nothing to be desired. As a machine it is the most wonderful that was ever created. My position as official kinematographer has afforded me unique opportunities to gain knowledge of the whole system required to wage the most terrible war that has ever been known to mankind. I have not let these opportunities slip by. The great day was coming. There was a mysterious something which affected everyone at G.H.Q. There was no definite news to hand. Nobody, with the exception of those directly concerned, knew when and where the blow was to be struck. Some thought on the northern part of our line, others the centre, others, again, the south. In the home, in the streets, in the cafés and gardens, the one topic of conversation was the coming great offensive. I was told by a colonel that my chance to make history was coming. That was all. But those few words conveyed an enormous lot to me. Later in the day I was told by a captain to proceed to the front line, to choose a suitable position wherein to fix up my camera. Our section facing Gourmont was suggested to me as the place where there was likely to be the most excitement, and I immediately set out for that section. During the journey I was held up by a large body of our men, who turned out afterwards to be the London Scottish. They were formed up in a square, and in the centre was a general with his staff officers addressing the men. His words thrilled the hearts of every one who heard them. "Gentlemen of the London Scottish, within the next few days you will take part in the greatest battle in the history of the world. To you has been entrusted the taking and holding of Gourmont. England is looking to you to free the world from slavery and militarism that is epitomized in the German nation and German Kultur. Gentlemen, I know you will not fail, and from the bottom of my heart I wish you the best of luck." I waited until the address was finished, and then proceeded to a certain place striking out on the left and trudging through innumerable communication trenches, at times up to my knees in mud and water. Eventually I reached an eminence facing the village of Gourmont. It was in a valley. The German trenches ran parallel with my position, and on the right I could discern the long green ribbon of grass termed "No Man's Land," stretching as far as the eye could see. The whole front of the German lines was being shelled by our heavy guns. The place was a spitting mass of smoke and flame. Salvo after salvo was being poured from our guns. "What an inspiring sight," I said to an officer standing by my side, "and these shells were made by the women of England." "Well," he said, "you see Gommecourt. That's all coming down in a day or two. Every gun, large and small, will concentrate its fire on it, and level it to the ground. That's your picture." "In that case," I replied, "I shall want to be much nearer our front line. I must get within 500 yards of it. What a sight, what a film it will be." I stood watching the bombardment for some time. Then, fixing my camera position, I returned. Divisional H.Q. told me I should be informed in ample time when the attack was to be made. That afternoon I returned to G.H.Q., but the best laid schemes of mice and men aft gang agley. I was told that night to prepare immediately to proceed to the H.Q. of a certain division, with instructions to attach myself to them for the next week. All particulars would be given to me in the morning. I received my instructions next morning. I was to proceed to the division, report myself, and I should receive all the information and assistance I required. With parting wishes for the best of luck and "Don't come back wounded," I left H.Q. and proceeded by car to the Company H.Q., where I was received with every courtesy by General . He told me the best thing to do was to go to Divisional H.Q. and see the General. He had been informed of my arrival, and the final details could be arranged with him, such as the best points of vantage for fixing up my camera. Accordingly I hurried off to Divisional H.Q. and met the General. On being ushered into his room, I found him sitting at a table with a large scale map of a certain section of our line before him. He looked the very incarnation of indomitable will, this General of the incomparable Division. I quickly explained my mission, and told him I should like to go to the front trenches to choose my position. "Certainly," he said. "That is a very wise plan, but if you will look here I will show you the spot which, in my opinion, will make an ideal place. This is the German position. This, of course, is Beaumont Hamel, which is our objective.
This is as far as we are going. It will be a pivot from which the whole front south of us will radiate. We are going to give the village an intense bombardment this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Perhaps you would like to obtain that?" "Yes, sir," I replied. "It is most necessary to my story. What guns are you using?" "Everything, from trench mortars to 15-inch howitzers. We are going to literally raze it to the ground. It is one of the strongest German redoubts, and it's not going to be an easy job to occupy it, but we achieved the impossible at Gallipoli, and with God's help we will win here. There is a spot here in our firing trench called Jacob's Ladder," and pointing to the map, he showed it me. "That certainly looks a most excellent point, sir," I said. "What is the distance from Bosche lines?" "About 150 yards. They strafe it considerably from what I'm told, but of course you will have to take your chance, the same as all my other officers." "That is unavoidable, sir. The nature of my work does not permit me to be in very comfortable places if I am to get the best results." "Right," he said. "If you will report to Brigade H.Q. the Brigade Major will give you what orderlies you require, and you had better draw rations with them while you are there. He has instructions to give you every assistance." "Oh, by the way, sir, what time does the mine go up?" "10 minutes to 0," he replied. "You quite understand, don't you? Major will give you 0 time to morrow night." After lunching with the General I started off for Brigade H.Q. The weather was vile. It had been raining practically without break for several days, and was doing its best to upset everything and give us as much trouble as possible. What an enormous number of munition wagons and lorries I passed on the road. Miles and miles of them, all making for the front line. Ye gods, I thought, Bosche is certainly going to get it. I reached my destination about 2:30. What a strafe there was going on. The concussion of what I afterwards found out was our 15-inch howitzers was terrible. The very road seemed to shake, and when I opened the door of the temporary Brigade H.Q., one gun which went off close by shook the building to such an extent that I really thought for the moment a shell had struck the house. "Captain , I presume?" said I, addressing an officer seated at a long table, making out reports, and giving them over to waiting dispatch riders. The room was a hive of industry. "Gad, sir," he said, "are you the Kinema man? I am pleased to see you. Take a seat and tell me what you want. You are the last person I expected to see out here. But seriously, are you really going to film 'The Day'?" "Yes," I replied. "Where do you propose to take it?" "General suggested Jacob's Ladder." "What?" came a startled chorus from about half a dozen other officers. "Take photos from Jacob's Ladder?" they repeated in tones of amazement. "Good Lord, it's an absolute death trap. Bosche strafes it every day, and it's always covered by snipers." "Well," I said, "it certainly seems by the map to be an ideal place to get the mine going up and the advance over No Man's Land." "Granted, but well, it's your shoot. Will you let us introduce the doctor? You'll need him." "Gentlemen," I said, with mock gravity, "I assure you it would be most difficult for me to receive a more cordial welcome." This remark caused some laughter. Turning to the Captain, I said, "Will you give me an orderly, one who knows the trenches, as I wish to go there this afternoon to film the strafe at 4 o'clock. I shall stay down there for the next few days to be on the spot for the day, and ready for anything that follows." "Certainly," he said. "Have you got a trench map? What about blankets and grub?" "I have my blanket and some provisions, but if I can draw some bully and biscuits I shall manage quite well." Having secured supplies and filled my knapsack, I strapped it on my shoulder, fixed the camera case on my back and, handing the tripod to another man, started off. I had hardly got more than 200 yards when the Captain ran up to me and said that he had just had a 'phone message from D.H.Q. saying that the General was going to address the men on the following day before proceeding to battle. Would I like to film the scene? It would take place about 10 a.m. Naturally I was delighted at the prospect of such a picture, and agreed to be on the field at the time mentioned. Then with a final adieu we parted. The weather was still vile. A nasty, drizzly mist hung over everything. The appearance of the whole country was much like it is on a bad November day at home. Everything was clammy and cold. The roads were covered to a depth of several inches with slimy, clayey mud. Loads of munitions were passing up to the front. On all sides were guns, large and small. The place bristled with them, and they were so cunningly hidden that one might pass within 6 feet of them without being aware of their existence. But you could not get away from the sounds. The horrible dinning continued, from the sharp rat-tat-tat-tat of the French 75 mm, of which we had several batteries in close proximity, and from the bark of the 18-pounders to the crunching roar of the 15-inch howitzer. The air was literally humming with shells. It seemed like a race of shrieking devils, each trying to catch up with the one in front before it reached its objective. Salvo after salvo, crash after crash, and in the rare moments of stillness, in this nerve-shattering prelude to the great push, I could hear the sweet warblings of a lark as it rose higher and higher in the murky, misty sky. At one place I had to pass through a narrow lane, and on either side were hidden batteries, sending round upon round into the German trenches, always under keen observation from enemy spotting balloons and aeroplanes. The recent shell holes in the roadway made me pause before proceeding further. I noticed a sergeant of the Lancashire Fusiliers at the entrance to a thickly sandbagged shelter, and asked him if there was another way to the section of the front line I sought. "No, sir," he said, "that is the only way, but it's mighty unhealthy just now. The Hun is crumpling it with his 5.9-inch HE and making a tidy mess of the road. But he don't hit our guns, sir. He just improves their appearance by making a nice little frill of earth around them, he does. And look out, sir, come in here. Here she comes." With a murderous shriek and horrible splitting roar, a German shell burst on the roadway about 50 yards away. "That is Fritz's way of making love, sir," he said, with a chuckle, which remark admirably reflects the marvellous morale of our men. "Have they been shelling the avenues much?" I asked, referring to the various communication trenches leading to the front line. "Yes, sir. Numbers 1, 2 and 3 are being severely crumped. I would suggest number 5, sir. It's as clear as any of them. I should advise you to get along this lane as fast as possible. I have been here some time, so I know Fritz's little ways." He saluted, and like a mole disappeared into his dug out as I moved away. I told my man to keep about 10 yards behind me, so that in the event of a shell bursting near by, one or the other of us would have a chance of clearing. "Now," I said, "let it go at a double. Come on," and with head well forward I raced up the road. Altogether, with my camera, I was carrying about 70 pounds in weight, so you can guess it was no easy matter. There was about another 150 yards to go when I heard the ominous shriek of a German shell. "Down in the ditch," I yelled. "Lie flat," and suiting the action to the word, I flung myself down in the mud and water near a fallen tree. Crash came the shell, and it exploded with a deafening roar more on the side of the road than the previous one, and near enough to shower mud and water all over me as I lay there. "Now then," I yelled to my man, "double up before they range the next one," and jumping up we raced away. Not before I had got well clear and near the old railway station did I stay and rest. While there, several shells crashed in and around the road we had just left. I was glad I was safely through. With the exception of the usual heavy shelling, getting down to the front trench was quite uneventful. My objective was a place called the White City, so called because it is cut out of the chalk bank of our position facing Beaumont-Hamel. Getting there through the communication trenches was as difficult as in the winter. In places the mud and water reached my knees, and when you had come to the end of your journey, you were as much like dirty plaster cast as anything possibly could be. After 3/4 of an hour's trudging and splashing, I reached the White City and turned down a trench called Tenderloin Street. About 100 yards on my right, at the junction of King Street and St. Helena Street, my guide pointed me out the brigade dug out. Depositing my camera and outfit close to some sandbags, I went inside and introduced myself. 4 officers were present. "By Jove," said one, "you are welcome. Have a drink. Here's a cigarette." "Here you are," said another. "Have a match. Now tell us all the news from home. My word, we haven't heard a blessed thing for days. Have you really come to photograph 'The Day'?" "Yes," I replied, "but I have come this afternoon to look round and to film the 'strafe' at Beaumont-Hamel. You know the trenches round here. Where can I see the village to the best advantage?" "Well," said one, "there are several places, but Bosche is hating us rather this afternoon, and the firing trench is anything but healthy. He's been properly dosing us with whiz-bangs, but you know he will have his bit of fun. You see, when Fritz starts off we let off a few flying pigs in return, which undoubtedly disturbs his peace of mind." "By my map a spot called Lanwick Street seems likely," I said. "It's bang opposite the village, and they are putting the 15 inch on the eastern corner. If you will be good enough to guide me, I will have a look now. It will take me some time to fix up my camera in reasonable safety." "You won't find much safety there," he replied. "We have practically to rebuild the parapet every night, but only for a few more days, thank heaven. Anyway, come along." We proceeded by way of King Street to Lanwick Street, and several times we had to fall flat in the trench bottom to escape being hit by shells. They seemed at times to burst almost overhead. The whiz-bangs which Fritz puts over are rather little beggars. You have no time to dodge them. They come with a and a bang that for sheer speed knocks spots off a flash of lightning. One only thinks to duck when the beastly thing has gone off. Lanwick Street was the usual sort of trench. At one end was an artillery observation officer correcting the range of his guns. "Go easy, won't you?" he said to me. "Bosche has an idea we use this corner for something rather important. If he sees your camera we shall certainly receive his attention. For heaven's sake, keep your head down." "Righto," I said. "Lend me your periscope. I will have a look at the ground first through that." I looked on the village, or rather the late site of it. It was absolutely flattened out, with the exception of a few remaining stumps of trees, which used to be a beautiful wood near which the village nestled. "That's been done by our guns in 5 days. Some mess, eh?" "My word, yes. Now about this afternoon's bombardment. They are working on the left-hand corner." I chose a spot for working and fixing up my tripod, and waited until 4:30 p.m. In the meantime, with the aid of a stick, I gradually pushed away several sandbags which interfered with my view on the parapet. To do this it was necessary to raise myself head and shoulders above the top, and with one arm pushed forward I worked the bags clear. I felt much better when that job was done. "You're lucky," said the A.O. "I had one of my periscopes hit clean by a bullet this morning. Fritz must be having a nap or he would have had you for a cert." "Anyway," I replied, "it gives me a comparatively clear view now." Time was drawing near. I prepared my camera by clothing it in an old piece of sacking, and gently raising it on to the tripod I screwed it tight. Then, gradually raising my head to the view finder, I covered the section which was going to be "strafed," and wrapping my hand in a khaki handkerchief, waited. Our guns were simply pouring shells on the Bosche. The first of the 15 inch came over and exploded with a deafening roar. The sight was stupefying. I began to expose my film, swinging the camera first on one side, then the other. Shell after shell came roaring over. One dropped on the remaining walls of a château, and when the smoke had cleared there was absolutely nothing left. How in the world anything could live in such a maelstrom of explosive it is difficult to conceive. I continued to expose my film at intervals until about 6 o'clock, and twice I had to snatch my camera down hastily and take shelter, for the whiz-bangs came smashing too close for safety. I was just taking down my camera when several shells exploded in the trenches about 15 yards behind us. Then a man came running into our traverse. "Sure, sir," he said, "and it's gas shells the dirty swine are sending over. My eyes seem to be burning out." His eyes were undoubtedly bad. Tears were pouring down his cheeks, and he was trying to ease the pain by binding his handkerchief over them. Then I smelt the gas, and having had a previous dose at Vernilles, and not wishing for further acquaintance with it, I bade my man rush as quickly as possible back to the White City. I got back to H.Q. dug out just in time for tea. I told the officers present of my success in filming the "strafe," and I learned that it was the first time Fritz had put tear shells over them. "We must certainly prepare our goggles," they said. "Have you seen Jacob's Ladder?" inquired one of the officers. "No," I replied. "I shall wait until dusk. It will then be safer to move about." We sat smoking and talking about the prospects of the big push, and at last we all lapsed into silence, which was broken by the arrival of a lieutenant. The captain looked up from his bench. "Hullo, what's up? Any news?" "Oh no, nothing much, sir," said he. "But H.Q. wishes me to go out for a raid to night. They want a Bosche to talk to. There are a few things they want to know. We haven't brought one in for several nights now." They asked me to go out again. I said if there was one to be had, my company would bring him along. "Right-o," said the captain. "Who are you taking?" For one, and a few men, the same lot that have been across with me before. H.Q. specially want to know the actual results of the heavy 'strafe.' They're going to cease fire to night between 12 and 1. I want to find out where their machine guns are fixed up." And so the conversation went on. At that moment another officer came in, and I got him to show me round Jacob's Ladder. We went through King Street again, and followed the trench until we arrived at the place. The formation of this point was extraordinary. A stranger coming upon it for the first time would undoubtedly get a slight shock, for, upon turning into a traverse, you come abruptly upon an open space, as if the trench had been sliced off, leaving an opening from which you could look down upon our front line trenches, not only upon them, but well in front of them. I was on the bank of a small valley. Leading down from this position were about 25 steps, hence the name Jacob's Ladder. Our parapet still followed down, like the handrail of a staircase, only of course much higher. The position from a photographic point of view was admirable, and I doubt whether on any other part of our front such a suitable point could be found. "Jove," I said, "this is the ideal place. I will definitely decide upon it. If you look carefully over here you will see the Bosche line quite plainly. They are about 70 yards away, and at that point we are going to put a barrage of fire on their second line with our Stokes guns. We are going to do that from Sunken Road midway in No Man's Land. Can you see it there?" "Yes," I replied. "Splendid. As soon as I have got the mine exploding and our men going over the parapet and across No Man's Land, I can immediately, if all's well, swing my camera on to the barrage and film that. This is a wonderful position." "It rests entirely with Fritz now. If he does not crump this place you will be all right, but they are sure to plaster our front trench as soon as they see us go over." "Well, I must risk that," I said. And we turned and retraced our steps to the White City, where I bade my companion good night, and returned to film the scene of the General's speech to his men the following morning. End of Part 2, Chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Filming Under Fire. Rain, rain, rain. It was like a dull, dismal December night. Owing to the tramping of hundreds of feet up and down the trenches, they became like a quagmire. We slipped and slid, clutching to the sticky clay walls and floundering up to our knees in holes, and to make matters worse, Bosche, who knew that this was the time we brought up fresh munitions, crumped the Fifth Avenue as hard as he could. 1 or 2 shells crashed into the trench on the way up, and I had to pass over 2 working parties, by the aid of a candlelight, screened, searching for and placing the remains of their comrades in sacks. Good God! It's a hellish game, and the terror of war gripped one's heartstrings that night. The momentary flash of the exploding shells lighted up the faces of the men with ghastly vividness, some grinding out curses, then groping blindly on. I was glad when the journey was ended, and I turned into a dug out in the village to rest for the night. Next morning a misty, drizzly pall still hung over everything. I wondered how in the world our men were going to attack under such conditions, and to-morrow was the day. I pitied them with all my heart and soul. And then I thought of myself, and my own particular job. I couldn't possibly "take" in such disgusting weather. The result would be an absolute failure. I controlled my feelings, and hoped for the best. The time arrived for the General's speech. Reaching the field, I found all the men mustered up. The General had just arrived. I started to film the scenes as they presented themselves to me. Jove! The speech was the most impressive that I had ever heard. I will give it as it was spoken, as near as I can. I do not think that it has been published before. Officers and men of the West Riding Field Company, R.E., and Battalion, Royal Fusiliers. I hoped yesterday to be able to come and wish you good luck on the first anniversary of the engagement in Gully Ravine. There the Royal Fusiliers took the Turkish 5th line of trenches. Owing to the rain, however, and to the discomfort to which you would have been placed, I postponed my visit until to day. I want to tell you something of the situation as it now stands. You are probably aware that we are now taking part in the greatest battle ever fought by British troops. Not only is it of far more importance than any fight since Waterloo, but the numbers engaged far exceed any assembly of troops in former days. The strength of this army, the Fourth Army, under General Sir H.S. Rawlinson, is times as large as the force of British troops at Mons when we first came out a year and a half ago. The importance of winning a great victory is so great that nothing has been left undone to ensure success. But the higher commanders know, and I know, that all the best arrangements in the world cannot win battles. Battles are won by infantry, and it is to the battalions like yourself that we look to gain a great victory, equal to the great victory which the Russians have obtained this month. The Germans are shut in all round. On their northern flank they are shut in by the British Navy, on the eastern flank pressed back by the Russians, on the southern flank the Italians are advancing, and this week on the western flank certain divisions of the French and many divisions of the British are determined to break their line and drive them back to their own country. Officers and men of the Battalion, the Royal Fusiliers, you are very fortunate in having this opportunity to add to the high honours already gained by your distinguished regiment. Not only, however, are you fighting for your battalion and your regiment, you are fighting to maintain against the Germans the same high reputation which you have won for the Division on the Gallipoli Peninsula. More than that, you are fighting for your country, and also you are fighting for Christianity and humanity. You are fighting for truth and justice against oppression. We are fighting for our liberty against slavery. It is now 33 years since I was first associated with the Royal Fusiliers, the regiment I have looked up to during all my service as a pattern of smartness and efficiency. I have served with you in Gibraltar, Egypt, and many stations in India, also at Aldershot and on the Gallipoli Peninsula during the past year. There is no regiment in the service in which I have had a higher confidence, and I hope next week to be able to assemble you again and to congratulate you on the great victory that you are going to win for me as commanding this division, and for your country." The faces of the men shone with a new light. It seemed as if they had seen a sight which other mortals were not allowed to look upon. As upright as poplars, chests well forward and heads thrown back, their souls seemed to speak out of their inflexible determination to win. They marched away, going to that stretch of land from which many have never returned, giving their lives for freedom and the honour of England. I turned and gave a parting wave of the hand to a group of officers standing by. "See you tonight," I said, "at the White City. We will drink to the health of the day." And with a parting laugh I moved away. I found out through H.Q. that some of our 15-inch howitzers were in the vicinity, so I decided to film them without delay, to work them into the story of the battle. I discovered their position on my map. I reached the battery. The state of the ground was indescribable. It was more like a sea of mud, and standing in the middle of this morass was the giant gun, for all the world like a horrible frog squatting on its haunches. Each time it breathed it belched out flame and smoke with the most unearthly crash that could possibly be produced, and with each breath there flew with it a mass of metal and high explosive weighing 1,400 pounds, scattering death and destruction for hundreds of yards round the point of impact in the German defences, so that our boys might find it easier to force their way through. I filmed the firing several times from various points of view, and when standing only about 15 yards away the concussion shook the ground like a miniature earthquake. On one occasion, indeed, it lifted my camera and tripod in the air, driving it crashing into my chest. I had unknowingly placed myself in the danger zone which forms a semicircle on either side of the muzzle when fired, the force being at times so great as to tear trees up by the roots and send them crashing to the ground. The prospects for the day were certainly bad. As one burly Lancashire lad said to me, "The devil was looking after his own, but we are going to beat them, sir." That was the spirit of all the men I met there. I went direct to B.H.Q. to get a full supply of film stock before going to the front line. I wished to get there early to have a final look round and a discussion with the officers. A man I knew was there, looking for all the world like a man down and out. He had a face as long as a fiddle, and several other officers were looking just as glum. "You're a cheerful lot," I said. "What's up? Anything wrong?" "Yes, rather," they replied. "The day is postponed for 48 hours." "Great Scott! Why?" I asked. "The weather," he answered laconically. "It's quite impossible for our chaps to go over the top in such sticky stuff. They wouldn't stand an earthly. As I said before, it's doing its best to upset the whole affair. I know the men will be awfully disappointed. We can hardly hold them back now, but there, I suppose the Commander in Chief knows best. Undoubtedly it's a wise decision. The weather may break. God knows it couldn't be worse." At that moment the Brigade General came in. He was looking quite bright. "I hear the day has been postponed, sir," I said. "Is that official?" "Yes," he said. "If the weather improves ever such a little it will pay us for waiting, and of course it will suit you much better." "Rather," I replied. "It also gives me more time to film the preliminary scenes. I shall, however, keep to my programme and go to the trenches this afternoon." I packed all my apparatus together, put some bully and biscuits in my bag, and started off once more for the trenches. I admit that on the journey thoughts crept into my mind, and I wondered whether I should return. Outwardly I was merry and bright, but inwardly, well, I admit I felt a bit nervous. And yet I had an instinctive feeling that all would be well, that I need not worry. Such is the complex mystery of the human mind, battling within itself against its own knowledge, its own decisions, its own instincts. And yet there is a predominating force which seems to shuffle itself out of the midst of that chaotic state of mind and holds itself up as a beacon light, saying, "Follow me, believe in me, let me guide you, and all will be well." And it is the man who allows himself to be guided by that mysterious something, which for the want of a better name we may call instinct, who benefits both spiritually and materially by it. The usual big gun duel was proceeding with its usual intensity, but we were putting over about 50 shells to the Hun's 1. Crump fell both ahead and behind me, compelling me as before to fall flat upon the ground. I reached the 5th Avenue. The trench was full of men taking down munitions. The news of the postponement had by some means reached them. They were also looking rather glum. Ye gods, I thought, it's very nearly worth while to risk walking along the top. In places there was quite 2 feet of mud and water to wallow through. "Fritz is crumping down the bottom of the avenue, sir," said a Tommy to me. "Just caught several of our lads, dirty blighters. Right in the trench, sir." "Thanks," I replied. Thinking there might be an opportunity of getting some scenes of shell bursts, I hurried on as fast as conditions would permit. With men coming up, and myself and others going down with full packs on, it was most difficult to squeeze past each other. At times it was impossible, so climbing up onto the parapet I crawled into another traverse further along. Just then another shell burst lower down, but well away from the trench, hurting no one. I eventually reached the White City without mishap, and was greeted enthusiastically by the officers present. "What's the programme now?" "I'm waiting for the final kick off," I said. "Are you going to give me a good show? And don't forget," I said, "hold back some of your bayonet work on Fritz until I get there with my machine." "But you're not coming after us with that affair, are you?" "Yes, certainly. Bet your life I shan't be far behind. As soon as you get into the Bosche trenches I shall be there. So don't forget. Get there." From the corner someone shouted, "Tell brother Fritz if he gets out of the limits, won't you?" This remark caused much laughter. "Where have you heard that term used?" I inquired. "Limits is a technical term." "Yes, I heard it used once, a year or two ago. I was staying at a small place called Staining, near Brighton. A film company was taking scenes in the village and on the downs. They had about 200 horsemen and an immense crowd, and were rehearsing a scene for what I was told was a representation of the Battle of Worcester. It was some fight. The camera man was continually shouting out to them to keep in the limits. I assumed he meant the angle of view. As I say, it was some fight. Everything went well until a section of the men who were supposed to run away got a few genuine knocks on the head, and, wishing to get their own back, they continued fighting. It was the funniest thing in the world. Of course the camera was stopped and the scene retaken." "That's extraordinary," I replied. "Do you know that I was the chap who filmed that scene? It was for a film play called 'King Charles.' It's very peculiar how one meets. I remember that incident quite well." I again filmed various scenes of the Germans strafing our lines. Our guns, as usual, were crashing out. They were pouring concentrated fire on the Hawthorn Redoubt, a stronghold of the Germans, and thinking it would yield an excellent picture, I made my way to a point of vantage whence I could get an unobstructed field of view. There was only one place, and that was a point directly opposite. To get there it was necessary to cross a sunken road about 25 feet wide, but it was under continual fire from German machine guns, and being broad daylight it was absolutely asking for trouble, thick and unadulterated, to attempt to cross it. I was advised not to do so, and I admit I ought to have taken the advice. Anyway, the opportunity of getting such a fine scene of a barrage of fire was too strong, and for once my cautionary instincts were at fault. To reach the sunken road was comparatively easy. You had only to walk along our front line trench, and fall down flat on the ground when a German shell burst near you, then proceed. I reached the junction where the road ran across at right angles, and from the shelter of our parapet the road looked the quietest place on earth. It appeared easy enough to me to jump up quickly, run across and drop on the further side in our trench. "Ridiculously easy. I'm going across," I said to my man. "When I'm over I'll throw a cord across for you to tie my tripod on to. Then I'll pull it across. It will save you attempting it." I tied the camera on my shoulders so as to have my arms quite free. I was now ready. The firing was renewed with redoubled vigour. Shells, I could see, were falling on the Hun lines like hailstones. "Jove," I said to myself, "I shall miss it. Here goes." Clambering up to the road level, I sprawled out flat and lay perfectly still for a few seconds, with my heart jumping like a steam engine. Nothing happened. I gradually drew up my leg, dug the toe of my boot in the ground, and pushed myself forward bit by bit. So far, so good. I was half way across. I was congratulating myself on my easy task. What in the world am I lying here for, I asked myself. Why shouldn't I run the remaining distance? And suiting the action to the word, I got up and found trouble. I had barely raised myself to my hands and knees when, with a rattle and a rush, a stream of bullets came swishing by, some striking the ground on my left about 9 feet away. I took the whole situation in a flash. To lie there was almost certain death. To stand up was worse. To go back was as bad as going forward. What happened afterwards I don't know. I could hear the bullets whizzing by my head with an ugly hiss. The next moment, with a jump and a spring, I landed head first in the trench on the opposite side. For the moment I did not know whether I was hit or not. I unstrapped my camera to see if it had caught any bullets, but thank heaven they had cleared it. Some of our men were standing looking aghast at me, and wondering what the devil it was that had made such a sudden dive into their midst. The look on their faces was just too funny for words. I had to roar with laughter, and realising that I was safe, they also joined in. But I was not out of the wood yet, for Brother Fritz immediately turned whiz-bangs on to us. Phtt, bang, phtt, bang they came. Every one scampered for cover. Needless to say, I did so too. 5 minutes went by. All the time these souvenirs dropped around us, but luckily none of them got any direct hits on our trench. I thought I would wait another 5 minutes to see if Bosche would cease fire, but not he. He was rather cross about my crossing the road safely. Time went by. Still the firing continued. I decided to risk throwing the cord and pulling over my tripod. Keeping low, I yelled to my man. He, like a sage, had also taken cover, but hearing my shouts, came out. "The rope is coming," I yelled. "Tug it as a signal when you have it." "Right," came the reply. 3 times I threw it before I received the welcome tug at the other end. Then a voice shouted, "Pull away, sir!" I pulled. I had to do it gently, otherwise the broken nature of the ground might damage the head. At last it was safely over, but Bosche had seen something moving across. Then he turned his typewriter on again. More bullets flew by, but with the exception of one which struck the metal revolving top and sliced out a piece as evenly as if it had been done by machine, no harm was caused. I bade one of the men shoulder my tripod. We rushed up the trench as fast as possible, and I thanked Heaven for my escape. When I reached the section where I judged it best to fit up my camera, I gently peeped over the parapet. What a sight! Never in my life had I seen such a hurricane of fire. It was inconceivable that any living thing could exist anywhere near it. The shells were coming over so fast and furious that it seemed as if they must be touching each other on their journey through the air. To get my camera up was the work of a few seconds. I had no time to put any covering material over it. The risk had to be run, the picture was worth it. Up went my camera well above the parapet, and quickly sighting my object, I started to expose. Swinging the machine first one way, then the other, I turned the handle continuously. Pieces of shell were flying and ripping past close overhead. They seemed to get nearer every time. Whether they were splinters from the bursting shells or bullets from machine guns, I could not tell, but it got so hot at last that I judged it wise to take cover. I had exposed sufficient film for my purpose, so quickly unscrewing the camera, my man taking the tripod, I hurried into a dug out for cover. Jove, I thought, mopping the perspiration from my head, quite near enough to be healthy. Although the men were all taking cover, they were as happy as crickets over this strafe. There is nothing a Tommy likes more than to see our artillery plastering Bosche trenches into Potsdam. "Well, what's the next move?" I was asked. "Trench mortars," I said. "Both flying pigs and plum puddings ought to make topping scenes." "Yes," the captain said. "They are in action this afternoon, and I am in charge of H.T.M. I'll give you a good show. I have only one pit available, as Fritz dropped a crump in the other yesterday, and blew the whole show to smithereens. My sergeant was sitting smoking at the time, and when she blew up it lifted him clean out of the trench, without even so much as scratching him. He turned round to me and cursed Bosche for spoiling his smoke. He's promised to get his own back on brother Fritz. Bet your life he will, too." He had hardly ceased speaking when our dug out shook as if a mine had gone up close by. I tumbled out, followed by the others. Lumps of earth fell on our heads. I certainly thought the roof was coming in on us. Getting into the trench, the bombardment was still going strong, and looking on my left I saw a dense cloud of smoke in our own firing trench. "What in the world's up?" I inquired of a man close by. "Dunno, sir," he said. "I believe it's a Bosche mine. It made enough fuss to be one, yet it seems in such an extraordinary position." "How about getting round to have a look at it?" I said to . "Righto," he said, "but you know we can't cross the road there. I think if we back well down, about 100 yards, we may nip across into No. 2 Avenue. That'll bring us out near Jacob's Ladder." "Lead on," I said. "I wish I had known. I came in across the road there," pointing down our firing trench. "You've got more pluck than I have," he said. "You can congratulate yourself that you are alive. Anyway, come on." Eventually I reached Jacob's Ladder and asked an officer what had happened. "I don't know," he said, "but whatever it was, it smashed our front trench for about 80 yards. It's absolutely impassable." Another officer came running up at that moment. "I say," he said, "there's a scene up there for you. A trench mortar gun had a premature burst and exploded all the munition in the pit. Blew the whole lot, men and all, to pieces. It's made a crater 30 yards across. It's a beastly wreck. Can't use that section of the front line. And to make matters worse, Fritz is pumping over tear shells. Everybody is tickled to death with the fumes." "Don't cheer me up, will you?" I remarked. "I'm going to film the trench mortar this afternoon, both the H.T.M. and the 2-inch G. I can thank my lucky stars I didn't decide to do them earlier. Anyway, here goes. The light is getting rather poor." The officer with whom I was talking kindly offered to guide me to the spot. Crumps were still falling, and so was the rain. "We'll go through Lanwick Street, then bear to the left, and don't forget to keep your head down." There are two things I detest more than anything else in the trenches. They are whizz bangs and rats. The latter got mixed up in my feet as I was walking through the trench, and one, more impudent than the rest, when I crouched down to avoid a burst, jumped on to my back and sprang away into the mud. "We will turn back and go by way of White City, then up King Street. It may be cooler there." It certainly was not healthy in this neighbourhood. Turning back, I bade my man follow close behind. Entering the main trench, I hurried along, and was quite near the King Street turning when a Hun crump came tearing overhead. I yelled out to my man to take cover, and crushed into the entrance of a dug out myself. In doing so I upset a canteen of tea over a bucket fire which one of our lads was preparing to drink. His remarks were drowned in the explosion of the shell, which landed barely 25 feet away. "Now then," I called to my man, "run for it into King Street," and I got there just in time to crouch down and escape another crump which came hurtling over. In a flash I knew it was coming very near. I crouched lower. It burst with a sickening sound. It seemed just overhead. Dirt and rubble poured over me as I lay there. I rushed to the corner to see where it had struck. It had landed only 12 feet from the dug out entrance which I had left only a few seconds before, and it had killed the 2 men whom I had crushed against, and for the loss of whose tea I was responsible. It was not the time or place to hang about, so I hurried to the trench mortar pit to finish my scenes whilst daylight lasted. I met the officer in charge of the T.M. "Keep your head down," he shouted as I turned round to traverse. "Our parapet has been practically wiped out, and there is a sniper in the far corner of the village. He has been dropping his pellets into my show all day, and Fritz has been splashing me with his Minnies to try and find my gun, but he will never get it. And just look at the mess around." I was looking. It would have beaten the finest Indian scout to try and distinguish the trench from the débris and honeycomb of shell holes. "Where the deuce is your outfit?" I said, looking round. "You follow me, but don't show an inch of head above. Look out!" Phut! Bang! came a pipsqueak. It struck and burst about 5 yards in front of us. "Brother Fritz is confoundedly inconsiderate," he said. "He seems to want all the earth to himself. Come on, we'll get there this time, and run for it." After clambering, crawling, running and jumping, we reached a hole in the ground, into which the head and shoulders of a man were just disappearing. "This is my abode of love," said my guide. "How do you like it?" I looked down, and at the depth of about 12 feet was a trench mortar. The hole itself was, of course, boarded round with timber, and was about 7 feet square. There was a gallery leading back under our parapet for the distance of about 80 feet, and in this were stored the bombs. The men also sheltered there. I let myself down with my camera, and threaded by the numerous plum puddings lying there. I fixed my camera up and awaited the order for the men to commence firing. "Are you ready?" came a voice from above. "Right, sir," replied the sergeant. I began exposing my film. "Fire!" the T.M. officer shouted down. Fire they did, and the concussion nearly knocked me head over heels. I was quite unprepared for such a back blast. Before they fired again I got a man to hold down the front leg of my tripod. The gun was recharged, the order to fire was given, the lanyard was pulled, but no explosion. "Hullo, another—" "Misfire," was the polite remark of the sergeant. "Those fuses are giving us more trouble than enough." Another detonator was put on, everything was ready again. Another tug was given. Again no explosion. Remembering the happenings of the morning in another pit, when a premature burst occurred, I felt anything but comfortable. Sitting in the middle of about 100 trench mortar bombs, visions of the whole show going up came to me. Another detonator was put in. "Fire!" came the order. Again it failed. "Look here, sergeant," I said, "if that bally thing happens again, I'm off." "The blessed thing has never been so bad before, sir. Let's have one more try." Still another detonator was put in. I began turning the handle of my camera. This time it was successful. "That's all I want," I said. "I'm off. Hand me up my camera, and with due respect to your gun," I said to the T.M. officer, "you might cease fire until I'm about 50 yards away. I don't mind risking brother Fritz's strafe, but I do object to the possibility of being scattered to the four winds of heaven by our own shells." And with a laugh and good wishes I left him. "I say," he called out, "come into my dug out to night, will you? It's just in front of 5th Avenue. I shall be there in about half an hour. I have got to give Fritz a few more souvenirs to go on with. There is a little more wire left over there, and the C.O. wants it all strafed away. Do come, won't you? So long. See you later. Keep your head down." "Right o!" I said with a laugh. "Physician, heal thyself. A little higher and you might as well be sitting on the parapet." He turned round sharply, then dropped on his knees. "Strafe that bally parapet, I forgot all about it. Fire!" he yelled, and I laughed at the pleasure he was getting out of blowing up Fritz. I scrambled and slithered back into the recognised trench again, and on my way back filmed the H.T.M., or Flying Pig, in action. By this time it was getting rather dull, so going to a dug out I dropped my apparatus, and had another final look at the position from which I was going to film the great attack in the morning. End of Part II, Chapter 12.
Part 2, Chapters 13 and 14 of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Dawn of July 1st. Darkness came, and with it a host of star shells, or Verilights, which were shot up high in the air from both the German and our own trenches. They looked for all the world like a huge firework display at the Crystal Palace. Rain had ceased. The heavens were studded with countless millions of stars. "Great prospects for to-morrow," said one. "I hope it's fine for the sake of the boys. They are as keen as mustard to go over the top." As we talked, batch after batch of men came gliding by in their full kit, smoking and chatting. While I was standing there, hundreds must have passed me in that narrow trench, quietly going to their allotted positions. Now and again sharp orders were given by their officers. "How's your section, sergeant? Are you fitted up?" "Yes, sir," came a voice from the blackness. "Now, lads, come along, get through as quickly as possible. Post your sentries at once, and be sharp." It was not long before little red fires were gleaming out of the dug out entrances, and crowds of men were crouching round heating their canteens of water, some frying pieces of meat, others heating soup, and all the time laughing and carrying on a most animated conversation. From other groups came the subdued humming of favourite songs. Some were cursing and swearing, but with such a bluntness that, if I may say so, it seemed to take all the profanity from the words. And these men knew they were going over the top in the morning. The day which they had dreamed of was about to materialise. They knew that many would not be alive to-morrow night, yet I never saw a sad face nor heard a word of complaint. My feeling whilst watching these men in the glow of the firelight was almost indescribable. I was filled with awe at their behaviour. I reverenced them more than I had ever done before, and I felt like going down on my knees and thanking God I was an Englishman. No words of mine can fitly describe this wonderful scene. And all the time more men and still more men were pouring into the trenches, and munitions of all descriptions were being served out. The bursting German shells and the shrieks overhead of the missiles from our own guns were for the moment forgotten in the immensity of the sights around me. I turned and groped the way back to my shelter, and, as I did so, our fire increased in intensity. This was the prelude to the greatest attack ever made in the history of the world, and ere the sun set on the morrow many of these heroes, the Lancashire Fusiliers, Royal Fusiliers, Middlesex, etc., would be lying dead on the field of battle, their lives sacrificed that civilization might live. At last I found a friend, and sitting down to our box table we had a meal together. Afterwards I wandered out and entered several other dug outs where friends were resting. They all seemed anxious for the morning to come. I met the mining officer. "I say, let me check my watch by yours," I said. "As the mine is going up at 7:20 I shall want to start my machine about half a minute beforehand." "Right o," he said. We then checked watches. I bade him good night, and also the others, and the best of luck. "Same to you," they cried in general chorus. "I hope to heavens you get through with it, and show them all at home in England how the boys fight. They will then realise what war really means. Good night, old man." "Good night," I replied, and then found my way back to the shelter. I rolled myself in a blanket and tried to sleep. The night was very cold. I lay shivering in my blanket and could not get warm. The guns were continually crashing out. Shells were bursting just outside with appalling regularity. Suddenly they seemed to quieten down, as if by some means the Germans had got to know of our great plans and were preparing for the blow. Presently everything was comparatively quiet. except for the scurrying of countless rats running and jumping over my body as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I expect I must have dozed off to sleep, for when I awoke day was breaking, and the din of the gunfire was terrific. Innumerable worlds seemed to be crashing together, and it sounded as if thousands of peals of thunder had concentrated themselves into one soul-terrifying roar. An officer looked in at the entrance at that moment. "Hullo," he said. "Are you the movie man?" "Yes," I said, sitting up. "What's up?" "Well, I'm hanged. I'm glad I found you. Do you know I asked several Johnnies down the line if you were in the trenches, and they laughed at me. Asked me if I had been drinking. They thought I was pulling their leg. 'A movie man in the trenches,' they said, in tones of amazement. 'Not likely.' I told them that you were here last night, and that you are here to film the attack. Well, anyway, this is what I have come for. The Colonel sent me you know him to see if you would film a company of our men in occupation of Sunken Road. They occupied it during the night without a single casualty, by tunnelling for about 50 yards through the parapet, under No Man's Land, then sapped up and into the road. It's a fine piece of work," he said, "and would make a good picture." "Rather," I said. "I'll come. It will be splendid from the historical point of view. Can you let me have a guide, to show me the quickest and best way?" "Yes, I will send one of our pioneers. He will guide you," he said. "Let me know how you get on, won't you? And if possible, when you return, call in and see the Colonel. He will be frightfully bucked." "Right o," I said. By God, it's bally cold. My teeth won't hold still. Push that man along and I'll get off. Au revoir, he called out as he left. See you later. The guide turned up a few minutes afterwards. He took the tripod, I the camera. I started off and entered King Street, making my way towards the firing trench. I have described in previous chapters what it was like to be under an intense bombardment. I have attempted to analyse my feelings when lying in the trenches with shells bursting directly overhead. I have been in all sorts of places, under heavy shell fire, but for intensity and nearness, nothing, absolutely nothing, compared with the frightful and demoralising nature of the shell fire which I experienced during that journey. I had only just reached King Street when it started on that section. Bosche was fairly plastering the whole trench, and smashing down our parapets in the most methodical manner. 4 men passed me with horrible wounds. Another was being carried on the shoulders of his comrades, one arm being blown clean off, leaving flesh and remnants of cloth hanging down in a horrible manner. The shells fell in front, overhead, and behind us. I bent low and rushed through traverse after traverse, halting when a shell burst in the trench itself round the next bend, sending a ghastly blast of flame and choking fumes full in my face. At one point I halted, hardly knowing which way to go. My guide was crouching as low as possible on the ground. The further I went, the worse it got. Shrieking, splitting shells seemed to envelop us. I looked back. The same. In front, another burst. The flames swept right into my face. If I had been standing up it would have killed me without a doubt. To go back was as dangerous as to advance, and to stay where I was, well, it was worse, if anything. Truth to tell, I had gone so far now that I did not like turning back. The picture of our men in Sunken Road attracted me like a magnet. "Go on," I shouted to the guide. "We'll get through somehow. Are you game?" "Yes, sir," said he. We ran round the next traverse, and had to scramble over a heap of débris caused by a shell a few moments before. "Look out, sir, there are some dead men here, and the parapet has practically disappeared. Get down on your stomach and crawl along." Phut! Bang! The shells crashed on the parapet with the rapidity of machine gun fire. I went down and crawled along over the dead bodies of some of our lads killed only a few minutes before. It couldn't be helped. Purgatory in all its hideous shapes and forms could not possibly be worse than this journey. It seemed years getting through that hellish fire. "How much more?" I yelled out. "We are quite near now, sir, about 20 yards." "Rush for it then, rush." I did, and my guide pulled up quickly at the entrance of what seemed like a mine. "Incline in here, sir," he said, and disappeared. I followed. Never in all my experience had I welcomed cover as I did at that moment. "Hold on a bit," I said, "for 5 minutes' breathing space." The tunnel was no more than 2 feet 6 inches wide and 5 feet high. Men inside were passing ammunition from one to another in an endless chain and disappearing into the bowels of the earth. The shaft took a downward trend. It was only by squeezing past the munition bearers that we were able to proceed at all, and in some places it was impossible for more than one to crush through at a time. By the light of an electric torch stuck in the mud I was able to see the men. They were wet with perspiration, steaming in fact, stripped to the waist, working like Trojans, each doing the work of 6 men. The journey seemed endless. I could tell by the position that I was climbing. My guide was still in front and letting me know of his whereabouts by shouting, "Straight ahead, sir, mind this hole." The latter part of the shaft seemed practically upright. I dragged my camera along by the strap attached to the case. It was impossible to carry it. We were nearing daylight. I could see a gleam only a few feet away. At last we came to the exit. My guide was there. "Keep down low, sir, this sap is only 4 feet deep. It's been done during the night, about 50 yards of it. We're in no man's land now, and if the Germans had any idea we were here the place would soon be an inferno." "Go ahead," I said. It was difficult to imagine we were midway between the Hun lines and our own. It was practically inconceivable. The shell fire seemed just as bad as ever behind in the trenches, but here it was simply heavenly. The only thing one had to do was to keep as low as possible and wriggle along. The ground sloped downwards. The end of the sap came in sight. My guide was crouching there, and in front of him, about 30 feet away, running at right angles on both sides, was a roadway, overgrown with grass and pitted with shell holes. The bank immediately in front was lined with the stumps of trees and a rough hedge, and there, lined up, crouching as close to the bank as possible, were some of our men. They were the Lancashire Fusiliers, with bayonets fixed and ready to spring forward. "Keep low as you run across the road, sir. The Bosche can see right along it. Make straight for the other side." With that he ran across, and I followed. Then I set my camera up and filmed the scene. I had to take every precaution in getting my machine in position, keeping it close to the bank, as a false step would have exposed the position to the Bosche, who would have immediately turned on He shrapnel and might have enfiladed the whole road from either flank. I filmed the waiting Fusiliers. Some of them looked happy and gay, others sat with stern, set faces, realizing the great task in front of them. I had finished taking my scenes, and asked an officer if the Colonel was there. "No, but you may find him in White City. He was there about an hour ago. Great heavens," he said, "who would have believed that a movie man would be here, the nearest point to Bosche lines on the whole front? You must like your job. Hanged if I envy you. Anyway, hope to see you after the show, if I haven't gone west. Cheero." And with that he left me. Packing up my camera, I prepared to return. Time was getting on. It was now 6:30 a.m. The attack was timed for 7:20. As I wanted to obtain some scenes of our men taking up their final positions, I told my guide to start. "Duck as low as possible," I said, "when you cross the road." "We can't go yet, sir. Munitions are being brought through, and as you know there isn't room to pass one another." I waited until the last man had come in from the sap, then practically on hands and knees made for the sap mouth. "Cheer up, boys," I shouted to the men as I parted from them. "Best of luck. Hope to see you in the village." "Hope so, sir," came a general chorus in reply. Again I struggled through the narrow slit, then down the shaft and finally into the tunnel. We groped our way along as best we could. The place was full of men. It was only possible to get my tripoded camera along by passing it from one to another. Then, as the men stooped low, I stepped over them, eventually reaching the other end and daylight. The strafe was still on, but not quite so violent. Our parapets were in a sorry condition, battered out of all shape. Returning through King Street, I was just in time to film some of the men fixing bayonets before being sent to their respective stations in the firing trench. The great moment was drawing near. I admit I was feeling a wee bit nervous. The mental and nervous excitement under such conditions was very great. Every one was in a state of suppressed excitement. On the way I passed an officer I knew. "Are you going over?" I said. "Rather," he replied. "The whole lot of us. Some stunt, eh?" "Don't forget," I said, "the camera will be on you. Good luck." Bidding my man collect the tripod and camera, I made for the position on Jacob's ladder. But I was to receive a rude shock. The shelling of the morning had practically blown it all down, but there was sufficient for a clearance all around for my purpose, and sufficient shelter against stray bits of shrapnel. I prepared to put up my camera. Not quite satisfied, I left it about 30 yards away to view the situation quickly, as there were only 20 minutes to go. Hardly had I left the machine than a whiz bang fell and struck the parapet immediately above the ladder, tumbling the whole lot of sandbags down like a pack of cards. It was a lucky escape for me. The position was absolutely no use now, and I had to choose another. Time was short. I hastily fixed my camera on the side of the small bank this side of our firing trench, with my lens pointing towards the Hawthorn Redoubt, where the mine, the largest blown on the British front, was going up. It was loaded with 20 tons of a new explosive of tremendous destructive power, and it had taken 7 months to build. Gee, what an awakening for Bosche. My camera was now set ready to start exposing. I looked along the trench. The men were ready and awaiting the great moment. One little group was discussing the prospects of a race across No Man's Land. "Bet you Jim I'll get there first." "Right o. How much?" "A day's pay," was the reply. "Take me on too, will you?" said another hero. "Yes, same terms, eh? Good enough." "Say, Bill," he called to his pal, "pay up for my cash if I go west." "Shut up, fathead. We have to kill Huns. Strafe them." I turned away to speak to an officer as to the prospects. "Very good," he said. "I hope they don't plaster our trenches before all the men get out. They are as keen as mustard. Never known them so bright. Look at them now, all smoking." Our guns were still pounding heavily, and the din and concussion was awful. To hear oneself speak it was absolutely necessary to shout. "You are in a pretty rocky position," someone said to me. "Fritz will be sure to plaster this front pretty well as soon as our men get over." "Can't help it," I said. "My machine must have a clear view. I must take the risk. How's the time going?" "It's 7:10 now," he said. "I'm going to stand by. Cheero. Best of luck." I left him and stood by my machine. The minutes dragged on. Still the guns crashed out. The German fire had died down a bit during the last half hour. I glanced down our trenches. The officers were giving final instructions. Every man was in his place. The first to go over would be the engineers to wire the crater. They were all ready, crouching down with their implements in their hands. Time 7:15 a.m. Heavens, how the minutes dragged! It seemed like a lifetime waiting there. My nerves were strung up to a high pitch. My heart was thumping like a steam hammer. I gave a quick glance at an officer close by. He was mopping the perspiration from his brow, and clutching his stick first in one hand and then in the other, quite unconsciously, I'm sure. He looked at his watch. Another 3 minutes went by. Would nothing ever happen? Chapter 14. The Day and the Hour. Time 7:19 a.m. My hand grasped the handle of the camera. I set my teeth. My whole mind was concentrated upon my work. Another 30 seconds passed. I started turning the handle, 2 revolutions per second, no more, no less. I noticed how regular I was turning. My object in exposing half a minute beforehand was to get the mine from the moment it broke ground. I fixed my eyes on the redoubt. Any second now. Surely it was time. It seemed to me as if I had been turning for hours. Great heavens! Surely it had not misfired. Why doesn't it go up? I looked at my exposure dial. I had used over 1,000 feet. The horrible thought flashed through my mind that my film might run out before the mine blew. Would it go up before I had time to reload? The thought brought beads of perspiration to my forehead. The agony was awful, indescribable. My hand began to shake. Another 250 feet exposed. I had to keep on. Then it happened. The ground where I stood gave a mighty convulsion. It rocked and swayed. I gripped hold of my tripod to steady myself. Then for all the world like a gigantic sponge the earth rose in the air to the height of hundreds of feet. Higher and higher it rose, and with a horrible grinding roar the earth fell back upon itself, leaving in its place a mountain of smoke. From the moment the mine went up my feelings changed. The crisis was over, and from that second I was cold, cool, and calculating. I looked upon all that followed from the purely pictorial point of view, and even felt annoyed if a shell burst outside the range of my camera. Why couldn't Bosche put that shell a little nearer? It would make a better picture. And so my thoughts ran on. The earth was down. I swung my camera round on to our own parapets. The engineers were swarming over the top and streaming along the skyline. Our guns redoubled their fire. The Germans then started HE. Shrapnel began falling in the midst of our advancing men. I continued to turn the handle of my camera, viewing the whole attack through my view finder, first swinging one way and then the other. Then another signal rang out, and from the trenches immediately in front of me our wonderful troops went over the top. What a picture it was! They went over as one man. I could see while I was exposing that numbers were shot down before they reached the top of the parapet, others just the other side. They went across the ground in swarms, and marvel upon marvels, still smoking cigarettes. One man actually stopped in the middle of no man's land to light up again. The Germans had by now realized that the great attack had come. Shrapnel poured into our trenches with the object of keeping our supports from coming up. They had even got their crumps and high explosive shrapnel into the middle of our boys before they were halfway across no man's land. But still they kept on. At that moment my spool ran out. I hurriedly loaded up again, and putting the first priceless spool in my case I gave it to my man in a dug out to take care of, impressing upon him that he must not leave it under any circumstances. If anything unforeseen happened he was to take it back to headquarters. I rushed back to my machine again. Shells were exploding quite close to me. At least I was told so afterwards by an officer. But I was so occupied with my work that I was quite unconscious of their proximity. I began filming once more. The first lot of men, or rather the remainder of them, had disappeared in the haze and smoke, punctured by bursting shells. What was happening in the German lines I did not know. Other men were coming up and going over the top. The German machine gun fire was not quite so deadly now, but our men suffered badly from shell fire. On several occasions I noticed men run and take temporary cover in the shell holes, but their ranks were being terribly thinned. Still more went over, and still a stream of men were making for the mine crater. They then disappeared in the smoke. The noise was terrific. It was as if the earth were lifting bodily and crashing against some immovable object. The very heavens seemed to be falling. Thousands of things were happening in the same moment. The mind could not begin to grasp the barest margin of it. The German shells were crashing all round me. Dirt was being flung in my face, cutting it like whipcord. My only thought was whether any of it had struck my lens and made it dirty, for this would have spoiled my film. I gave a quick glance at it. It was quite all right. Fearful fighting was taking place in the German trenches. The heavy rattle of machine guns, the terrible din of exploding bombs could be heard above the pandemonium. Our men had ceased to flow from our trenches. I crept to the top of the parapet and looked toward the left of the village of Beaumont-Hamel. Our guns were bursting on the other side of the village, but I could distinguish nothing else as to how things were going. I asked an officer who was standing close by. "God knows," he replied. "Everything over there is so mixed up. The General said this was the hardest part of the line to get through, and my word, it seems like it, to look at our poor lads." I could see them strewn all over the ground, swept down by the accursed machine gun fire. A quick succession of shell bursts attracted my attention. Back to my camera position. Another lot of our men were going over the top. I began exposing, keeping them in my camera view all the time as they were crossing, by revolving my tripod head. Shell after shell crashed in the middle of them, leaving ghastly gaps, but other men quickly filled them up, passing through the smoke and over the bodies of their comrades, as if there were no such thing as a shell in all the world. Another spool ran out, making the fourth since the attack started. I gave it in charge of my man with the same instructions as before. I loaded again and had just started exposing. Something attracted my attention on the extreme left. What it was I don't know. I ceased turning, but still holding the handle I veered round the front of my camera. The next moment, with a shriek and a flash, a shell fell and exploded before I had time to take shelter. It was only a few feet away. What happened after I hardly know. There was the grinding crash of a bursting shell. Something struck my tripod, the whole thing, camera and all, was flung against me. I clutched it and staggered back, holding it in my arms. I dragged it into a shrapnel-proof shelter, sat down and looked for the damage. A piece of the shell had struck the tripod and cut the legs clean in half on one side, carrying about 6 inches of it away. The camera, thank heaven, was untouched. Calling my man, we hastily found some pieces of wood, old telephone wire and string, and within an hour had improvised legs rigid enough to continue taking scenes. I again set up my camera. Our gunfire was still terrible, but the Germans had shortened their range and were evidently putting a barrage on our men, who had presumably reached the enemy's front trenches. Nobody knew anything definitely. Wounded men began to arrive. There was a rush for news. "How are things going?" we asked. "We have taken their first and second line," said one. An officer passed on a stretcher. "How are things going?" "God knows," he said. "I believe we have got through their first line and part of the village, but don't know whether we shall be able to hold out. We have been thinned shockingly." "Have you been successful?" he asked me. "Yes, I've got the whole of the attack." "Good man," he said. First one rumour, then another came through. There was nothing definite. The fighting over there was furious. I filmed various scenes of our wounded coming in over the parapet, then through the trenches. Lines of them were awaiting attention. Scenes crowded upon me. Wounded and more wounded, men who a few hours before had leapt over the parapet full of life and vigour were now dribbling back. Some of them shattered and broken for life. But it was one of the most glorious charges ever made in the history of the world. These men had done their bit. "Hullo," I said to one passing through on a stretcher. "Got a Blighty?" "Yes, sir," he said. "Rather sure Blighty for me." "And for me too," said another lad lying with him, waiting attention. "I shan't be able to play footer any more. Look." I followed the direction of his finger and could see through the rough bandages that his foot had been taken completely off. Yet he was still cheerful and smoking. A great many asked me as they came through, "Was I in the picture, sir?" I had to say yes to them all, which pleased them immensely. Still no definite news. The heavy firing continued. I noticed several of our wounded men lying in shell holes in No Man's Land. They were calling for assistance. Every time a Red Cross man attempted to get near them, a hidden German machine gun fired. Several were killed whilst trying to bring in the wounded. The cries of one poor fellow attracted the attention of a trench mortar man. He asked for a volunteer to go with him and bring the poor fellow in. A man stepped forward, and together they climbed the parapet and threaded their way through the barbed wire very slowly. Nearer and nearer they crept. We stood watching with bated breath. Would they reach him? Yes, at last. Then hastily binding up the injured man's wounds, they picked him up between them and with a run made for our parapet. The swine of a German blazed away at them with his machine gun, but marvellous to relate, neither of them were touched. I filmed the rescue from the start to the finish until they passed me in the trench, a mass of perspiration. Upon the back of one was the unconscious man he had rescued, but 20 minutes after these two had gone through hell to rescue him, the poor fellow died. During the day those two men rescued 20 men in this fashion under heavy fire. End of Part 2, Chapters 13 and 14. Part 2, Chapters 15 and 16 of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Roll Call After the Fight. The day wore on. The success of the fighting swayed first this way, then that. The casualties mounted higher and higher. Men were coming back into our trenches maimed and broken. They all had different tales to tell. I passed along talking to and cheering our wonderful men as much as I could. And the Germans! To add to this ghastly whirlpool of horror, threw shell after shell into the dressing station, killing and wounding afresh the gallant lads who had gone over the top that morning. They seemed to know of this place, and played upon it with a gloating, fiendish glee worthy only of unspeakable savages. As I was passing one group of wounded, I ran against my doctor friend of the night before. "Busy day for you?" I said. "My word, yes," he replied. "They are coming faster than I can attend to them. I am just off to see P. He's caught it badly." "Serious?" I asked. "Yes, rather. In the back. He's in the dug out." And the doctor rushed away. I followed him. P was lying there on a stretcher, looking ghastly. The doctor was bending over him. Poor old chap. Only that morning he had hooked me out to film the sunken road scenes as full of life and hope as any one could conceive. Now he was on his back, a broken wreck. In the trenches there were hundreds of cases as bad, or even worse, but they did not affect me. There were far too many for the mind to fully grasp their meaning. But down here in this dark dug out, 20 feet below the earth, the sombre surroundings only illuminated by a guttering candle in a bottle, I was far more affected. It was natural, though, for one always feels things more when someone one knows is concerned. P was the first to speak. "Hullo, old man," he said in a husky, low voice. "You've pulled through?" "Yes," I replied, "but touch wood. I'm so sorry. Anyway, you're all right for Blighty." And to cheer him up I continued in a bantering strain. "You knew how to manage it, eh? Jolly artful, you know." His face lighted up with a wan smile. "Yes, Malins. Rather a long Blighty, I'm afraid." 2 stretcher bearers came in at that moment to take him away. With difficulty they got him out of the trench, and grasping his hand I bade him good bye. "I'm glad you got our boys, Malins. I do so want to see that film," were his last words. "I'll show it to you when I get back to England," I called after him, and then he disappeared. The fighting was now beginning to die down. The remnants of 4 regiments were coming in. Each section was accumulating in spaces on their own. I realised that the roll call was about to take place. I filmed them as they staggered forward and dropped down, utterly worn out, body and soul. By an almost superhuman effort many of them staggered to their feet again, and formed themselves into an irregular line. In one little space there were just 2 thin lines, all that was left of a glorious regiment, barely 100 men. I filmed the scene as it unfolded itself. The sergeant stood there with notebook resting on the end of his rifle, repeatedly putting his pencil through names that were missing. This picture was one of the most wonderful, the most impressive that can be conceived. It ought to be painted and hung in all the picture galleries of the world, in all the schools and public buildings, and our children should be taught to regard it as the standard of man's self-sacrifice. I stayed in the trenches until the following day, filming scene after scene of our wounded. I learned that nothing more was to be attempted until later, when fresh divisions were to be brought up. Knowing this, I decided to leave this section of the trenches. But the ghastly scenes of which I was witness will always remain a hideous nightmare in my memory, though I thank God I had been spared to film such tremendous scenes of supreme heroism and sacrifice in the cause of freedom. I got safely back through the trenches to , where Brigade H.Q. told me of an urgent message from G.H.Q. I was to report as soon as possible. On my way I called on General , who was delighted to hear I had successfully filmed the attack, the record of which would show the world how gloriously our men had fought. Reaching advanced G.H.Q. I reported myself. All were pleased to see me safe and sound, and to hear of my success. I was told that lively things were happening at La Boisselle. I heard also how successful our troops had been in other parts of the line. Fricourt and Mametz and a dozen other villages had fallen to our victorious troops. This news put new life into me. At La Boisselle they said we had pushed through, and fighting was still going on. I decided to leave for that district right away. Passing through Albert, I halted the car at the top of Becourt Wood. From this point I had to walk. In the distance I could see hundreds of shells bursting, and guns were thundering out. I gave one camera to my orderly, and another had the tripod. Taking the second camera myself, I started off. We threaded our way through the wood and out into the trenches. Shells were falling close by, but by hugging the parapet we got along fairly well. The communication trench seemed interminable. "Where the deuce am I?" I asked an officer in passing. "I want to get to our front trenches." "You want to go the other way. This trench leads back to ." This was anything but cheering news. I had been walking for about an hour, always seeming to just miss the right turning. Truth to tell, I had failed to provide myself with a trench map, and it was my first time in this section. The bursting shells were filling up the trenches, and I was becoming absolutely fogged. So, in sheer desperation, for the bombardment was getting more intense and I was afraid of losing pictures, I climbed on to the parapet to look round. What a scene of desolation! The first thing I saw was a dead German. That didn't help to cheer me up overmuch. Making a slight detour, I stopped to fix the Hun front line, if possible. Our own I could see, but no matter where I looked the Bosche line was apparently non-existent. Yet our shells were smashing into the ground, which seemed to be absolutely empty. I set up my camera and started to expose. While doing so I happened to glance down, for I must explain that I was on a slight mound. Which was the most surprised, the Bosche or myself, I do not know, for less than 100 yards away was the German line. I stopped turning. Immediately I did so, bullets came singing unpleasantly past my head. I dropped flat on the ground, which luckily for me was slightly protected by a ridge of earth. I dragged the camera down on top of me, and lying flat, the bullets whizzed by overhead. The Bosche must have thought he had got me, for in a few moments fire ceased. I wriggled towards the trench and dropped like a log into the bottom, dragging my camera after me. One of my men had followed, and seeing me drop did the same. He came tumbling head first into the trench. "That was a near squeak, sir," he said. "Yes, come on, they will probably start shelling us. Cut through here. I noticed some German prisoners coming this way. I must get them. Where's the other man? Keep him close up." Reaching a trench through which the German prisoners were being led, I hurriedly fixed my camera and filmed them shambling in, holding their hands up, their nerves completely shattered by the intensity of our terrific bombardment. Some were covered with wounds, others were carrying our wounded Tommies in on stretchers. It was an extraordinary sight. 10 minutes before these men were doing their utmost to kill each other, now friend and foe were doing their best to help each other. Shells were dropping close by. One fell in the midst of a group of prisoners, and bursting, killed 14 and wounded 11. The others were marched on. Whether I had been spotted or not I do not know, but German shells were crumping unpleasantly near. I was just thinking of moving when another burst so close that it made me quickly decide. I looked round for my men. One was there, the other was missing. "Get into a dug out," I yelled. "Where is L?" "Don't know, sir," he said. He dived into a dug out at the first shell which burst near. At that moment another crump crashed down and exploded with a crunching roar, throwing a large quantity of earth all around me. One after another came over in quick succession. "Where the devil is that fellow?" I said to . "He's got my aeroscope. When brother Fritz has smoothed down this little strafe I will try and find him." "He was in that section, sir, where Bosche crossed." For over half an hour the crumping continued, then it practically ceased. The Bosche evidently thought he had distributed us to the four winds of heaven. I emerged from my shelter and hurriedly ran along the trench to find my man. He was nowhere to be found. Several dug outs had been smashed in, and in one place the water in the trench was deep red with blood, and wading through this was anything but pleasant. At that moment a telephone man came up. "Can you tell me, sir, if there is a machine gun position hereabouts? I have been sent to run a wire." I was just replying when a crump came hurtling over. "Duck," I yelled, and duck we did. I tried to cover the whole of my body under my steel helmet, and crouching low on the ground the crump burst just on the parapet above, showering huge lumps of dirt which clattered upon us. "You had better get out of this," I said, and suiting the action to the word I attempted to run, when another crump burst, this time in the traverse close behind. Well, which of us ran the fastest for cover I don't know, but I was a good second. The non appearance of my other man worried me. He was nowhere to be found. It occurred to me that as he did not find me on emerging from his dug out, and as it was coming on to rain, he had returned to the car thinking he might find me there. Packing up my camera, therefore, I started off, passing more prisoners on the way. I promptly collared 2 of them to carry my tripod and camera, and as we proceeded I could not restrain a smile at the sight of 2 German prisoners hurrying along with my outfit, and a grinning Tommy with his inevitable cigarette between his lips and a bayonet at the ready coming up behind. It was too funny for words. When I reached the car my lost man was not there. I enquired of several battle police and stretcher bearers if they had seen a man of his description wandering about and carrying a leather case, but nobody had seen him. After having a sandwich I decided to go again to the front line to find him. I could not leave him there. I must find out something definite. On my way down I made further enquiries, but without result. I searched around those trenches until I was soaked to the skin and fagged out, but not a trace of him could I discover, not even my camera or pieces of it. The only thing that could have happened, I thought, was that he had got into a dug out and the entrance had been blown in by heavy shell fire. Retracing my steps I examined several smashed dug outs. It was impossible to even attempt to lift the rubble. With gloomy thoughts I returned again to the car, and on my journey back left instructions with various men to report anything found to the town major at . I stayed the night in the vicinity in the hope of receiving news, but not a scrap came through. Again next day and the next I hunted the trenches unsuccessfully, and finally I came to the conclusion that he had been killed, and decided to post him as missing. I had arrived at this decision whilst resting on the grass at the top of Becourt Wood, and was making a meal of bully and biscuits when, looking up, I saw what I took to be an apparition of my missing man walking along the road and carrying a black case. I could scarcely believe my eyes. "Where the devil have you been?" I asked. "I was just on my way back to post you as missing. What has happened?" "Well, sir, it was like this. When that shell burst I dived into a dug out and was quite all right. Then another shell burst and struck the entrance, smashing it in. I have been all this time trying to get out. Then I lost my way and well, sir, here I am. But your camera case is spoilt." So ended his adventure. Thinking that the films I had obtained of the Somme fighting should be given to the public as quickly as possible, I suggested to G.H.Q., and they fully agreed, that I should return to England without delay. So packing up my belongings I returned to London next day. Little time was lost in developing and printing the pictures, and the military authorities, recognising what a splendid record they presented of the Great Push, had copies prepared without delay for exhibition throughout the length and breadth of the land, in our dependencies overseas, and in neutral countries. They were handled with wonderful celerity by Mr. Will Jury, a member of the War Office Committee, and put out through the business organisation over which he so ably presides. It is sufficient here to record the deep and abiding impression created by the appearance of the films on the screen. People crowded the theatres to see the pictures. Thousands were turned away, and it has been estimated that the number of those who have seen these official war films must run into many millions. The Somme film has proved a mighty instrument in the service of recruiting. The newspapers still talk of its astounding realism, and it is generally admitted that the great kinematograph picture has done much to help the people of the British Empire to realise the wonderful spirit of our men in the face of almost insuperable difficulties, the splendid way in which our great citizen army has been organised, the vastness of the military machine we have created during the last 2½ years, and the immensity of the task which still faces us. His Majesty the King has declared that the public should see these pictures, and Mr. Lloyd George, after witnessing a display of the film, sent forth the following thrilling message to the nation: "Be up and doing. See that this picture, which is in itself an epic of self-sacrifice and gallantry, reaches every one. Herald the deeds of our brave men to the ends of the earth. This is your duty." A thrilling message truly, and I am proud indeed to think that I have been permitted to play my part in the taking and making of this wonderful film. Chapter 16. Editing a Battle Film. In view of the immense and widespread interest aroused by the appearance of the Somme film, it may perhaps be permissible to depart for a spell from the narration of my story in order to explain briefly, for the benefit of those interested, how such a picture is prepared and the various processes through which it must necessarily pass before it is ready for public exhibition. The process is technically known as editing, and it must be admitted that this part of the work more nearly approaches the art of the newspaper editor than any other I know. Indeed, I am not sure that the functions of the film editor, at least in the case of a picture such as the Somme film, do not call for a greater exercise of discretion, diplomacy and tact. For so many interests have to be taken into account, so much has to be left out, for so much is at stake. Time and thought is doubly intensified in editing or cutting up the film in all its various scenes and assembling them in their right order with suitable subtitles. Immediately films arrive in London they are sent by the War Office to the works, and there, in a long dark room, with many compartments, the film is wound upon wooden frames about 3 feet by 4 feet. Each section as it is unwound from the roll is numbered by a perforated machine, to save the unnecessary handling that would otherwise be caused if one had to wade through all the small sections to join in the original lengths in which they are received. The frames are then taken into the developing room, where they are placed in tanks of developing mixture warmed to a temperature of about 65°. It is there that the technique of a developing expert asserts itself. He can either make or mar a film. During development the picture is carefully rinsed, and eventually it is ready for fixing. It is taken out, washed in a bath of pure water, and then dropped into an acid fixing bath and there allowed to remain until fixation is complete, usually a matter of about 15 minutes. The films are then taken to the washing room, where they are placed in huge tanks taking from 50 to 100 frames, and each one holding 120 feet of films. Jets of water run continually over them, and in an hour they are taken out and sent to the drying room, where the film is rewound whilst wet upon very large drums, about 30 feet long and 7 feet in diameter. An electric motor is then started, and the drum revolves at an ever increasing speed. Drum after drum is loaded in the same way until the whole of the film is in position, and the whirling continues until the negative is perfectly dry. Cleanliness in every possible respect is absolutely essential during the process of development, until the film is dry once more. The most minute speck of dust or foreign matter might adhere to the wet emulsion, permanently disfiguring it. Therefore, to avoid this, the utmost care must be maintained throughout, and the negative is now ready to be projected on the screen for the first time in order to see that it is technically perfect in quality, and to decide upon the possibilities of a big feature film or a series of short ones. For simplicity's sake we will assume that we are dealing with a subject such as the Battle of the Somme, approximately 5,000 feet in length. As the film is projected, notes are taken of each scene in strict rotation. The negative, as in the ordinary process of photography, is quite the reverse to the film shown in the picture theatre. The black portions of the picture as we see it on the screen are white, and all whites are black. It therefore calls for a highly trained eye to be able to follow the film. Only now do I find out whether the scenes I have taken live up to my expectations. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. One great drawback is that the sounds are not there. When the projection is finished the whole of the negative is taken to the cutting and joining room. I take every reel, and each scene is cut out separately and titled by means of a label fastened to the section by an elastic band. So the process goes on until I have the whole of the film cut up and registered. I often go through each scene again separately and closely scrutinize it, cutting out all blemishes, black stops, uninteresting sections of the scene, and many other faults which unavoidably present themselves. Before going further I should say that the film is taken in lengths of 400 feet, and they are always kept at that length and in a separate tin box. Even when they are cut up, the sections go back into the same tin. Each box is taken in turn and numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. Number 1 contains 10 sections, representing 10 scenes. Each is labelled, and every title is copied on a sheet of foolscap, and each section numbered and credited to box 1. The process continues in this way until the whole negative is registered. Meantime I am mentally building up my film story. In story form it must grip the interest of the general public, and yet I have to keep to strict military correctness. I think of my main title. That in itself is a great thing. It has to epitomize the story of the whole film. It has to be short, and it must hold. The title once decided upon, the first reel must deal with preparatory action. I then take the lists prepared as described and call for my sections. For instance, No. 20 section, box 14, No. 12 section, box 6, and so on, gradually building up the first reel. The subtitles must be appealing and concise, and in phraseology that can be easily understood by all. Eventually reel No. 1 is finished. All the sections are joined together with spaces marked for the titles. The same process continues with the other reels. No. 2 must finish their story so far as preparatory action goes. You are then ready for the thrill, and the harder you can hit that thrill into reels 3 and 4, the greater the ultimate success of the film. Reel 5 finishes the story. But after seeing a battle film through, full of suffering and agony, as it unavoidably must be to be genuine, you must not leave the public with a bitter taste in their mouth at the end. The film takes you to the grave, but it must not leave you there. It shows you death in all its grim nakedness, but after that it is essential that you should be restored to a sense of cheerfulness and joy. That joy comes of the knowledge that in all this whirlpool of horrors our lads continue to smile the smile of victory. Therefore the film must finish with a touch of happiness, to send you home from the picture theatre with a light heart, or at least as light a heart as circumstances permit. The film is now edited, and it goes into the printer's hands. A positive print is made from it on film stock, and after the printing the copies are returned to the dark room and the process of developing is gone through again, as in the case of a negative. The print is then dried and joined up in its right order, and so divided that it makes 5 reels. The titles by this time have been corrected from the military point of view by the War Office, and are printed for insertion in their appropriate position. The length of reading matter controls the length of the title to be printed. In some instances it will take 10 seconds to read a title. 10 feet of film is therefore necessary for insertion between the scenes to explain them. In other cases 3 feet of titling suffices. The film is then shown to the War Office officials, and once they have approved it, it is packed in a safe and sent to General Headquarters in France. Here it is again projected in a specially constructed theatre before the Chief Censor and his staff, and it may happen that certain incidents or sections are deleted in view of their possible value to the enemy. These excisions are carefully marked, and upon the return of the film to London those sections are taken out and kept for future reference. The film is now ready for public exhibition. End of Part 2, Chapters 15 and 16. Part 2, Chapter 17, of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, The Horrors of Trones Wood. I have just come from England after seeing the Somme film well on its way to the public. It has caused a great sensation. I really thought that some of the dead scenes would offend the British public. And yet why should they? It is only a very mild touch of what is happening day after day, week after week, on the bloody plains of France and Belgium. Bloody? Yes, inevitably so. There never was such dearly bought land since creation. The earth in the Somme district has been soaked with the blood of men. Sit out on a field a mile or 2 from our front line any morning early, when the mist is just rising. Sit out there on the ground which our boys have fought for and won. The place reeks with the horrible stench of countless decaying bodies, and every minute adds to their number. But the British public did not object to these realistic scenes in the film. They realized that it was their duty to see for themselves. They had been told by the press, they had been told by Parliament, they had been told by lecturers what was happening, but to no purpose. They must be shown, they must see with their own eyes, and the kinematograph camera performed this service. Has it justified itself? I put that question to all who have seen the film. What effect did it have upon you?
Did you realise till you saw it what this vast battle front was like? Did you realise what our army was doing, how our wonderful soldiers, your husbands, your sons, your brothers, were driving the Huns back, how they were going to their death with a laugh upon their faces and a cigarette between their lips, fighting and dying like true Britons? That those who came back wounded and broken still had that smile? Yes, the truth has at last dawned upon you. With that knowledge new resolutions were born within you, resolutions that bade you never to slack for an instant in your endeavour to bring success to our arms. Trones Wood. That name had been drummed into my ears for days. It seemed to have a fascination for me. I asked several men to describe the place. "Quite impossible, sir. There bain't anything like it on earth, and if hell is at all like it, then I have been there. It's dead, just dead, dead, dead. And the smell, awful." "Is Fritz strafing there much?" "Yes, sir, he's at it all day. There's not room for a cat to hide in, so why Fritz is dropping his souvenirs there, heaven knows. I don't." From the description the place seemed rather satisfactory from a scenic point of view, so I made up my mind to try and film it, as I wanted scenes of heavy bombardment which I could get if Fritz was concentrating upon the wood. For the Hun is a tolerably safe person to deal with if he has a target to fire at. He is so methodical. Going up by my car as far as the top of Camoy Valley, I left it there near a dressing station. Strafing! I was out for strafing, and by all appearances I was likely to get it hot and strong before long. I had only just stopped when a shell came hurtling overhead, falling about 150 yards behind the dressing station. I went over to a doctor who was tending some wounded men, our own and Germans. "Has Fritz been sending you these souvenirs very often?" I inquired. The doctor rose, and mopping his forehead, grinned and replied, "Yes, the blighter won't let us alone. Why doesn't he play cricket? He must know this is Red Cross. That sign there," pointing to a large red cross lying on the ground, "is large enough to be seen by the men in Mars. Only this morning he put one bang through the roof of our dug out, re-wounding a lot of our chaps lying there. By the way, are you leaving your car there?" "Yes," I replied. "Well, you had better say good bye to it. Several of our ambulances have been strafed there." "Well," I said, "can't be helped. It must take its chance. I'm going to take a few scenes of you at work. Where did these Bosches come from?" "This morning from Guillemont. Our boys had a bit of a stunt on and landed a few of the beggars." I filmed various incidents showing the treatment of wounded prisoners. They received the same careful attention as our own men. Whatever they asked for they had. Several padres were kneeling down beside our boys, taking down messages to be sent to their relatives. Stretcher after stretcher with its human freight of Briton and Hun was deposited on the ground. Immediately doctors and orderlies were upon their knees tending to their wants with a gentleness that was wonderful. While I was there several shells fell and exploded only a short distance away. I left the dressing station and paused upon a mound near a tree stump, the top of which had been carefully split off by shell fire. I stood looking in the direction of Trones. The Bosches were strafing it pretty thoroughly. Away across at Montauban village the same thing was happening. They were fairly watering the place with HE and shrapnel. Our guns were rattling out as well, and I am glad to say that it sounded to me as though ours were at least 10 to their 1. Well, the scenes had to be obtained. I admit the job looked anything but pleasant. "Well, here goes," I said, and putting on a cigarette, I trudged off with my apparatus across the open, making a bee line midway between Montauban and Bernafay Wood. I gave both places a wide berth, thereby steering clear of possible Bosche shells. How hot it was! Perspiration was literally pouring from me. I kept on over the ground captured from the Germans. The smell in places was almost unbearable. I puffed away at my cigarette, thereby reducing the stench to a minimum. Several shells came whizzing overhead in the direction of the dressing station I had just left. With a grinding crash they exploded. "Shrapnel, woolly bears," I said under my breath. They seemed to burst right on top of them, too. I thought of all those poor wounded Tommies lying helpless on their stretchers. Another, then another came hurtling over.
The splitting crash of the burst can only be appreciated by those who have been in close proximity to a German H.E. woolly bear exploding. It gives one a rather sickening sensation. Another came over. This time it burst nearer. Gee, they're dropping the range. I hastily grabbed my tripod and hurried off at a tangent. Proceeding for a distance of about 500 yards, I turned off again and made tracks for my original point. In front, at a distance of about 700 yards, one of our forward field batteries of 18 pounders opened fire. I at first thought they were French 75 mm, owing to the extreme rapidity of fire. From my position I could not see the guns, but stretching across the country a rough line of brown earth was thrown up, which I afterwards found out was one of the old German lines. The guns were cunningly concealed in the trench. Thinking that it would make rather a good scene, I decided to film it in action. I may add that I have previously been rather wary about having much to do with forward artillery positions. On 3 previous occasions I have been badly strafed by brother Fritz. He has the uncommonly irritating habit of putting his whiz bangs much too near to be pleasant, with the result that I have more than once been compelled to take my camera and self off to the more congenial quarters of a dug out, from which place, you will agree, one cannot obtain very interesting pictures. Reaching the batteries, I unlimbered myself of my gear, and approaching the CO in charge, told him who I was and what I wanted. He was quite pleased to see me, and said that he was just about to give Fritz a good dose of iron rations, firing in salvos. Quickly fixing up my camera, I filmed the scenes from various points of view. The men were stripped to the waist, jumping out the shells as fast as they could be handled. While I was filming the scene, brother Fritz replied with whiz bangs thick and fast. They are perfect devils, and it is practically impossible to hear them coming until they burst. I turned my machine round upon the spot near which they were dropping. Several times they got within the range of my camera, and I continued to turn upon them until 2 came much too close, so thinking discretion the better part of valour, I hastily disappeared into the doubtful shelter of a broken down Hun trench. Then they came over, several smothering me in dust as they exploded close by. Having obtained all the pictures I required, I thanked the CO and went on my way. My clothes were absolutely saturated with perspiration as I shambled away toward the top end of Bernafay Wood. I looked back at the battery. Bosche was still strafing. I vowed I would never go near any forward guns again, but good resolutions are made to be broken, and my lust for pictures is too strong within me. Moving was now difficult. The weight of my camera outfit seemed to be getting heavier. I could only get along at a very slow pace. The strap around my chest seemed to squeeze the very breath out of my lungs. But worse was to come. The Huns began shelling the section with shrapnel in a searching manner, and several times I collapsed into a shell hole in the hope of obtaining a little cover. But there is very little shelter from shrapnel. On several occasions I felt like throwing away my steel helmet. The weight seemed abnormal. But prudence warned me, and I clung to it. The fire was now too bad to proceed in the open. If there were any trenches or ditches, I availed myself of their protection. The heat in the trenches was terrific, and to add to the horrors of the stench and heat, there were millions of flies. Filthy brutes, they seemed to cling to one like leeches, and, my arms being full, I could not keep them off my face. Several times I almost decided to turn back, asking myself if it was worth while. But when I looked at Trones Wood in the distance and the heavy shells bursting all round, I gritted my teeth and decided to push on. Thinking that more smoke might help to keep off the flies, I lighted 2 cigarettes and puffed away at them, one in each corner of my mouth. I'm sure I must have looked a most extraordinary specimen of humanity at this moment. Loaded with kit, perspiring like a bull, my steel helmet cocked on one side of my head, puffing away like a chimney at 2 cigarettes, and millions of flies buzzing all round me. Picture me if you can. I was proceeding like an automaton along the trench, when suddenly I came upon an officer who, I afterwards found out, was going up to fix his next gun positions. He was sitting on a sandbag swearing like Hades, and trying to disperse the clouds of flies which were settling upon him. He looked up as I approached, then suddenly burst into a peal of laughter. I stood still and grinned, not daring to open my mouth to laugh for fear of losing my cigarettes. Then I dropped my tripod and leaned against the trench side to rest. His laughter suddenly developed into a coughing and spluttering, spitting and swearing, which in itself was strong enough to drive all the flies in existence away. "Bust the things," he spluttered. "I got a mouthful of them. They might have just come off some dirty Bosche. Got a drink on you?" "Yes," I said, and handed him my water bottle. He rinsed out his mouth. "I do believe it's worth risking shrapnel rather than tolerate these vile things," he remarked. "But excuse my laughter. You did look funny coming along there." "Yes, I expect I did," I said, still puffing away at my cigarettes. "I'd smoke a dozen at once if I could. Anything to keep the flies away." "Well," he said, "I'm stumped. Have you one to spare?" I handed him my case. He lighted up, and both of us, puffing as hard as we could, made quite a healthy volume of smoke. From above it must have looked as if a small fire was raging. We had sat there alternately puffing and chatting and killing flies by the hundreds for about 10 minutes. I told him I wanted to get some scenes of Trones. He politely told me I ought to have brought my keeper out with me, but as he was going in that direction he would help me on the way to being killed by carrying my tripod. We started off. The shelling was getting unpleasantly near. Phoot bang! We both ducked, my head getting a nasty knock against the tripod top. For the moment I thought I had been struck by the whiz bang. Presently we reached a junction in the trench, and as my friend's road lay in an opposite direction, we parted, and I trudged on alone. I was brought to a standstill by a mound of earth which completely blocked the way. By all appearances the shell that had caused it could have only come over a few minutes before, for a thin wisp of smoke was still curling up from the débris. Well, I thought, placing my kit on the ground, it's got to be done, so over I go. Here the air was completely free from flies. Evidently the gas from the bursting shell had choked them off for a time. Jove, I was glad. It was like heaven. And my tongue was beginning to burn rather badly through fiercely smoking 2 cigarettes at once. Cautiously I crept up to the top of the parapet. What a sight! Shells were falling thick and fast over Trones and toward Bazentin-le-Grand. I must film this, Bosche or no Bosche. So hastily fixing up my tripod I fastened on the camera and began exposing. Excellent, I thought, I've got it. Another shell came along. This time it was evidently a 5.9 and was right in the centre of my view, about 150 yards away. Another one. Rotten, just out of my limits. Phut! Bang! Phut! Bang! I grabbed my camera and fell with it on the opposite side of the mound. I let it lie there, and dashing back into the other section of trench, grabbed my bags and returned. Whiz bangs followed, whiz bangs in front and behind. I crouched as low as possible, and replacing the camera in its case, hung it over my back, and still bending low, hurried away, dragging my tripod behind me. The trench was blocked by a batch of men returning. They were crouching down for cover. The officer in charge asked me what in the world I was doing. "Thunder," he said, "if I knew the 'movie man' had been here I would have gone the other way. You've evidently drawn fire by that contraption of yours. Where are you going?" "To Trones Wood," I said. The look of blank amazement on his face was amusing. "My dear chap," he said, "are you serious?" "Well," I replied, "I had intended going there till a moment ago, but the strafing seems to get worse." Shrapnel was now bursting overhead, a piece hitting one of the men close by. "Where's he hit?" enquired the officer. The poor fellow was lying down. "In the shoulder, sir," one of the others shouted back. "Seems rather bad." "Two of you bring him through and get ahead to the dressing station as quickly as possible. Keep your heads down." Then turning to me, the officer said, "Look here, I've just come from the wood, and by Gad it's fair hell there. The place is a charnel house. It's literally choked with corpses, heaps of them, and we dare not bring them in. We've tried even at night, but the shelling prevents us. The place reeks. And the flies, they're awful. It's more than flesh and blood can stand. To put your head up means certain death, and well, you see what your camera did here. You can imagine what it would be like over there, can't you?" "Yes, I see. But of course if I had known any men were about I wouldn't have put my machine up. I know there is always the possibility of drawing fire. It has happened quite a number of times to me." "If you respect your life, don't go any further. The shell fire is impossible, and the sight over there is too ghastly for words." so I decided to relinquish my visit for the time being. A call was made to proceed. "Half a minute," I said. "The trench had been blown in about 50 yards down. Wouldn't it be better to clear it away rather than take these men over the top?" The officer decided that it was. The men worked away with a will and quickly replaced the earth in the hollow of the trench wall from which it had been blown. Again we trudged on. The flies were beginning to annoy us once more. I put on a couple of cigarettes. All the men had ransacked odds and ends from their pockets, and the result was a line of men smoking as hard as they could, and enveloped in a haze of bluish white smoke. But the flies refused to budge. Smoke had no effect on them, and I'm inclined to think that nothing short of a 5.9 would do the trick. Not until we were out in the open were we free from them. On 2 further occasions I tried to enter Trones Wood, and both times the conditions were, if anything, worse. The merest sign of a camera put up over a parapet would have instantly brought a host of shells clattering round. Therefore, on the 3rd try, I decided to abandon the trip until a later date. But those attempts will always remain in my memory as a ghastly nightmare. The essence of death and destruction, and all that it means, was horribly visible everywhere. I have been there since. I reached the place just before the final cleansing, and brother Fritz, just to let us know that he existed and that he had a spite against us, persisted in flinging his shrapnel around, thereby keeping me well on the run. He did not give me the slightest chance to get pictures nor to meditate on the surroundings. In fact, the only meditation I indulged in was to wonder whether the next shrapnel bullet would strike my helmet plumb on the top or glance off the rim. Then, thinking of George Graves' remark, I called Fritz a nasty person, with a few extra additions culled from the trench dictionary. Being a fine night, I decided to stay in the vicinity. An officer of a pioneer battalion kindly offered me a share of his dug out, one of Fritz's cast-offs. I gladly accepted, and over a cup, or rather a tin of tea, we exchanged views on various subjects. About 10 o'clock I went above to terra firma and watched the shells bursting over the German lines. Myriads of star shells or very lights shot high in the sky, lighting up the whole countryside like day. The sight was wonderful, and silhouetted against the flashes I could see countless bodies of men tramping on their way like silent phantoms. Here and there I watched a shell burst. I could see and hear that it had dropped into a section of those men, adding to the number of that great army of heroes who had already "gone west." But into those gaps through which the blasting shells had torn their way stepped other men. A sharp word of command was rapped out, then on again to take up their battle position, leaving the dead behind to be reverently buried on the morrow. The wounded were brought away by the stretcher bearers, and as one lot passed me I heard a voice from the darkness murmur, "Bill, it's a Blighty." I wandered on in the direction of our line. Near a junction of by roads I heard some funny remarks passed by ration parties trying to find the way to their sections. To pick one's way in the dark over strange ground littered with débris is not an easy task. The exact language I heard would hardly bear repeating. One party had evidently bumped into another. "D and who are you? Quant yer see, mate, I'm taking up company rations? Blimey, but 'ow the 'ell am I going to find the way, blowed if I know. Do you know where Company is? I'm taking up sandbags. Lost me way. 'Ave yer passed a dead 'orse? I knowed I passed it coming up. Good night, mate." Both men went off into the darkness, swearing like troopers. Another man came up. He was whistling a homely song, but it came to an abrupt conclusion, for he evidently stumbled over some obstacle. Compliments began to fly, and he told the Bosche in plain language what he thought of him for leaving it there. His remarks were too pointed for expression in cold print. The next to come along was an engineering officer. He could faintly discern me in the darkness. "Hullo," he said, "are you the ?" "No," I replied, "I'm sorry I can't help you. I haven't the least idea where they are. What's wrong?" "I have to run out some wires to night, but bothered if I know where they are. Missed my way near the wood. Some silly ass sent me wrong." "Well," I said, "most of the troops I have seen have gone in that direction," pointing the way. He disappeared. Apparently he was held up a minute or two later by someone else, for in the distance I heard a voice. "Do you know where Company is, sir?" "No, I don't," in a rather irritated tone. "I can't find my own blooming way." This sort of thing went on for over an hour, first one then another. Whether all of them eventually found their various points, Heaven only knows. I had wandered so far, owing to my interest in other people, that I had some difficulty in retracing my steps to the dug out. Eventually I arrived there about 1 o'clock. I had been given up for lost. I told of my experiences. "That kind of thing happens practically every night. They manage to find their way somehow. Come along, let's turn in. Look out for your head as you crawl through. Don't mind the rats. Cover your head well up. They won't touch your face then." I crawled in on to my bed. Then I noticed a peculiar and decidedly unpleasant smell. "Have you got any corpses here?" I asked him. "Yes, I believe so," he said. "You see the other entrance has been blown in. It's the other end of your bed, and I believe some Bosches were buried in the débris. Never mind, stick it, they won't bite." "Pleasant dreams," I mumbled, as I drew my blanket well around my face. In a few minutes the presence of dead Bosches ceased to trouble me. I slept. End of Part 2, Chapter 17. Part 2, Chapters 18 and 19 of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Filming at Pozières and Contalmaison. Things from my point of view were slackening down. Plenty of preparatory action was taking place, and here and there small local engagements, but the fact that they were local made it very difficult for me to get to hear of them. None of the Corps commanders knew exactly when or where the nibble would develop, or if they did know they were naturally chary of giving me the information. On occasions, too, when I did know, I had not sufficient time to make my arrangements. I had to be content with scenes which unfolded themselves after the action had taken place. This was getting rather monotonous. The aftermath of one attack was to all intents and purposes an exact replica of the previous one, except that the surroundings were different. There was the return of the attackers, the bringing in of prisoners, the wounded, the dead, and to vary these scenes, to make my pictures generally interesting, required a lot of thought and a careful choice of viewpoint. In the course of the push, which began in July, there were hundreds, I might almost say thousands of incidents that to the eye were of enthralling interest, but to have filmed them with the idea of conveying that interest on the screen would have been so much wasted effort. Even the kinematograph has its limitations. Over my head all the time, like a huge sword, hung the thought of British public opinion, and the opinion of neutral countries. They would accept nothing unless there was great excitement in it, unless the pictures contained such thrills as they had never seen before and had never dreamed possible. Once I had secured that thrill, I could then, and only then, take the preparatory scenes, depicting the ordinary life and action of the men and the organisation which are necessary to run the war. Such scenes, interesting as they undoubtedly are, without that thrill would have fallen flat, would have been of no use, from the exhibition point of view, and I had always to bear that fact in mind. I have spent many sleepless nights wondering how and where I was to obtain that magnetic thrill, that minute incident, probably only 10% of which would carry the remaining 90% to success, one that would positively satisfy the public. I had been filming a lot of stuff lately, but when I looked through my list, excellent as the scenes were, many of which I would probably never be able to get again, they struck me as lacking thrill. That was what I required, so I set out to get it. The Australians had just captured Pozières, and hearing that the Bosches were continually strafing it, I decided to make for that quarter with the object of getting a good bombardment. If possible, I would also get into the village itself, where there ought to be some very good pictures, for the capture had only taken place 2 days previously. Pozières then it should be. Leaving my base early in the morning, I made my way through Becourt Wood and beyond, up Sausage Valley. Why that name I don't know. The whole area was crowded with men of the Australian Division. As there was no road, I took my car over the grass, or rather all that was left of it. The place was covered with shell holes. Driving between, and more often than not into them, was rather a tiresome job, but it saved several miles of tramping with heavy stuff. Sausage Valley during this period was anything but healthy. I was warned about it as I left an Australian battery where I had stayed to make a few inquiries. A major told me the place was "strafed" every day, and I soon found that this was so when I arrived. Several crumps fell in the wood behind me, and 2 on the hillside among some horses, killing several. If I saw one dead horse I must have seen dozens. They were all over the place. But everyone was much too busy to bury them at the moment. The stench was decidedly unpleasant, and the flies buzzed around in swarms. I soon had a couple of cigarettes alight. What a boon they were at times. After much dodging and twisting I halted the car close to a forward dressing station. While I was there several shells dropped unpleasantly near, and I could not restrain my admiration for the medical staff who tended the wounded, quite oblivious of the dangers by which they were surrounded in so exposed a position. I obtained several very interesting scenes of the wounded arriving. I waited a while to watch the Bosche shelling before going over the ridge to Pozières. I could then tell the sections he strafed most. I would be able to avoid them as much as possible. I watched for fully an hour. The variation in his target was barely perceptible. On 1 or 2 occasions he swept the ridge. I decided to make a start after the next dose. Strapping the camera on my back, my man taking the tripod, we started off. There was a light railway running towards Contalmaison. I followed this until I got near the spot brother Fritz was aiming at, hugging a trench at the side of a by road. The bank was lined with funk holes which came in very useful during the journey, and I had to seek their shelter several times, but the nearest shell fell at a junction between that road and a communication trench. Just this side lay a very much dead horse. The shell came over. Down I went, flat on my stomach. My man dived into a hole. The shell exploded, and the next thing I remember was a feeling as if a ton of bricks had fallen on top of me. I managed to struggle up and make quickly for the trench, my man following, and you may be quite sure I took care that I was well out of line of the next before I eased up. Beyond a few scratches on the camera case and a torn coat, I was quite sound. I was told of a Hun battery of 77mm guns on the left hand side of the valley leading to Pozières, so I decided to make for that spot. I inquired of a man as to the whereabouts of them. "Well, sir," he said, "you may come to them if you keep straight on, but I shouldn't advise you to do so, as you have to cross the open. Bosche has a pretty sharp eye on anyone there. He knows the lay of the battery and he just plasters it. You might get round at Dead Man's Corner on the Contalmaison road. It's pretty bad there, but I think it's the best place to try, and once you are round the corner you may be all right." "Well, which way do I take?" "Down this way, then turn to your left at the corner. The battery is about 200 yards along on the hillside." "But man alive," I said, "they're strafing it like blazes. Look." They were, too, and 8-inch shells were dropping wholesale. "No, I think I will take the risk and run over the open. Are there any dugouts at the battery?" "Yes, sir, jolly good ones, 40 feet deep. Regular beauties. Evidently made up their minds to stay the winter. Electric light, libraries, and beds with real spring mattresses. My, sir, but they were comfortable. And what do you think I found there, sir?" "Heaven knows," I replied. "Well, sir, several ladies' fringe nets and hairpins." "The devil you did! Well, Fritz knows how to make himself cosy." With that remark we parted, Tommy having a broad grin on his face. "You will see the place where you get out of this ditch, sir," he called out. "A shell has blown it in. Strike off on your left straight ahead. You'll see them in front of you." The shelling was getting very unpleasant, and I had to keep low in the trench the whole of the time. At length we reached the point where we had to get over the top. "Well, come on, let's chance it," I said to my man. I saw the battery in the distance before getting over. Up we went, and bending low raced for the spot. On the way I passed several dead bodies, all Bosche, and numbers of pieces blown to bits by our shell fire. A whizz bang came over whilst we were crossing. Down we went into a shell hole. Another and another came over. Murderous little brutes they were, too, 7 of them. Then they ceased. We immediately jumped up again and reached our objective. Then, getting under cover of some twisted ironwork, which once formed the roofing of the emplacement, I took breath. Anyway, I thought, here I am. In a few minutes I had a look round. What an excellent view of Pozières, about 800 yards away on my left. On the right was Contalmaison, which had only been taken a short time previously. The Bosches were shelling the place pretty frequently. I set up the camera and waited. Away on the opposite hill shells were falling thickly. I started filming them and got some interesting bursts, both high explosive and HE shrapnel. Now for Pozières. The enemy must have been putting 9-inch and 12-inch stuff in there, for they were sending up huge clouds of smoke and débris. I secured some excellent scenes. First Pozières, then Contalmaison. My camera was first on one, then on the other. For a change, Bosche whiz-banged the battery. I could see now why he was so anxious to crump it, for lying all around me in their carriers were hundreds of gas shells. I was in fact standing on them. They were all unused, and if Fritz got a good one home, well, good-bye to everything. One time I thought I would seek the shelter of a dug out, but the fire swept away in the opposite direction. By careful manoeuvring I managed to film the German guns there. Every one of the 4 was quite smashed up. An excellent example of artillery fire, and by the date upon them they were the latest pattern. In all there were 3 batteries in that small area, making 12 guns, but out of the 12 sufficient parts were found intact to make one good one, so that Fritz would get some of his own back in a way that he least expected, for there were thousands of rounds of ammunition found in the dugouts beneath the gun pits. How to get into Pozières was the next problem. I had, while filming, been making mental notes as to the section which Fritz did not strafe, and that place, by all that's wonderful, was the actual thing he was undoubtedly trying for, the road. By hugging the bank side, along which here and there I could spot a few funk holes, I managed to get into the chalk pit. Here I filmed various scenes, but Bosche, as usual, kept me on the jump with his shrapnel, forcing me to take hurried shelter from time to time. There is one thing I shall always thank Fritz for, and that is his dugouts. If he only knew how useful they had been to me on many occasions, I am sure he would feel flattered. From the chalk pit to Pozières was no great distance. The ground was littered with every description of equipment, just as it had been left by the flying Huns, and dead bodies were everywhere. The place looked a veritable shambles. Believe me, I went along that road very gingerly, picking my way between the shell bursts. Just before I reached the place the firing suddenly ceased. The deadly silence was uncanny in the extreme. In fact, I seemed to fear it more than the bombardment. It seemed to me too quiet to be healthy. What was Bosche up to? There must be some reason for it. I took cover in a shallow trench at the roadside. Along the bottom were lying several dead Bosche, and a short distance away fragments of human remains were strewn around. The place was desolate in the extreme. The village was absolutely non-existent. There was not a vestige of buildings remaining, with one exception, and that was a place called by the Germans Gibraltar, a reinforced concrete emplacement he had used for machine guns. The few trees that had survived the terrible blasting were just stumps, no more. Fritz's sudden silence seemed uncanny, but taking advantage of his spell of inactivity, I hastily rigged up the camera and began exposing. In a few minutes I had taken sufficient, and packing up I hurried down the road as fast as I could. I reached the chalk pit safely, and then, cutting across direct to the gun pits, I took up my original position and awaited Fritz's good pleasure to send a few more crump to provide me with scenes. But not a shell came over. Before leaving this section I thought I would film Contalmaison, a name immortalized by such fighting as has rarely been equalled even in this great war. To get there it was necessary to go to Dead Man's Corner. The road was pitted with shell holes, and dead horses lay about on both sides. Bosche was still uncannily quiet. I was beginning to think I should just manage to get my scenes before he interfered with me, but no, either he had finished his lunch or had some more ammunition, for he started again. One came over and burst in the village in front of me, with a noise like the crashing of 10,000 bottles. I took shelter behind a smashed up limber and waited to see where the next would fall. It burst a little further away. Good enough, I thought. Here goes, before he alters his range. Jumping up, I ran and scrambled on to the ruins of a house, and took some fine panoramic views of the village, first from one position, then from another. Some of the scenes included a few of our men in possession. Altogether a most interesting series, including as it did both Pozières and Contalmaison. It was the first time they had been filmed since their capture. At that moment I heard another crump coming over. It seemed to be unpleasantly near, so I made a running dive for a dug out entrance, from which poked the grinning face of an officer. "Look out!" I yelled. Crash came the crump. "Near enough, anyhow," I said, as a piece flew shrieking past close overhead. "Are you the movie man? I'm pleased to meet you," he said. "Did you get me in that last scene?" "Yes," I said. "Proofs ready to morrow." And with a laugh I hurried down the road. Chapter 19. Along the Western Front with the King. That evening I reported at headquarters. "Well, Malins," said Colonel , "I have a special job for you. Will you be on the quay at Boulogne to-morrow morning by 12 o'clock? Captain is going down. He will make all arrangements for you there. He will also tell you who it is that's coming. Start at 8 o'clock to-morrow morning. It is very important, so don't fail to be there." Leaving the Colonel, I met Captain outside. "Who's coming?" I asked. "Don't know," he said. "Tell you to-morrow." "Is it the King?" I asked. "Well," he said, "as a matter of fact it is. He arrives to-morrow. I shall have the full programme in the morning, and will give you a copy." What a film! My first thought was whether he would visit the battlefield. What scenes I conjured up in my imagination! To see Britain's King on the battlefield with his troops, to see him inspecting the ground, to see him in trenches lately captured from the Germans. My imagination began to run away with me. No, I thought, it will be just the ordinary reviews and reception. But I was wrong. The scenes that I had pictured to myself I was soon to witness. On the morrow the Captain, the still picture man and myself left G.H.Q. for Boulogne. Arriving at the quay I looked around for any signs of preparation, but the whole place was as usual. The Captain called at the A.M.L.O. "Do you know what time the King is due?" he asked. The A.M.L.O. in tones of amazement ejaculated a long drawn out "What? Never heard of his coming." "Well, he is," said the officer. "He's arriving at midday." "I was never informed," said the other. "I will ring up the M.L.O." He did so, and after a short time the information came through. "The King will not arrive to day. He will be here to morrow at 9 a.m. His sailing was altered at the last moment." That night I turned in at the Hôtel Folkestone, making arrangements for my car to take me and my apparatus to the quay at 8:30 in the morning. The morning fortunately was beautifully bright. I sincerely hoped it would continue. What excellent quality it promised in the films. I compared it with the weather during the last visit to France of the late Lord Kitchener. Unfortunately it rained all the time. I arrived at the quay. The French officials were gathered there, and lined up was a guard of honour, formed by the North Staffordshire Regiment. Every man had been through many engagements during the war. I fixed up the camera. The boat had already drawn up by the quayside. There was a hushed whisper from several officials standing by. There he is. I looked and saw the King gaily chatting to the naval officer in charge. I wondered whether His Majesty would like being photographed, therefore I carefully kept my camera under cover of a shelter close by. At that moment the King's equerry came ashore. I asked him what time His Majesty was due to land. "Another half an hour yet," he said. "The Governor of Boulogne and other French officials are just going aboard to be introduced." I arranged some wheeled railings in such a manner that the opening was close by my camera, thereby making sure that the King would pass very near me. The moment arrived. My camera was in position. At that moment the King came down the gangway. He was in Field Marshal's uniform, followed by his suite, including Lord Stamfordham, Sir Derek Keppel, Lieutenant Colonel Clive Wigram, and Major Thompson. I started turning as he stepped on the shores of France. He gravely saluted. Passing close by, he reviewed the guard of honour, giving them a word of praise as he went. I filmed him the whole of the time until he reached his car, bade adieu to the many officers present and drove away to G.H.Q. I had made an excellent start. The landing was splendid. Now to follow. The King was going to G.H.Q., breaking his journey to lunch with Sir Douglas Haig on the way. I knew I should have ample time, therefore, to get well ahead and film the arrival at General Headquarters. Arriving at G.H.Q., I took up my stand near the entrance to the building. The Prince of Wales and other officers were there. I noticed that the Prince, as soon as he saw me, turned and said something to a friend near by. He evidently remembered my 2 previous attempts to film him. His Majesty arrived. The Prince of Wales came to the salute, then His Majesty, not as a king but as a father, embraced his son. I should have obtained a better view of that incident, but unluckily an officer sidestepped and partly covered the figures from my camera. I obtained many scenes during the day of His Majesty visiting, in company with General Sir Douglas Haig, various headquarter offices, where he studied in detail the general position of the armies. I noticed that Sir Douglas did not look upon my camera very kindly. He was rather shy of the machine, though latterly he has looked with a more sympathetic eye upon it. On the second day of the King's visit I started out and proceeded to an appointed place on the main road, where the King's car would join us. The weather was very dull. It was causing me much concern, for today of all days I wanted to obtain an excellent film. The cars pulled up. We had about 15 minutes to wait. I fixed up my camera ready to film the meeting with General Sir Henry Rawlinson. While waiting, the General came over to me and began chatting about my work. "I hear," he said, "that you filmed the attack of the 29th Division at Beaumont-Hamel on the 1st July, and have been told of the excellence of the result." He seemed much impressed by what I told him of the possibilities of the camera. A patrol signalled the King's arrival. His car drew up. His Majesty alighted and heartily greeted the General. I filmed the scenes as they presented themselves. All aboard once more, the King leading, we started on our journey for the battlefield of Fricourt. Having hung about until the last second turning the handle, it was a rush for me to pack and pick them up again. My car not being one of the best, I had great difficulty in keeping up with the party. The news of the King's arrival and journey to Fricourt seemed to have spread well ahead, for everywhere numbers of troops were strewn along the roadside, and even far behind as I was, I could hear the echoing cheers which resounded over hills and valleys for miles around. Finally the cars came to a halt at an appointed place near the ruins of the village and once beautiful woods of Fricourt, well within range of the enemy's guns. The spot where the King alighted was known as the Citadel, a German sandbag fortification of immense strength. It was arranged in the form of a circle, with underground tunnels and dugouts of great depth. In various sections of the walls were machine gun emplacements, and the whole being on top of the hill, formed a most formidable obstacle to the advance of our troops. I may add that the hill is now known as King George's Hill. The King and his party had already alighted when I arrived to set up my camera, and hurrying forward was very difficult work, especially as I had to negotiate twisted masses of enemy barbed wire entanglements. But eventually, after much rushing and being very nearly breathless, I got ahead and planted my machine on the parapet of an old German trench and filmed the party as they passed. To keep ahead after filming each incident was very hard work. It meant waiting here and there, jumping trenches, scrambling through entanglements, stumbling into shell holes, and at times fairly hanging by my eyebrows to the edge of trenches, balancing my camera in a way that one would have deemed almost impossible. But I am gratified to think that I managed to keep up with the King, and I succeeded in recording every incident of interest. At a point on the hilltop the King halted, and General described the various movements and details of the attack and capture of the village, the King taking a very keen interest in the whole procedure. I continued turning the handle. I did not allow a single scene to pass. Such a thing had never been known before. Throughout it all the guns, large and small, were crashing out, and the King could see the shells bursting over the German lines quite distinctly. The guide, who was a lieutenant in the Engineers, suddenly called attention to an old German trench. The Prince of Wales first entered and examined from above the depths of an old dug out. With a jump I landed on the other side of the trench, and sticking the tripod legs in the mud I filmed the scene in which His Majesty and the Prince of Wales inspected the captured German trenches. The party halted at the entrance to another dug out. The guide entered and for some moments did not reappear, the King and the General meanwhile standing and gazing down. Suddenly a voice echoed from the depths, "Will you come down, sir?" This remark to the King. His Majesty laughed, but did not avail himself of the invitation. All the party joined in the laughter, and all those who have seen that picture on the screen of His Majesty's visit to his troops will recall the incident to which I refer. Many of the London papers in their articles referring to the film wondered what the joke was that the King so thoroughly enjoyed outside a German dug out. The party passed on, but some difficulty was experienced when they tried to get out of the trench again. The King was pulled out by the Prince of Wales and another officer, but some members of the party experienced a difficulty which provided quite an amusing episode. At times I had to stop and change spools. Then the party got well ahead, and on several occasions His Majesty, with his usual thoughtfulness and courtesy, hung back and debated on various things in the trenches, in order to allow me time to catch them up again. His Majesty passed over old mine craters, and stood with his deer-stalking glasses resting against a tree which had been withered during the fighting, watching the bombardment of Pozières. He made sympathetic inquiries by the side of a lonely grave surmounted by a rough wooden cross, on which the name and number of this hero were roughly inscribed. A shrapnel helmet, with a hole clean through the top, evidently caused by a piece of high explosive shell, rested upon the mound. The King stooped and picked up a piece of shell and put it in his pocket. It was now time for His Majesty's departure. Gathered near his car was a crowd of Tommies ready to give their King a rousing cheer as he drove away. I filmed the scene, and as the car vanished over the brow of the hill, 3 more were called for the Prince of Wales. Hurriedly picking up my kit, I chased away after them. On the way masses of Anzacs lined both sides of the road, and the cheers which greeted His Majesty must have been heard miles away. The scene made a most impressive picture for me. At that moment a battalion of Anzacs just out of the trenches at Pozières were passing. The sight was very wonderful, and the King saw with his own eyes some of his brave colonials returning from their triumph, covered with clay, looking dog-tired but happy. His Majesty was now going to view some ruins near the front, but unfortunately, owing to burst tyres, I could not keep up with the party, and by the time I got on the move again it would have been impossible for me to reach the place in time to film this scene. Therefore, knowing that he was due at No. 18 CCS, or Casualty Clearing Station, I made hurried tracks for it. A most interesting picture promised to result. I arrived at the CCS and was met by the CO in charge. "Hello, Malins," he said. "Still about? Always on the go, eh? The last scenes you took here came out well. I saw them in London on the RAMC film. What do you want now?" "Well, sir," I said, "I am chasing the King, and some chase too. My word! I lost him this morning when my old bus broke down. But up to the present I have obtained a most excellent record. Topping day yesterday on the battlefield of Fricourt. I wouldn't have missed it for anything." Half an hour later the royal car drew up. The King and the Prince of Wales alighted, and were conducted around the hospital by the CO. I did not miss a single opportunity of filming, from His Majesty's talk to some wounded officers, to his strolling through the long lines of hospital tents and entering them, each in turn. At one point my camera was so close to the path along which the King passed that the Prince of Wales, evidently determined not to run into my range again, quickly slipped away and crossed higher up between the other tents. An officer standing by me remarked with a laugh, "The Prince doesn't seem to like you." A touching incident took place when the King was on the point of leaving. He stooped down and tenderly picked up a small puppy, and gently caressed and kissed it, then handed it back to the Colonel. This scene appears in the film, and illustrates His Majesty's affection for dumb animals. I had just finished turning when an officer came up to me and said in a low tone, "That's funny." "What's funny?" I asked. "Why, that incident. Do you know that dog only came in here yesterday, and he has done so much mischief through playing about that at last the CO determined to get rid of him. But we won't now. I shall put a red, white and blue ribbon round his neck and call him George. He shall be the hospital's mascot." Before I had time to reply, His Majesty prepared to leave. So, running with my camera, I planted it in the middle of the road and filmed his departure amid the cheers of the officers and men of the hospital. End of Part 2, Chapters 18 and 19. Part 2, Chapters 20 and 21 of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, King and President Meet. I heard that night that the King was going to meet Monsieur Poincaré, the French President, at the house of Sir Douglas Haig, and very possibly General Geoffrey might be there as well. In the morning there was an excellent light, the sun was blazing, and at 9 a.m. sharp we started off, the royal car leading. By cutting across country I was able to save a considerable distance, as I wished to get there first, in order to film the arrival. The château was a typical French one, not very large, but situated in a charming spot, seemingly miles away from such a thing as war. Everything was as peaceful indeed as if we were at home in the midst of the beautiful Surrey hills. Yet in this scene of profound peace the rulers of England and France, with the leading generals, were meeting to discuss the future policy of the greatest and most bloody war of all time. I took my stand on a grass patch in a position that commanded views of both the main gates and the entrance to the house. Lining the drive from the main gates were men of Sir Douglas Haig's regiment, the 17th Lancers, standing to attention, their lance points glistening in the sun. The sentries at the gates came smartly to the salute, as the royal car, in which were the King and Sir Douglas Haig, drew up. I started turning as he entered the gates. At that moment a little French girl ran out with a bunch of flowers and presented them to the King, who, smiling, stopped and patted her cheek, passed a remark to Sir Douglas, and then proceeded down the lines of troops and entered the house, the Prince of Wales following close behind. Shortly afterwards a signal was given. His Majesty and Sir Douglas came down the steps and reached the gates, as the car, bringing Monsieur Poincaré, the French President, and General Geoffrey, drew up. What a scene it would make! Monsieur Poincaré came first and was warmly greeted by the King. He was immediately followed by General Geoffrey, and an incident then occurred which took Papa Geoffrey unawares. For the moment he was perplexed. The same little French maid ran out with another bunch of flowers and offered them to the General. "No, no," he said, "not for me. Give them to the President." But the child thought otherwise. She intended that Papa Geoffrey, the idol of France, should have them. He must have them. But no, the General, taking the child gently by the arm, led her to where Monsieur Poincaré was speaking to the King and Sir Douglas Haig, and drew their attention to the child. They all smiled and were greatly amused by the incident. Then the little one gave her flowers to the President, who, taking them, stooped and kissed her forehead, and the little one, satisfied with her success, ran away. The President, not knowing what to do with the flowers, looked around for an officer to take them to his car, but General Geoffrey, anticipating the desire, called up his A.D.C., who took them away. The party then moved into the house. General Foch also entered with the Prince of Wales. After the lunch and conference word was sent in to Colonel Wigram, who endeavoured to persuade the King and Monsieur Poincaré to pose for a short scene on the balcony. Word came back that they would do so. To fix my camera up on the balcony was the work of only a few seconds. The King came out through the French window, followed by Monsieur Poincaré. They were both smiling, and seemed to be very interested in the coming experience. "Where do we go?" said the King. "Would your Majesty stand over there?" I said, pointing to one end of the terrace. They stood there, side by side, King and President, laughing and chatting. While I turned on them, General Geoffrey came out. "Come along, Geoffrey, you stand here," said His Majesty, "and you there," he said laughingly to General Foch. Sir Douglas Haig then came out and stood at the end of the line. For fully a minute they stood there, making a scene, the like of which I had never dreamed. King and President and Generals, who held in their hands the destiny of the world. I continued turning until His Majesty, thinking I had enough, withdrew, laughing and chatting by the camera, followed by General Geoffrey, Sir Douglas Haig and General Foch. By this time my spool had run out, so, quickly changing, I got round to the front of the house to film the royal party leaving. After they had all gone I heard that Mr. Lloyd George was on his way up from Paris. How late he was. One officer was saying, "We expected him before this." Hearing that, I decided to wait. About half an hour later, up he came in a great hurry, and I just managed to film him as he left his car and entered the building. To day was Sunday. His Majesty attended divine service with some of the troops stationed near by, in a small country church perched high up on the hillside. Quiet and contentment pervaded everything. Not even the sound of a gun was heard. A visit to His Majesty King Albert of Belgium was the next item on the programme. The King and Prince of Wales and their suite entered their respective cars, and, amidst the cheers of the civilian populace, we left the village on the hill. The red and gold of the little royal standard on the King's car glittered bright in the morning sun. Away we went. How my old bus did go! Every ounce was being obtained from it. She fairly rocked and roared on the tails of the high power machines ahead. I knew the road only too well. Many a time in the early part of the war had I traversed it and passed through these selfsame gates. On we tore to where, in an unostentatious little villa, lived the King and Queen of the Belgians. By the time I arrived, King George had alighted, and the Belgian Guard of Honour was playing the national hymn. I hurried through the villa gates, ignoring the guards stationed there who tried to hinder me. I wanted to film the meeting, but I was too late, for by the time I had my machine on the stand the two kings had passed along the line of troops, crossed the sand dunes and entered the villa. I had unfortunately missed the meeting by a few minutes, but I vowed I wouldn't move far away from them during the afternoon. I heard that after lunch King George, assisted by Prince Alexander of Teck, was going to award decorations and medals to Belgian officers, and during the afternoon I obtained many good scenes. The Queen was there, and with her the two Princes and little Princess Josephine. They were all most interested in the proceedings. I filmed the King visiting a 6-inch howitzer battery. I noticed specially how keen he was in inquiring about every little detail. Not a single thing seemed to miss his eye, from the close examination of the gun's breech to inspecting the dugouts of the men. He then left, and knowing he was going to inspect the Canadians, I hurried off in order to get there ahead. When I arrived, the Canadian generals and staff were there waiting. Here I met many old friends of the St. Eloi battle, and curiously enough it was at this very spot that I filmed the scene of the Northumberland Fusiliers, or fighting 5th, returning from battle, fagged out but happy. General Burstall was there, and as soon as he saw me he came up and said, "Hullo, Malins, you here? Why, I thought you would have been killed long ago." "No, sir," I said, "I don't think I'm much of a corpse, though really brother Fritz has tried very hard to send me west." "You must have a charmed life," he said. "Have you come to film our show?" "Yes," I replied. "The King will be along shortly. Ah, here he comes now." And down the road, stretching away in the distance, a line of cars came tearing along in our direction. Everybody came to attention. I got ready my camera. The King drew up, and from that moment until he passed through the camp, lined with thousands of cheering Canadians, I filmed his every movement. The 5 days' continuous rush and tear was beginning to tell on me. I was feeling fagged out. But to-morrow His Majesty was sailing again for England. That night, through a member of the headquarters staff, I inquired of Colonel Wigram if it was at all possible for me to accompany the King on his boat across the Channel. It would make a most excellent finish to my film, I pleaded, and it would show the people at home, and neutrals, that the British Navy still held the seas secure, and that our King could go on the seas where and when he liked, and to film His Majesty on board among his naval officers, what a splendid record to hand down to posterity. Colonel Wigram immediately saw the possibilities of such a finish, and agreed to allow me to accompany them. Very jubilant, I thanked him, and promised to be at the boat by midday. In my hurry and anxiety to obtain permission, I had entirely forgotten to inquire at which port the boat was sailing from, Calais or Boulogne. I rushed back to find Colonel Wigram, but unluckily he had gone. I inquired of the intelligence officers present, but they did not know. I therefore decided that the only thing to do was to start off early in the morning and go to Boulogne, and then on to Calais if the boat was leaving from there. Early next morning, with my kit, I rushed away to Boulogne, but on my arrival I found out that the King was not leaving from there, but from Calais. Off to Calais I went. How the time was going! Ill luck seemed to dog me on the journey, for with a loud noise the back tyre burst. To take it off and replace it with a new one was done in record time. Then on again. How the old bus seemed to limp along! "How many miles is she doing?" I asked the chauffeur. "Nearly 50 to the hour, sir. Can't get another ounce out of her. I shouldn't be surprised if the engine fell out." "Never mind, let her have it," I yelled. Down the hills she rocked and swayed like a drunken thing. If there had happened to be anything in the way, well, I don't know what would have happened, but there would have been some mess. Anyway, nothing did happen, and I arrived at the dock in due course. No, the boat had not gone, but by the appearance of every one there it was just on the point of moving off. To get on to the quay I had to pass over a swing bridge. A barrier was across it, and soldiers on duty were posted in order to send all cars round, some distance down, over the next bridge. Knowing that if I went there I should be too late, I yelled out to the man to allow me to pass. "No, sir," he said, "you must go the other way." Well, what I said I don't know, but I certainly swore, and this evidently impressed the fellow so much that he removed the barrier and allowed me to pass. I literally tumbled out of the old bus, and shouting to L to bring along my tripod, I rushed to where the boat was lying against the quay. All the French, British and Belgian officials were lined up, and the King was shaking hands as a parting adieu. Whether it was right or not I did not stop to think. I swept by and rushed up the gangway as the King turned with a final salute. So close a shave was it that I barely had time to screw my camera on the stand ere the Prince of Wales saluted the King and went ashore. The gangway was drawn away, and amid salutes from the officers and Allied representatives the boat left the quay. I had filmed it all. Not an incident had passed me. The King with the Admiral in charge of the ship entered the cabin, and only then did I have a moment's respite to realise what a narrow squeak I had had. We were just leaving the harbour. The sea looked very choppy, and just ahead were 7 torpedo boats waiting to escort us across. I went up on to the top deck and obtained some very interesting scenes of these boats taking up their positions around. Then the King came up and mounted the bridge. How happy he looked. A king in every sense of the word. Who, if they could see him now, could ever have any doubts as to the issue of the war? I filmed him as he stood on the bridge. In mid-channel the sea was getting rather rough, and to keep my feet, and at the same time prevent the camera from being bowled overboard, was rather a task, and this compelled me at times to call in the help of some bluejackets standing near by. At last the white cliffs of Old England hove in sight, and to make my film story complete I filmed the cliffs with Dover Castle perched high above like the grim watchdog it is. And then, as the boat drew into the harbour, I got near the gangway in order to land first and film His Majesty as he came ashore. I managed to do this, and entering the Royal Special, by which I was permitted to travel, I reached Victoria in due course with what, in my humble judgment, was one of the finest kinematograph records that could possibly be obtained of an altogether memorable and historic journey. Chapter 21. The Hush Hush, a Weird and Fearful Creature. I had been busy in London preparing the film of the King's visit to his troops in France, when I received an urgent message to report immediately at General Headquarters. Most important. I reported to Captain . "Can you get away in the morning, Malins? The boat train leaves early." "If there is something doing I wouldn't miss it for worlds," I replied. "It's quite evident there is," he said, "or they wouldn't want you so urgently." "I've only got to get my supply of film stock," I said. I'll manage it during the night somehow and meet you at Charing Cross in the morning." No, I certainly was not going to miss a fight, for undoubtedly another offensive was about to take place. That night I managed to get sufficient film stock together. In the morning we proceeded to France. The following morning at General Headquarters I got the news. Reporting to Colonel , he told me of the coming attack. "Do you want to get it?" he said. "Yes, sir, I do, and from the first line if possible. I want to improve on the Battle of the Somme film. What time does it come off?" "I don't know, but if you will call on," mentioning a captain at the headquarters of one of the corps, "he will be able to put you right on the section of the attack." With that information I left, and packing my apparatus, left for headquarters. The captain was there. "You are the movie man, eh? Come in. Now tell me what you want." "Where is the attack taking place, and at what time?" I asked. "Look here," he said, unfolding a map. "This is our objective," pointing to a certain place. "We are going to get up to the yellow line, and I suggest that you go to Brigade Headquarters. They're in a wood just below Redoubt. I will ring up the General and tell him you are coming. He will give you all the information and assistance you require. They know the ground more intimately than we do back here. You are prepared to stay up there, of course?" "Of course," I said. "I always carry my blanket with me." "Well, it comes off on the 15th, rather early in the morning. The General will give you 0 hour." "Do you know the exact time?" I said. "Do you think it will be too early for me, so far as light is concerned?" I added hurriedly, with a laugh. "Well, no, I think you'll just manage it," he said. Thanking him, I hurried off to Brigade Headquarters. They were in an old German dug out of huge dimensions. There were 3 distinct floors, or rather corridors, one above the other. The galleries wound in and around the hillside, and the bottom one must have been at the depth of 80 feet. Scottish troops were in the trenches, which were being held as support lines. I entered the dug out, and around a long table was seated the General and his staff. "General , sir?" I enquired. "Yes," he said. "Come in, will you? You are movies, aren't you? They have just rung me up. Have some lunch and tell me what you want." During lunch I explained my mission. "Well," he said, "I am glad you are giving us a show. There is no need to tell you what the Scottish battalion have accomplished." Lunch finished, the General with the Brigadier Major went into details as to the best position from which I could see the show. "I want, if possible, to get an unobstructed view of the brigade front." Trench is the place," he said. "What do you say? You know it." "I think, sir, that's as good as anywhere, but it's strafed rather badly. How far is that from the Bosche front line?" We measured it on the map. It was 800 yards. "Too far off. I must get much closer," I said. "Isn't there a place in our front trench?" "There's a machine gun position in a sap head," said an officer. "I'm sure that would suit you, but you'll get strafed. Bosche cannot fail to see you." "What time is 0 hour?" I asked the General. "At 6:20," he said. Great Scott, I thought, 6:20 summer time, real time 5:20, and in September only one chance in a million that the sky would be clear enough to get an exposure. Certainly if the mornings were anything like they had been during the last week, it would be an absolute impossibility. Anyway, there was just a chance, and I decided to take it. Therefore I suggested that I should go up very early in the morning to our front line, getting there about 4 o'clock. There would just be sufficient light for me to have a look round. That is, if brother Fritz wasn't too inquisitive. I could then fix up the camera and wait. "What time does the barrage start?" I asked. 10 minutes to 0. It's going to be very intense, I can tell you that." "Well, sir, there is one special point I would like you to clear up for me, if possible. What the deuce is the 'hush hush'?" At that question every one in the place laughed. "Hush, hush, not so loud," one said with mock gravity. "You mean the Tanks." I am just as wise as ever. Anyway, whether they are called the hush hushers or Tanks, what the dickens are they? Every one has been asking me if I have seen the hush hush, until I have felt compelled to advise them to take more water with it in the future. At first I thought they were suffering from a unique form of shell shock. "I haven't seen them," he said. "All I know is that we have 2 of them going over with our boys. This is their line. They will make straight for the left-hand corner of the village, and cross the trenches on your left about 200 yards from the point suggested. They are a sort of armoured car arrangement, and shells literally glance off them. They will cross trenches no matter how wide, crawl in and out shell holes and through barbed wire, push down trees and—" I turned to the General. "I certainly suggest, sir, that should go to hospital. The war is getting on his nerves. He will tell me next that they can fly as well." The General laughed, but quite seriously he told me it was all true. "Then I hope I shall be able to get a good film of them," I said, "especially as this will be the first time they have been used." Finally it was agreed that , who was going up to the front line to observe for the division, should act as my guide, and take me up in the morning at 3 o'clock. "We shall have to start about that time," he said. "It will be possible to go there for quite a good distance over the top of the ridge. It will save trudging through trench, and there's sure to be a lot of troops packed in it. In any case it will take us about 3/4 of an hour." "And I want at least an hour to look round and find a suitable spot, so 3 o'clock will suit me very well." "Hullo," I said, as I heard the crack of a 5.9 crump burst just outside the dug out. "Can't Bosche let you alone here?" "No," he said. "He strafes us sometimes. He put quite a lot in here the other day, and one went clean through our cook house, but no damage was done beyond spoiling our lunch. If he anticipates our show in the morning he will be sure to plaster us." At night I watched the effect of the flashes from our guns. They were rattling off at quite a good pace. What a gorgeous night! Dotted all round this skeleton of what was once a wood, but now merely a few sticks of charred tree trunks, and in and out as far as the eye could see, were scores of tiny fires. The flames danced up and down like elves, and crowded round the fires were groups of our boys, laughing and chatting as if there was no such thing as war. Now and then the flash of the big howitzers momentarily lighted up the whole landscape. What a scene! Having seen as much of the war as I have done, and having been practically through the campaign from the very outset, it may surprise you that I had not used myself to such sights. Possibly I ought to have done, but the fact remains that I cannot. These night scenes always appeal to me. Every scene is so different, and looking at everything from the pictorial point of view, I wished with all my heart I could have filmed such a wonderful scene. But even had I been able to do so, I could not have reproduced the atmosphere, the sound of the guns, the burst of the shells, the glare of the star shells, the laughter of the men, and some of them were swearing. The impenetrable blackness was accentuated by the dancing flames from the fires. It was a sight to dream about, and almost involuntarily reminded one of a scene from the Arabian Nights. It was now midnight. My guide told me to follow him. "We'll go down below and find a place in which to snatch a little sleep." Down a long flight of stairs we went, along corridors, then down another flight and round more corridors. The passages seemed endless, until at last we came to a halt beside the bunk like beds fastened on the wall. "What an extraordinary place! How deep is it?" "About 60 feet," said my companion. "The place is like a rabbit warren." "Well, I'm glad you were with me, for I should never find my way out alone," and I rolled my blanket round me and went to sleep. I was awakened by my guide. "Come on," he said, "time we moved off." I quickly got out of my blanket. Jove, how cold it was. My teeth chattered like castanets. "It's like an ice house down here. Let's go out and see if any of the men have any fire left. Might be able to have a little hot tea before we go. I have some biscuits and odds and ends in my satchel. Will you let me have a man to help me with my tripod?" "Certainly. As a matter of fact I arranged for one last night." Up we went. Along the corridors men were lying about in their blankets, fast asleep. Holding a piece of guttering candle in my hand, and shaking like a leaf with cold, I stepped between the sleeping men, but it was anything but an easy task. During the journey I missed my companion. By a lucky accident I managed to find an exit, but it was nowhere near the one I entered last night. Ah, here's a fire, and quickly getting the water on the boil made some tea, then shouldering the camera, and helping me by taking one of the cases, we started off. It was still very dark, but the sky was quite free from clouds. If only it would keep like that I might just get an exposure. We proceeded as fast as the innumerable shell holes and old barbed wire would allow, and made straight for the ruins of . Then, crossing the road, we followed the communication trenches along the top. It was still pitch dark. I looked at my watch. It was 4:30. The trenches were full of life. Men were pouring in to take up their positions. Bosche put a few shells over near by, but fortunately nobody was touched. He was evidently nervous about something, for on several occasions he sent up star shells in batches of 6, which lighted up the whole ridge like day, and until they were down again I stood stock still. Day was breaking in the east. A low-lying mist hung over the village. I hoped it would not affect my taking. We were now in the trenches and daylight was gradually beginning to appear. "It's got to light up a lot more if I'm going to be able to film," I said, "but thank heaven the sky is cloudless. That's the one chance." All at once it seemed as though the sky lightened. Actinic conditions improved considerably, and I was just congratulating myself on my good fortune when "What's that, sir?" said the man at my side, who had been peering through a periscope. Gingerly I raised myself above the parapet and peered in the direction in which his finger pointed. For a moment I could discern nothing. Then, gradually, out of the early morning mist, a huge, dark, shapeless object evolved. It was apparently about 300 yards away. It moved, and judging by the subdued hum and a slight smoke which it emitted, like the breath of an animal, it lived. I had never seen anything like it before. What was it? End of Part 2, Chapters 20 and 21. Part 2, Chapters 22 and 23 of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The Juggernaut Car of Battle. What in the world was it? As we stood there peering at the thing, we forgot for the moment that our heads were well above the parapet. We were too fascinated by the movements of the weird-looking object to bother about such a trifle as that. And the Bosche trenches were only 200 yards away. For the life of me I could not take my eyes off it. The thing, I really don't know how else to describe it, ambled forward with slow, jerky, uncertain movements. The sight of it was weird enough in all conscience. At one moment its nose disappeared, then with a slide and an upward glide it climbed to the other side of a deep shell crater which lay in its path. I stood amazed and watched its antics. I forgot all about my camera and my desire to obtain a picture of this weird and terrifying engine of destruction. Like everyone else, its unexpected appearance on the scene first surprised, then held me under its strange influence. So that was the Hush Hush, the Juggernaut Car of Battle. One of the tanks, the secret of whose appearance, and indeed of whose very existence, had been guarded more carefully than all the treasures of the Indies. Truly, Bosche was in for a big surprise. All this time I had scarce taken my eyes off the ugly-looking monster. It waddled, it ambled, it jolted, it rolled, it did everything in turn and nothing long, or wrong. And most remarkable of all, this weird-looking creature with a metal hide performed tricks which almost made one doubt the evidence of one's senses. Big and ugly and awkward as it was, clumsy as its movements appeared to be, the thing seemed imbued with life, and possessed of the most uncanny sort of intelligence and understanding. It came to a crater. Down went its nose, a slight dip, and a clinging, crawling motion, and it came up merrily on the other side. And all the time as it slowly advanced, it breathed and belched forth tongues of flame. Its nostrils seemed to breathe death and destruction, and the Huns, terrified by its appearance, were mown down like corn falling to the reaper's sickle. Presently it stopped. The humming ceased. The spell was broken. We looked at one another, and then we laughed. How we laughed! Officers and men were doubled up with mirth as they watched the acrobatic antics of this mechanical marvel, this Wellsian wonder. Now the metal monster was on the move again. It was advancing on the German position. The Bosche machine guns got busy and poured a very hail of shells and bullets upon the oncoming death dealer. It made no difference. The tank pursued its way, unperturbed by all the racket of the exploding metal on its sides. Shells seemed to glide off it quite harmlessly. Bullets had no effect upon this extraordinary apparition. Fritz must have thought the devil himself had broken loose from hell and was advancing to devour him. The Huns scurried to their funk holes and craters, their hiding places and their trenches, like so many rabbits. Still the tank advanced, pausing now and then astride a particularly wide crater and sweeping the surrounding pit scarred ground with its machine guns. Up popped a German head, zip went a bullet, and down went the head for the last time. How many Germans were crushed in their holes in that first advance, goodness only knows. Presently the monster stopped again. There was a pause. Nothing happened. A minute. 2 minutes went by. Still nothing happened. The Germans began to regain their courage. Heads popped up all over the place. Enemy troops began to edge nearer and nearer to it, in spite of the hail of bullets from our trenches. Then they began to swarm round the strange creature, the like of which they had never seen before. To do them justice, these Germans showed exceptional courage in the face of unknown and altogether exceptional danger. Mr. Tank, meanwhile, was not a bit disconcerted by their attentions, and continued to breathe forth flames of fire, which did great havoc in the ranks of the sightseers. But once their curiosity was satisfied, the Huns did their level best to damage the brute. They fired at it, they bombarded it, they shelled it, they clambered over it, all to no purpose. Presently that ominous humming, snorting sound reached us again, and the monster began to move away. Where it had stood, the ground was strewn with the dead bodies of German soldiers, and I was told afterwards that over 300 corpses were counted to the credit of the first tank that ever crossed No Man's Land. Meanwhile our boys had been busy. Following in the wake of the tank, they had cleaned up quite a lot of ground, and all the time, with my camera on them, I had secured a series of fine pictures. I don't think I ever laughed so heartily at anything as I did on the first day that I saw the tanks in action, and officers and men all agreed that they never saw a funnier sight in all their lives. But whilst they amused us, they put the fear of the devil into Fritz, and whole parties of men ran forward, hands up, waving their handkerchiefs, and shouting "Kamerad!" and gave themselves up as willing prisoners in our hands. The tanks have been one of the big surprises and big successes of the war. Chapter 23. Where the village of Guillemont was. After the Battle of Martinpuich, the nature of my work brought me in contact with many stirring incidents, which, if put on record here, would be merely repeating to a certain degree many of my previous experiences. Therefore I do not intend to bore my readers by doing so. From one section of our front to the other I was kept continually on the move. On the 25th September an attack was timed for 12 o'clock noon for Morval and Lesboeufs, and the Guards, London Scottish, Norfolks, Suffolks, and many other regiments were to take part. The day before I visited our front in that section to obtain preliminary scenes. The London Scottish were preparing to leave to take up their battle positions. From one front to the other I hurried, obtaining scenes of the other regiments on the way up. I stayed during the night with an officer of an 18-pounder battling on the left of Guillemont. The Bosche was strafing the place pretty badly. I will not say I slept comfortably, for shells came crashing over much too closely to do so. In fact, I was up all night. On several occasions I really thought my last minute had come. The noise was deafening. The glare and flash, although beautiful, was sickening. Our guns were pouring out a withering fire, and the ground quivered and shook, threatening to tumble the temporary shelter about my ears. One shell, which came very near, burst, and the concussion slightly blew in the side of the shelter. It also seemed to momentarily stun me. I crouched down as close to earth as possible. I will admit that I felt a bit windy. My body was shaking as if with ague. A horrible buzzing sensation was in my head. Dizziness was coming over me. I dare not lose control of myself, I thought. With an effort I staggered up and out of the shelter, clutching my head, as the pain was terrible. I dropped down into an old German trench and sat in the bottom. In a few minutes my head pains eased down slightly, but my nerves were still shaky. At that moment one of the battery officers came along. "Hullo, you got clear then?" he said. "Yes, only just, by the appearance of things." "I saw it drop near by where we left you, and felt quite certain it had done you in. Feel all right?" "Yes," I said, "with the exception of a thick head. I will get my camera stuff down here. Lend me your torch, will you?" I took it out and found my way back to the shelter. Fritz was now jumping over shrapnel, so believe me, I did not hang about on my journey. Our guns continued their thundering and fire was literally pouring from their mouths. I got down in the trench as close as possible, sat on my camera case, and so passed the remainder of the night, thinking well, many things. Towards dawn the firing gradually died down, until, comparing it with the night, it was quite peaceful. I got out of my trench and sat up on the parapet. My head was still throbbing from the concussion of the night, and having no sleep made me feel in rather a rotten state. "How's the head, old chap?" asked an officer I knew, who came up to me at that moment. "Better," I replied, "but needs improvement." "We are just making some tea. Come and join us." "Jove, rather. It may stop this jumping." A slight mist was hanging over the shell pocked ground. It was gradually rising, as I had seen it on previous occasions, and the horrible stench from the putrefying dead seemed to rise with it. As far as the eye could see, in every direction the ground had been churned up by the fearful shell fire. The shell holes met each other like the holes in a sponge. Not a blade of grass or green stuff existed. The place which once marked a wood was now a space with a twisted, tangled mass of barbed wire, and here and there short wooden stumps, slashed, split and torn into shreds, the remains of once beautiful trees. The village of Guillemont literally does not exist. In fact, it is an absolute impossibility to tell where the fields ended and the village began. It is one of the most awful specimens of the devastating track of war that exists on the Western Front. The village had been turned by the Bosche into a veritable fortress. Trenches and strong points bristling with machine guns commanded every point which gave vantage to the enemy. But after much bloody fighting, our troops stormed and captured the place, and the German losses must have been appalling. Many had been buried, but the work of consolidating the ground won and pressing on the attack does not permit our men thoroughly to cleanse the square miles of ground and bury the bodies and fragments that cover it. Unknowingly, when I had hurried for cover in the trench the night before, I had been within 12 feet of a party of 5 dead Bosche, and the atmosphere in the early morning was more than I could tolerate. So, picking up my camera, etc., I took up fresh quarters. A snorting, crunching sound struck my ears, and looking on my left I observed a tank ambling forward to take up its position for the coming show. It was emitting clouds of bluish grey smoke from its exhaust, which gave it a rather ghostly appearance in the mist. Now and again, as it came to a very deep shell hole, it stopped to poise itself on the rim, and then gently tipped its nose downwards, disappearing, to rise like a huge toad on the other side, and then continue its journey. More troops were coming up in platoon to take up their position in supports. Ammunition carriers were taking up fresh supplies of bombs. Red Cross men were making their way forward. Not a sound was to be heard from them, and the whole place was now a line of silent movement. All the main work and preparation was to finish before the last shadow of night had been chased away by the light of the rising sun, before the setting of which many of the boys would lay down their lives, that justice and civilization might triumph over the false doctrine of blood and iron and barbarism, German Kultur. "Come along, Malins, your cup of tea is ready," shouted an officer. I left my camera under cover of a fallen tree trunk and crossed to a covered shell hole which answered to the name of dug out. Anyway, apart from shrapnel or a direct hit from an H.E., we were comparatively safe, being below ground level. Along the centre was a rough plank on 2 boxes, and grouped either side were several other officers of the battery. We all of us soon forgot about the previous night's efforts of Fritz in a gorgeous repast of bacon, fried bread and tea. Bosche was now fairly quiet. He was strafing the ridge in front with an occasional HE. Some of our batteries on my right were still at it. It was now quite daylight. Our aeroplanes were flitting across the sky, diving low to obtain better observation of the enemy, and incidentally getting strafed by his anti-aircraft guns, which did not interest them in the least. "What time is 0 hour?" I asked. 12:30 was the reply. "We start our intense at 12 o'clock. Every gun we have in this section is going to fairly give Bosche jumps. In fact, he will have to find a better 'ole." This remark caused considerable laughter. "I am going to get my scenes from Ginchy Telegraph. It seems a very likely spot by the map. Shall I get there about 11 o'clock and fix up?" "Good," said one. "I will lend you an orderly to act as guide, if it's any benefit to you." Thanking him, I gladly accepted the offer. Breakfast over, I collected my apparatus and stood to watch the sections which Fritz strafed the most. By practising this method it has made it possible for me to do my work in comfort on previous occasions. I noticed there were 1 or 2 points which he strafed methodically. Therefore I judged it safe to make direct for my point over the top, then enter a communication trench just on this side of the ridge. By this time my guide came up, so, sharing my apparatus, we started off. The distance to Ginchy Telegraph was about 1 kilometre. Shrapnel was playing upon both roads leading from Guillemont. HE was bursting on my right in Luez Wood, or Lousy Wood as it is called here, also in Delville Wood on my left. After a very tiring tramp over shell holes and rubble, I eventually reached my post. From this point I could see practically the whole of our section between Les Boeufs and Morval, but I immediately found out to my annoyance that the slight breeze would bring all the smoke back towards our lines. The resulting effect would not be serious enough to in any way hinder our operations, but photographically it was disastrous, and even if photographed the effect would not be impressive in the slightest degree, merely a wall of smoke which to the public would appear unintelligible. But in that seemingly useless cloud were falling thousands of shells of all calibres, tearing the earth into dust, the German line into fragments, forming a living and death-dealing curtain of blazing steel behind which our men were advancing. But adverse wind conditions were not all, for when I had taken the camera out of its case I found that by some means or other the lens mounts had received such a knock as to throw it out of alignment. How it happened I cannot think, for the case was intact. The only possible explanation being that I must have dropped it the night before when I took shelter in the trench, and in my dazed condition did not remember doing so. It was quite impossible to repair it even temporarily in time to obtain the opening attack, so I hurried away and took shelter behind some ruins on the southwest side of the village. It was now close on 12. Our intense bombardment would shortly begin, and I worked feverishly at the repair to the camera, perspiring at every pore. Suddenly, like the terrific crack of 1,000 thunders, our fire on the German position began. Bursting from the mouths of hundreds of British guns it came, the most astonishing, astounding, brain-splitting roar that I had ever heard. In a few moments it reached a crescendo. Every one near by was transfixed with awe. Hundreds of shells went shrieking overhead. The air was literally alive with blazing metal. Imagine, if you can, being in the midst of 500 drums. At a given moment every drummer beats his drum with ever increasing force, without a fraction of a moment's respite. Add to this the most soul-splitting crash you have ever heard, and the sound as of a gale of wind shrieking through the telegraph wires. It will give you a little idea of what it was like under this bombardment. It seemed to numb one's very brain. What it must have been like in the German position is beyond me to conceive. We were certainly giving Fritz a jump. At last my camera was finished. Looking in the direction of Bouleau Wood, I could see our men still pouring forward over the open. I raced towards them as hard as possible and filmed them going across, first one section, then the other. Bosche shells were falling near them, knocking a few out, but missing most, first one line, then the other. Bosche was dropping large "coal boxes" all along our supports. 2 tanks coming up provided me with several interesting scenes, as Fritz was pestering them with his attentions, but without injury. I obtained a scene of 2 heavy crumps bursting just behind one of them, but the old tank still snorted on its way, the infantry advancing close behind in extended formation. Throughout the remainder of the day I was kept well on the move, filming the many varying scenes of battle, either whilst they were in progress or immediately afterwards. Prisoners came pouring in from all directions, first a batch of 200 and then odd stragglers, then further batches. The guards seemed to have had a rather good bag, as I noticed that most of the Bosches were brought in under care of guardsmen. One Tommy came in the proud possessor of 6. From the immediate fighting ground I made my way towards Trones Wood, upon the outskirts of which the guards had their dressing station. Many of our men were there, lying about in all directions on stretchers, waiting to be taken away to the casualty clearing station. I filmed many scenes here of our wonderful men suffering their physical torments like the heroes they were. One in particular, sitting on a box making a cigarette, had a broad smile on his face, though the whole of his elbow was shot completely away. Another came in, helped along by 2 other men. He was a raving lunatic, his eyes ghastly and horrible to look upon, and he was foaming at the mouth and gibbering wildly. "Shell shock," said the doctor, close beside me. "Bad case too, poor chap. Here, put him into this ambulance. 3 men had better go with him to look after him." "Do you get many cases like that?" I asked the doctor. "Yes," he said, "quite a few, but not all so bad as that." Wounded were still pouring in, both ours and German. The Bosche was shelling the ground only a short distance away, and I managed to film several of our wounded men being dressed whilst shells were bursting in the near background. Another man was brought in on a stretcher. I looked closely at him when he was set on the ground. He had been knocked out by shell fire. A piece of shrapnel was buried in his jaw, another large piece in his head, and, by the bloodstains on his tunic, about his body also. He was groaning pitiably. The doctor, bending down, had a look at him, then stood up. "It's no use," he said. "He's beyond human aid. He cannot last many minutes. Place him over there," he said to the stretcher bearers. The men gently lifted the poor fellow up, and less than 3 minutes afterwards one came up to the doctor. "He's dead, sir." "Just tell the padre then, will you, and get his disc and name, and have his belongings packed up and sent home." And so the day drifted on. The sun was blazing hot. Every man there was working like a demon. Perspiring at every pore, each doctor was doing the work of 4. The padre was here, there, and everywhere, giving the wounded tea and coffee, and cheering them up by word and deed. Towards evening there came a lull in the attack. It had been a great success. All our objectives had been gained. The wounded drifted in lessening numbers. An elderly doctor in his shirt sleeves had just finished binding up the stump of a man's leg, the lower part of which had been torn away by a piece of shell. He stood up, mopped his forehead, and, after bidding the carriers take the man away, he lay on the ground practically exhausted, dried blood still upon his hands and arms, and scissors held loosely in his fingers. He closed his eyes to try and doze. "That doctor is a marvel," said an officer to me. "He snatches a few moments' sleep between his cases. Now watch." Another stretcher party was coming in, and it was set down. An orderly went up to the doctor and lightly touched him on the shoulder. "Another case, sir," he said. The doctor opened his eyes and quickly rose to his feet. The wounded man's head was bound round with an old handkerchief matted with blood which had dried hard. Warm disinfectant was quickly brought, and the doctor proceeded to gently loosen the rough bandage from the head, revealing a nasty head wound, a gash about 3 inches long and very swollen. "What do you think of that?" he said, holding out something in his hand to me. "That's from this lad's head." I looked and saw that it was a piece of his shrapnel helmet about 2 inches square. It had been driven into the flesh on his head, fortunately without breaking the skull. The wound was quickly dressed, and the doctor again lay down to snatch a few more moments' respite. "This will go on all night," said the padre, "and all day to morrow. Have a cup of tea at my canteen, will you?" Having had nothing to eat or drink all day, I accepted the invitation. On the opposite side of the wood was a small shack built of old lumber, and every man before he left by ambulance received a cup of tea or coffee and biscuits. "I find the boys greatly appreciate it," he said. I joined him in a cup of tea. "Don't you think it's a good idea?" "Excellent," I replied, "like heaven to a lost soul." "Look round here," he said, pointing away in the distance. "Did you ever see such a ghastly travesty of nature, the whole countryside swept clean of every green and living thing, beautiful woods and charming villages blown to the four winds of heaven, and this might have been our own beautiful sunny downs, our own charming villages. The British public should go down on its knees every day of the week and thank God for their deliverance. The sun was now setting, and having obtained all the scenes I required, I decided to make my way back. We were still shelling the German lines very hard, and the Bosche was putting over a few of his He and high shrapnel, but fortunately none came within 100 yards of us. I bade adieu to the doctors and the padre. "I hope we shall see the films in town," they said. "It's a pity you can't introduce the sounds and general atmosphere of a battle like this. Good bye! Best of luck!" they shouted. I left them and made my way across to the battery to thank the captain. When I arrived I met one of the subalterns. "Where's Blank?" I asked. "I'm afraid you won't see him," he replied. "Why?" half suspecting some bad news. "Well, he and 4 others were killed shortly after you left." I turned slowly away and walked off in the direction of Guillemont. 100 yards further on I came upon a scene which afforded some relief to the tragedies of the day. A short bantam like British Tommy was cursing and swearing volubly at a burly German sitting on the ground rubbing his head and groaning like a bull. Tommy, with a souvenir cigar in his mouth, was telling him in his best Cockney English to get a move on. "What's the matter?" I said. "Well, sir, it's like this. This 'ere cove is me own prisoner, and he's been giving me no end of trouble. Tried to pinch my gun, sir, he did, so I 'it him on his 'ead, but he ain't 'urt, sir, not a bit, are you, Fritz? Come on." And Fritz, thinking discretion the better part of valour, got up, and Tommy strutted off with his big charge as happy as a peacock. End of Part 2, Chapters 22 and 23. Part 2, Chapters 24 and 25, of How I Filmed the War, by Geoffrey H. Malins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, Fighting in a Sea of Mud. After our successful attack and capture of Les Boeufs and Morval on September 25, 1916, beyond consolidating our gains, there was comparatively little done in the way of big offensives until the capture of Mouquet Farm and Thiepval and the capture of Beaumont-Hamel, that fortress of fortresses, on November 13th, and I devoted the interval to recording the ground won. One interesting incident occurred when I filmed Mouquet Farm situate between Pozières and Thiepval. Looking at the farm from the strategical point of view, I feel quite confident in saying that only British troops could have taken it. It was one of the most wonderful defensive points that could possibly be conceived, and chosen by men who made a special study of such positions. The whole place was thickly planted with machine guns, so cunningly concealed that it was impossible to observe them until one was practically at the gun's mouth. To get here it was necessary to go down a long steep glacis, then up another to the farm. The Germans, with their network of underground passages and dug outs, were able to concentrate at any threatened point with their machine guns in such a manner that they would have our troops under a continual stream of lead for quite 1,000 yards without a vestige of cover. The farm had been shelled by our artillery time after time, until the whole ground, for miles round, was one huge mass of shell craters. But the Germans, in their dug outs 40 and 50 feet underground, could not be reached by shell fire. I will not go into the details of how the place was eventually taken by the Midlanders. It will remain an epic of the war. The weather was now breaking up. Cold winds and rain continually swept over the whole Somme district, invariably accompanied by thick mists. I wanted to obtain a film showing the fearful mud conditions which we were working hard and fighting in and under. And such mud! You could not put the depth in inches. Nothing so ordinary. It was feet deep. I have known relief battalions take 6 hours to reach their allotted position in the front line, when, in the dry season, the same journey could be accomplished in an hour. And the energy expended in wading through such a morass can be imagined. Many times I have got stuck in the clayey slime well above my knees, and have required the assistance of 2 and sometimes 3 men to help me out. To turn oneself into a lump of mud, all one had to do was to walk down to the front line. You would undoubtedly be taken for a part of the parapet by the time you arrived. I asked a Tommy once what he thought of it. "Sir," he replied, "there ain't no bloomin' word to describe it." And I think he was right. On one journey, when filming the carrying of munitions by muleback, as that was the only method by which our advanced field guns could be supplied, while they were being loaded at a dump near Wood, the mud was well above the mules' knees, and in another instance it was actually touching their bellies. In such conditions our men were fighting and winning battles, and not once did I hear of a single instance where it affected the morale of the men. We cursed and swore about it. Who wouldn't? It retarded our progress. We wallowed in it. We had to struggle through miles of it nearly up to our knees. We slept in it, or tried to. We ate in it. It even got unavoidably mixed up with our food, and sometimes we drank it. And we tolerated it all, month after month. If it was bad for us, we knew it was far worse for the Bosche, for not only had he to live under these conditions, but he was subjected to our hellish bombardment continually, without rest or respite. Thus it was I filmed Mouquet Farm and other scenes in the neighbourhood. I went to Pozières, and then struck across country. On my way I passed a tank which for the time being was hors de combat. It naturally aroused my interest. I closely inspected it, both inside and out, and while I stood regarding it, 2 whizz-bangs came over in quick succession, bursting about 30 feet away. The fact immediately occurred to me that the tank was under observation by the Bosche, and he, knowing the attraction it would have for inquiring natures, kept a gun continually trained upon it. I had just got behind the body of the thing when another shell dropped close by. I did not stop to judge the exact distance. I cursed the mud because it did not allow me to run fast enough, but really I ought to have blessed it. The fact that it was so muddy caused the shell to sink more deeply into the ground before exploding, its effective radius being also more confined. When I got clear of the tank, the firing ceased. I mentally vowed that, for the future, temporarily disabled tanks near the firing line would not interest me, unless I was sure they were under good cover. I continued my journey to the farm, but kept well below the top of the ridge. At one section, to save my dying a sailor's death, duckboards had been placed over the mud to facilitate easier travelling. It made me feel like going on forever after ploughing for hours through mud the consistency of treacle. Eventually I arrived on the high ground near Mouquet. Many of our field gun batteries had taken up their position near by. They had turned old shell holes into gun pits. Occasionally a burst of firing rang out, and Bosche was doing his level best to find them with his 5.9 Crump. Here I managed to obtain several very interesting scenes. The farm as a farm did not exist. A mass of jumbled up brickwork here and there suggested that once upon a time, say 100 B.C., it might have been. In due time I reached the place. A machine gun company were in possession, and I found an officer who offered to show me over the Bosche's underground fortress. I entered a dug-out entrance, the usual type, and switching on my electric torch, proceeded with uncertain steps down into the bowels of the earth. The steps were thick with mud and water. Water also was dripping through all the crevices in the roof, and the offensive smell of dead bodies reached me. "Have you cleaned this place out?" I called to my friend in front. "Yes," he said. His voice sounded very hollow in this noisome, cavernous shaft. And it was cold. Heavens, how cold! Ugh! "There was one gallery section. Where it leads to we cannot find out, but it was blown in by us, and evidently quite a few Bosche with it. Anyway, we are not going to disturb it. There is a possibility of the whole gallery collapsing about our ears. We are at the bottom now. Be careful, turn sharp to the left." Why, this place must be at least 40 feet deep. "Yes, about that. This gallery runs along to more exits, and a veritable rabbit warren of living compartments. See these bullet holes in the side here?" pointing to the wooden planks lining the gallery. When our men entered the other end, the Boche here had a machine gun fixed up, and so they played it upon anybody who came near. Lit up only by the gun flashes, it must have been a ghastly sight. It must have been the scene of devilish fighting, judging by the number of bullet holes all over the place. There are plenty of bloodstains about. Somebody caught it pretty badly." I followed my guide until eventually we came to a recessed compartment. It was illuminated by 2 German candles stuck in bottles, and a rough wooden table with 2 chairs, evidently looted from the farm when the Bosche arrived. We made our exit from another shaft and came out at a spot about 100 yards from the place we had entered. This will give you some idea of the way the ground was interlaced with subterranean passages, and this, mind you, was only one tunnel of many. It was quite pleasant to breathe comparatively fresh air again after the foul atmosphere down below. Bosche was more lively with his shell fire, and they were coming much too near to be pleasant. I fixed up my machine and filmed several very good bursts near some guns. He was evidently shooting blind, or by the map, for they dropped anywhere but near their objectives. Anyway, it was his shoot, and it was not up to us to correct him. Chapter 25. The Eve of Great Events. Since I left France in December, many changes had taken place. Tremendous preparations for the next great offensive were in progress. We shall now see the results of all our hard and bloody work, which began on the Somme on July 1st, 1916. I think I can safely say that we have never relaxed our offensive for a single day. Granted, the great pressure has not been kept up, but in proportion to the weather conditions, the push has been driven home relentlessly, and ground won foot by foot, yard by yard, until, in February 1917, the Germans retired behind their Bapaume defences. Just how far they are going back one cannot decide. The fact remains that the enemy is falling back, not for strategical reasons, as he is so anxious for his people and neutrals to believe, but because he is forced to by the superiority of our troops and our dominating gun power. The beginning of the end is at hand. The eve of great events is here. The results of this year's fighting will decide the future peace of the world, the triumph of Christianity over barbarity, of God over the devil. I received instructions to proceed again to France. The capture of Bapaume is imminent. You must certainly obtain that, I was told, and add another to your list of successes. So I left by the midday boat train. The usual crowds were there to see their friends off. A descriptive writer could fill a volume with impressions gathered on the station platform an hour before the train starts. Scenes of pathos and assumed joy, of strong men and women stifling their emotions with a stubbornness that would do justice to the martyrdom of the early Christians in the arenas of Rome. I arrived at Folkestone. The weather was very cold, and a mist hung over the sea, blotting everything out of view beyond the end of the breakwater. The train drew up alongside, and it emptied itself of its human khaki freight, who with one accord made their way to the waiting steamboats, painted a dull green grey. All aboard. Quickly and methodically we passed up the gangway, giving up our embarkation tickets at the end, and receiving another card to fill up with personal particulars as we stepped on board. This card was to be given up upon one's arrival at Boulogne. Gradually the boat filled with officers and men. Kits and cars were hoisted aboard. Lifebelts were served out. Everybody was compelled to put them on in case of an accident. Everything was aboard. The 3 boats were ready to leave. The 2 in front, one an old cross-channel paddle boat, the other one of the later turbine class, but still no sign of leaving. "What are we waiting for?" I asked a seaman near by. "We must wait until we get permission. The mist is very thick, sir, going to be a cold journey." With that he left. I buttoned my warm greatcoat well round my throat, pulled my cap firmly down over my ears, and went to the upper deck and peered out into the thickening sea mist towards the harbour entrance. I went to the deck rail and leaned over. Crowds of seagulls cawed and wheeled round, seemingly hung suspended in the air by an invisible wire. The gulls fascinated me. One second they were in the air, motionless on their huge outstretched wings, then suddenly Seeing either the shape of a fish coming to the surface or a crumb of bread floating, one of the birds would dart down, make a grab with its beak at the object, skim the surface of the water, then gracefully wing its way upwards and join its fellows. I turned my gaze again seawards. The mist was drawing nearer, threatening to envelop our boats in its embrace. How cold it was! The upper deck was now full of officers, busily putting on their life belts. I had secured mine to my kit bag, ready to put it on when required. At that moment an officer came up to me. "Have you got a life belt?" he said. "If so, would you mind putting it on? I have to go all round the boat and see that everybody has one." "Right," I said. And so I donned my life belt, and passing along the deck stood underneath the captain's bridge and gazed around. The men in the two boats ahead of us were singing lustily, singing because they were going back to the land of bursting shells and flying death, laughing and singing because they were going again out to fight for the Empire. As I stood there gazing into the mist and hearing the continuous roar of the sea beating upon the rocks behind me, a review of the events passed through my mind which have happened to me, and the countless scenes of tragedy and bloodshed, of defeat and victory that I had witnessed since I first crossed over to France in October 1914. I recalled my arrival in Belgium, the wonderful rearguard actions of the Belgian troops, the holding up of the then most perfect and devilish fighting machine the world had ever known by a handful of volunteers, the frightful scenes in the great retreat through Belgium lived again, the final stand along the banks of the Ypres Canal, the opening of the dykes which saved the northern corner of France, the countless incidents of fighting I had filmed. Then my 3 months with the French in the Vosges Mountains, the great strain and hardships encountered to obtain the films, and now, after 18 months with the British Army on the Western Front, I was again going back. To what? How many had asked themselves that question? How many had tried, as I was doing, to peer into the future? They had laid down their lives fighting for the cause of freedom. But although buried on an alien soil, that spot shall be for ever called England. I was quickly recalled to the present by the flashing of a light on the end of the harbour jetty. It was answered by a dull glare seawards. Everybody was looking in that direction, and then a sudden clanging of bells, a slipping of ropes from the first boat, a final cheer from the men on the crowded decks, and with its bow turned outwards from the quay it nosed its way into the open sea beyond. The second boat quickly followed, and then, with more clanging of bells and curt orders to the helmsman, she slid through the water like a greyhound, and with shouts of "Good luck" from the people on the quay, we were quickly swallowed up in the mist ahead. The boats kept abreast for a considerable time, and then, our vessel taking the lead, with a torpedo boat on either side and one ahead, the convoy headed for France. The journey across was uneventful. It was quite dark when we backed into harbour at Boulogne. Flares were lit, and, as the boat drew alongside the quay, the old familiar A.M.O. with his huge megaphone shouted in stentorian tones that all officers and men returning on duty must report to him at his offices 50 yards down the quay, etc., etc., etc. His oration finished, the gangway was pushed aboard, and everybody landed as quickly as possible. I had wired from the War Office earlier in the day to G.H.Q. asking them to send a car to meet the boat. Whether they had received my message in time I did not know. Anyway, I could not find it, so that night I stayed at Boulogne, and the following evening proceeded to G.H.Q. to receive instructions. Here I collected my apparatus and stood by for instructions. News of our continued pressure on the German line of retreat was penetrating through. First one village, then another fell into our hands. The fall of Péronne was imminent. My instructions were to proceed to Péronne, or rather the nearest point that it was possible to operate from. I journeyed that night as far as Amiens, and arriving there about midnight, dog tired, went to my previous billet in the Rue l'Amiral Cambet and turned in. Early next morning I reported to a major of the Intelligence Department, who told me our troops had entered Péronne the previous night. Rather disappointed that I had not been there to obtain the entry, I made tracks for that town. I took by roads, thinking that they would be more negotiable than the main ones, and reaching the outskirts of the village of Biaches, I left the car there and prepared to walk into Péronne. I could see in the distance that the place was still burning. Columns of smoke were pouring upwards and splashing the sky with patches of villainous-looking black clouds. Strapping my camera upon my back and bidding my man follow with my tripod, I started off down the hill into Biaches. Then the signs of the German retreat began to fully reveal themselves. The ground was absolutely littered with the horrible wastage of war. Roads were torn open, leaving great yawning gaps that looked for all the world like huge jagged wounds. On my right lay the château of La Maisonnette. The ground there was a shambles, for numerous bodies in various stages of putrefaction lay about as they had fallen. I left this section of blood-soaked earth, and turning to my left entered the village, or rather the site of what had once been Biaches. I will not attempt to describe it. My pen is not equal to the task of conveying even the merest idea of the state of the place. It was as if a human skeleton had been torn asunder, bone by bone, and then flung in all directions. Then look around and say, "This was once a man." You could say the same thing of Biaches. This was once a village. I stayed a while and filmed various scenes, including the huge engineers' dump left by the Germans, but as the light was getting rather bad, I hurried as fast as possible in the direction of Péronne. I wandered down the path of duck boards, over the swamp of the Somme, filthy in appearance, reeking in its stench, and littered with thousands of empty bottles that showed the character of the drunken orgies to which the Huns had devoted themselves. I reached the canal bank. Lying alongside was the blackened ribs of a barge. Only the stern was above water, and it was still smouldering. Even the ladders and footbridges were all destroyed. Not a single thing that could be of any use whatsoever had been left. I trudged along the canal bank. Bridge after bridge I tried, but it was no use, for each one in the centre for about 10 or 12 feet was destroyed, and stretched between the gap I found a length of wire netting covered over with straw, a cunning trap set for the first one across. Not a bridge was passable. They were all down. Péronne lay on the other side, and there I must get before the light failed, and while the place was still burning. If I had to make a raft of old timber, I made up my mind to get there. Returning to the bank, I placed my camera upon the ground, and with the help of 3 men gathered up some rusty tin cylinders, which earlier in the campaign had been utilised as floats for rafts. I had fished out of the river 3 planks, and laying them at equal distance upon the cylinders, I lashed them together, and so made a raft of sorts. With care I might be able to balance myself upon it, and so reach the other section of the bridge, and then a rope at either end would enable my man and tripod to be pulled across. The idea was excellent, but I found that my amateur lashing, together with the strong current that was running, made the whole plan quite impossible. So, after being nearly thrown into the river several times, and one of the floats coming adrift and washing away, and then doing a flying leap to save myself being hurled into the water upon a trestle which collapsed with my weight, I decided to give up the experiment and explore the river bank further down in the hope of getting across. Eventually, after going for about 2 kilometres, I reached the ruins of the main bridge leading into the town. This also was blown up by the retreating Huns, but by using the blocks of stone and twisted iron girders as stepping stones, I reached the other side. The old gateway and drawbridge across the moat were destroyed. The huge blocks of masonry were tossed about, or playthings in the hands of the mighty force of high explosives which flung them there. These scenes I carefully filmed, together with several others in the vicinity of the ramparts. The town was the same as every other I had filmed, burnt and shell-riven. The place as a habitable town simply did not exist. German names were everywhere. The names of the streets were altered. Even a French washerwoman had put up a notice that washing was done here, in German. Street after street I passed through and filmed. Many of the buildings were still burning, and at one corner of the Grande Place flames were shooting out of the windows of the 3 remaining houses in Péronne. I hastily fitted up my camera and filmed the scene. When I had finished it was necessary to run the gauntlet and pass directly under the burning buildings to get into the square. Showers of sparks were flying about, Pieces of the burning building were being blown in all directions by the strong wind. But I had to get by, so, buttoning up my collar tightly, fastening my steel shrapnel helmet on my head, and tucking the camera under my arm, I made a rush, yelling out to my man to follow with the tripod. As I passed I felt several heavy pieces of something hit my helmet, and another blazing piece hit my shoulder and stuck there, making me set up an unearthly yell as the flames caught my ear and singed my hair. But quickly shooting past, I reached a place of safety, and setting up the camera I obtained some excellent views of the burning buildings. Standing upon a heap of rubble which once formed a branch of one of the largest banking concerns in France, I took a panoramic scene of the great square. The smoke clouds curling in and around the skeleton walls appeared for all the world like some loathsome reptile seeming to gloat upon its prey, loath to leave it until it had made absolutely certain that not a single thing was left to be devoured. With the exception of the crackling flames and the distant boom of the guns, it was like a city of the dead. The once beautiful church was totally destroyed. In the square was the base of a monument upon which, before the war, stood a memorial to France's glorious dead in the War of 1870. The "cultured" Germans had destroyed the figure, and in its place had stuck up a dummy stuffed with straw in the uniform of a French Zouave. Could ever a greater insult be shown to France? Not content with burning the whole town, the Huns had gone to the trouble of displaying a huge signboard on the side of a building in the square, on which were these words: "Don't be vexed, just admire." Think of it, the devils! End of Part 2, Chapters 24 and 25.